A couple of weeks later, Felix and Apollo had settled nicely in the brothel. One could say, Apollo had settled a bit too much. While Felix spent most of his time in his room training and learning, Apollo had gone through the entire brothel, leaving no creature untouched. He neither cared about gender, shape, type, race, intellect. His literal mentality was, if there is a hole, there is a way. The only things he didn't screw were the building itself, Zephyr, and Felix. Felix even started to feel that Apollo was the real embodiment of lust instead of him. Although his behavior disgusted Felix to no end, he left him to do his own thing as long as he didn't bring his sickening lust to his room. As for the identity paperwork, they were nearly completed. Zephyr had told them that they would take a couple more days. Right now, Felix was in his room at the brothel, trying something out. He made a dagger out of his blood and tried to add some spark to it using the electricity from his body. It buzzed a little, but that was it. It wasn't strong at all, and Felix was pretty bummed about it. He successfully ascended after merging the Hydra head of the Pride Sin with Zeus core a week ago. The process was as painful as he expected, but he gritted his teeth through it. He had chosen the sin of pride since it was more compatible with the regalness and dignity of lightning, but at the same time, its insane explosiveness. Just like a prideful emperor, he was always dignified and above the rest, but the moment his pride was touched, he retaliated with the strength of the gods. This isn't going to work, he said to himself, feeling a bit down. While he could manipulate the quantum electricity, which mimicked the general electricity in behavior, he had to create quantum energy first, or at least find a way to control it. After all, quantum electricity wasn't roaming everywhere. It was just like the situation with elemental energy/neutral energy. Quantum energy was the neutral energy in the quantum realm, and the only way to convert it into elemental energy was by possessing the conversion elemental technique, being a unijin, or the universe handed it personally as an innate ability. In this case, Felix could sense the existence of the invisible quantum energy all around him, but he had no clue how to communicate with it. He had already asked Zephyr about this, hoping for some useful information. Alas, what he told him shattered his hopes. Vibranix is the first race to find out the exact frequency combination required to communicate with quantum energy and start controlling it. Thor recalled what Zephyr told them. It will be near impossible to land on the exact frequency randomly. You won't be getting it from them either, as it is one of their national secrets, Jormungandr added. I know, Felix sighed. He was told that not even the Vibranix civilians were given the secret, since it would allow them to reshape reality too, and it would make it harder for the Vibranix royal family to maintain order. Thus, he could forget about getting it from them. There must be another way. Felix walked around the room with his chin resting on his hand, trying his best to brainstorm a new method. He understood that, in the quantum realm, the vibrational strings could not turn into any type of matter like in the real universe. That's because the first level of the quantum realm was considered as a singular dimension between the vibrational strings and the matter universe. That's why it was called a realm on its own instead of a mere extension of the matter universe. Thus, even Uranus wouldn't be able to control those vibrational strings to create matter straightaway, since they were smaller than particles. If he had no clue about the quantum energy's frequency, he would be the same as the rest of the Vibranix civilizations, able to manipulate mere vibrational waves, but not alter reality. But that was far-fetched. As the unijin of vibration, there was no way he wouldn't know the exact frequency. Unlike the Vibranix race, he was the actual embodiment of the vibrations. Thus, Felix understood that he was the same as a sitting duck, waiting to get slaughtered, unless he found a way to tap into the quantum energy. He lay on the bed and sprawled out, resembling a starfish. Then he stared at the ceiling with a furrowed brow. He was deep in thought, trying to wrap his head around the whole quantum energy conundrum. Nope, that won't work, he mumbled to himself, dismissing yet another idea that fell flat upon closer inspection. And that's just ridiculous, he added, tossing another suggestion into the pile of discarded thoughts. He sighed, feeling the weight of frustration. It was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. Every time he thought he was close to a solution, it slipped through his fingers, leaving him grasping at air. Bored and stuck, Felix started playing with his blood. He kept switching its state, from liquid crystallized to mist. The moment he gazed at the misty blood roaming around his hand, it suddenly reminded him of one of his unique forgotten powers that he rarely bothered to use after ascending. "You got something?" Candace asked with a curious look. "Hang on a second." His eyes widened as the gears in his mind started turning faster. What if, just what if, I could use my evil energy to corrupt the quantum energy and make it mine? The idea was outlandish, maybe even a bit mad, but Felix couldn't shake off the excitement that bubbled up within him. It was a long shot, but at this point he was willing to try anything. Have you tested this before?" Felix asked. "I never had to," Lilith replied lazily near the pool. "When I came here, I had my sin laws." True. Felix understood that controlling quantum energy would be the easiest thing ever if he had access to his sin laws. If it wasn't for the punishment, he wouldn't be struggling this much. With a newfound sense of purpose, Felix sat up, pushing the jumbled mess of blankets aside. "Okay, malevolent energy, please don't let me down," he murmured with a hopeful tone as he extended his hands in front. Closing his eyes, Felix focused on the sinister, swirling mass of malevolent energy within him. Then he let it out, causing crimson mist to escape from his pores and engulf the entire room. Then he pictured it reaching out, tendrils of corruption probing the fabric of reality, seeking out the elusive quantum energy. Come on, he urged silently, feeling the strain of forcing two fundamentally different energies to interact. At first, there was resistance, like trying to mix oil and water, but slowly, ever so slowly, he felt a change. The quantum energy, usually so indifferent and untouchable, began to warp, to twist under the influence of his evil energy. Since everything in the quantum realm was made out of quantum energy, his room was corrupted too. Nothing escaped the corrupting nature of his malevolent energy from the furniture to the walls. "It's working." Candace covered her mouth in awe. A small grin spread across Felix's face as he sensed the first signs of success. The quantum energy was yielding, becoming something new, something uniquely his. It was the breakthrough he needed, a game-changer in his quest to master the quantum realm. Ha ha ha! This is it. This changes everything. Felix laughed in delight as he opened his eyes to the sight of the entire room being corrupted. Not bad. This is a start at least. Lady Sphinx smiled approvingly. Now, you just need to learn how to shape the quantum energy into your desired target. We got rid of the hardest part. With a crimson glint in his eyes, he snapped his finger, and the crimson energy returned to his body. Unfortunately, the damage was already done and the room was nearly inhabitable as everything was on the verge of collapsing. The corruption might give Felix control, but first it turned everything back into its base form. If Felix hadn't abrogated it, the entire brothel might have fallen into a massive mist of tainted quantum energy, leaving Zephyr without a business. Is there a way to blame this on Apollo? Felix murmured as he glanced around the mess he made. Alas, he realized that it would be too difficult since that bastard was all over the brothel, making his presence known everywhere he went. In the end, Felix decided to call Zephyr and tell him that an experiment of his had gone wrong and damaged the chamber. He knew that Zephyr wouldn't mind as long as the damages were paid for. A couple of days later, inside Zephyr's back room. Here is your identity. You are now free to walk around the city with your head held high. Zephyr handed Felix a sleek card with his image, full name, ID number, home address, social status, and more details on it. The card seemed as legit as it could get. I've gone ahead and listed you as a mercenary. It's the ideal cover for someone like you. Felix picked up the card, examining the card that shimmered with his new, Luminoan-like appearance. A mercenary, huh? He muttered, raising an eyebrow. Zephyr nodded, leaning back in his chair. Yes, and for good reason. Mercenaries enjoy a certain anonymity here. Your true identification stays protected, and yet you gain a high social standing due to the demand for your services. Felix flipped the card in his hand, pondering the implications. And nobody's going to question it? Not at all, Zephyr reassured, his tail swaying gently now. In fact, it's quite common for mercenaries to keep their origins and true identities a secret. It's all about the skills you bring to the table. It also gives you the freedom to move around without attracting unwanted attention. Plus, if anyone does get curious, your mercenary work provides a convenient justification for any unusual activities. He smirked. Felix considered this for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Makes sense. Just make sure to stay out of trouble. Or at least, the kind of problem that would have your identification questioned. Fair enough, Felix agreed, pocketing the ID. Thanks. I'll remember this. Zephyr's sly smile returned as he stood, guiding them towards the door. Just doing business, my friend. And who knows? Maybe you'll enjoy the Soldier of Fortune life. It's got its perks, after all. Just as they were about to step out of the back room, Zephyr stopped them with a hint of seriousness in his voice. That reminds me, you told me to notify you of any information about areas with an accelerated time rate. Yes. Apollo nodded. Did you find something noteworthy? I hesitated to bring this up, but I have received classified news that the Viburnix royal family is planning to send a new batch to the Echoing Tower. Zephyr shared. Wait, are they still attempting to obtain the Stone of Reality? Apollo raised an eyebrow in surprise. How long has it been now since they first discovered the tower? It's been too long to bother counting. Zephyr shook his head. Yet I doubt they will be halting their efforts. After all, the other nations are still going strong at it, desiring to obtain the stone and claim ownership over the realm once and for all. What are you guys on about? Felix knitted his eyebrows in confusion. The Echoing Tower? Stone of Reality? Ownership of the quantum realm? Such big terms made absolutely no sense to him. I will explain everything later, Apollo assured while continuing his conversation with Zephyr. They have failed to obtain the Stone of Reality even when it merely had a dozen floors. Now, it must have already crossed the 100-floor mark if my calculations are correct. Yes, it's on 105 floors at the moment, Zephyr answered. The 5th floor was recently completed, and this allowed them to start planning for another attempt. Damn, they sure are a stubborn bunch. Apollo smiled wryly. How many lives were already claimed by the tower? Despite the impossibility, they still believe they could reach the 1st floor and obtain the Stone of Reality. Their delusion knows no bounds. At this point, I don't think it's a delusion, Zephyr chuckled. It's a mere cock-off between them and the Chaosians. The Vibronxian superiority complex would never let them have peace of mind while knowing that their mortal enemies are still sending troops to the tower while they gave up. As the rest of the nations? Well, it's the sole method available to rise above those 2 mega-empires and establish a strong foothold in the realm. I see how it is. Apollo rubbed his chin thoughtfully while glancing at Felix's puzzled expression. Many thoughts roamed in his mind about whether it was worth it to join this mess or not. After all, he was tasked by his alter ego to bring Felix to him in one piece regardless of his condition. This meant he shouldn't really care about helping Felix get rid of the celestial chains of him. He just wanted to help him out since it would be near impossible for Felix to spend the entire 12 million years or more with this current time difference. While it was accelerated significantly when compared to the matter universe, his alter ego wouldn't allow them to hide for such a long period. That's why Felix never bothered to suggest hiding in a random place, knowing that Apollo wouldn't agree to it. While they might seem cool with each other and act as friends, in reality, Felix was considered a hostage without much of a will of his own. Whatever Apollo's alter ego says goes. Felix wasn't desperate to recover some of his strength for no reason. Prick. What do you think? The rift won't open for at least 1,000 years. If we enter the tower and remain on the topmost floors, we will be safe from its dangers while at the same time, the Paragon will be eating through the punishment duration. By the time we come out, the rift will be open and the celestial chains will be gone. Apollo tried to convince his alter ego. It will also earn us more goodwill from him and make him consider helping you reach your goal actively. What if he bails on us after he recovers his strength? Apollo's alter ego replied coldly. Don't forget, He is still the successor of the paragon of sins. If that bitch can't be trusted, neither can he. Apollo's alter ego had an extremely pessimistic view of life. While Apollo saw life as a source of joy and entertainment, his alter ego despised anything about it. As the embodiment of darkness who spent most of his life in the quantum realm, his thoughts and personality could be said to have already reached their final form. Utter hatred of light and anything that represented it. Then we will come out much earlier, Apollo mentioned. If he had a couple of thousands of years in his punishment, there wouldn't be much of an issue, correct? Plus, aren't you forgetting something? Apollo added with a solemn tone. How the fuck you expect him to help you when he is 99% weakened for the next 12 million years? Apollo's alter ego thought about it in silence and recognized that his happy-go-lucky other half made some sense. While he desired Felix's black flames, he understood that if his experiment were to work and Felix proved to be helpful, they would need more celestial energy as fuel. They would not be able to obtain it in his current state since it required them to return to the eternal kingdom. Fine, you handle it, Apollo's alter ego added with a cold tone. If you dare leave him out of your sight, we will switch places, permanently. Gulp, come on now, ha ha, no need to take it that far. Apollo laughed nervously with a tint of dread in his eyes. Don't drop the ball or else. With that last ominous remark, silence returned to Apollo's mind. You good? Felix frowned after noticing that Apollo's hands became a bit drenched in sweat. Yeah, it's all good. Apollo showed his usual radiant smile and turned to Zephyr. Then, he asked, is it possible to get us information about the suicidal new batch? We would like to join them. Felix and the rest of the tenants didn't know how to react to Apollo saying such an ominous sentence with a straight face. Well, of course, but... Zephyr coughed. It's going to cost you, though. Sometime later, inside Felix's new room. Care to explain? Felix asked with a hint of displeasure in his voice. He didn't like having Apollo make decisions without counseling him first, especially when those decisions were related to a life-and-death situations. You should be thanking me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to help you get rid of the celestial chains much faster. Apollo replied lazily while lying on his side and eating grapes, piece by piece. I will thank you if you explain the situation. Felix's eyelids twitched. I guess it's only right you learn about what awaits you. You think. Don't patronize me now. Apollo gave him a bombastic side eye before fixing his posture. The moment he sat straight, his expression turned serious. The Echoing Tower, it's a place in the quantum realm beyond ordinary, which defies the very fabric of reality as we know it. Felix shifted closer in intrigue. How so? It's called a tower, but in reality, it's being referred to as such merely due to its cylinder-tall-like appearance. Apollo shared, it is believed to be built around the heart of the first quantum creature to ever exist. When it died, that extraordinary heart remained beating for eternity. What about the stone of reality? Is it the heart you mentioned? Why is there a tower around it? Felix raised an eyebrow, his confusion growing more. Yep, Apollo nodded. The heart has been called the stone of reality due to its powerful presence capable of altering the reality around it after each heartbeat. Laws, rules, and even the principles of the universe began to crumble in its vicinity. The quantum realm itself starts to morph, creating illogical changes and lawless alterations. My idiotic counterpart even believes that the universe's authority is subjected to alteration. Doesn't that mean if I manage to get close to the stone of reality, there is a possibility of getting rid of the celestial chains once and for all without serving the punishment period? That sounds too unrealistic to be true. Felix commented with a deep frown. If there was one thing Felix was certain about, it would be the universe's rules and laws being constant across its entire existence. Even in the quantum realm, where most of the universe's laws didn't exist, there was a sense of order and logical reasoning that maintained it. But to have an object capable of breaking the universe's rules to this degree, it was hard to believe as not even the three rulers could pull it off. Of course, this is all a mere theory and nothing has been tested. Apollo shrugged. After all, No one had yet to get even past the 10th floor, don't even mention reaching the ground floor. I see. Felix nodded and fired a bunch of questions. What about the tower, floors, and such? How can there be 100 floors? What's making the tower too dangerous to explore? It's not certain, but it is believed that to prevent these alterations from spreading further, the quantum realm itself began constructing the tower, layer by layer, floor by floor, encapsulating the stone and its chaotic influence. What started as a single floor has now grown to over 100 over the past eons. Apollo continued with a solemn tone after taking a breath. As for the dangers, each floor has become a separate dimension with its reality, rules, and laws. Some were peaceful, and some would make even Unigens fear for their lives since they might land in a dimension with their entire law erased. As the embodiment of said law, their existence would be deleted to the instant they step foot inside the dimension. The fuck? Is he being for real? Thor exclaimed in shock and dread. He doesn't seem to be joking. Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes. The rest of the tenants all felt their hearts skip a beat in fear at the notion of being deleted at the first step. If even Unigens couldn't escape from said fate, how could anyone dare to mess with this tower? Of course, the Unigen cores would be reborn again in the eternal kingdom from the universal's heart. But still, for an object to have such an insane authority over the universe's laws was too hard to ignore. And you think I should enter this tower in my condition? Do I look like I am courting death? Felix asked with a speechless look. After becoming a Unijin, there weren't many things that scared him. But this? He had heard enough about this tower to understand that it was bad news. Anything that stripped Unigens of their authority must not be treated lightly, as it was the same as dealing with the universe itself. Don't worry, we won't leave the first upper floors. Apollo assured him, all we desire from the tower is the accelerated time difference, and we are bound to land on a floor with said quality in the upper floors due to its commonality. Felix pondered the idea, the weight of the decision evident in his gaze. I know my shitty luck. Nothing ever goes my way in such situations. Apollo grinned, the excitement undeniable in his expression. But think of the adventure, Felix. The echoing tower isn't just a place. It's a challenge, a puzzle to be unraveled. And who knows, we might just find something that could help you save Asna. After all, the tower alters reality to illogical degrees, and it might give birth to something that shouldn't be possible to exist in our universe. As Felix absorbed Apollo's words, he couldn't deny the attraction of such an opportunity. While the echoing tower was filled with unknown dangers, it was also packed with unknown rewards, and if it wasn't for such, the quantum realm's nations would have long stopped sending their troops in it. The stone of reality was nothing but the final and ultimate treasure, but in reality, everyone knew it was nearly impossible to obtain it, and they were comfortable enough to get some other goodies if they got lucky. The heart of the first ancient quantum being. How true is this statement? How come its heart is capable of overruling the universe's ultimate authority? Does it belong to the first entity to be born in the universe? Is it the heart of the universe? But it can't be, since the universe's heart already exists in the eternal kingdom. Felix was left deep in his thoughts. He understood that something wasn't adding up. Either the stone of reality wasn't the heart of a creature and it might be a mere anomaly in the fabric of the cosmos, or there was more to the grand picture than he had predicted. I wonder, how come the three rulers have never made a move to collect this stone? Felix inquired. Are you kidding me? They have left no stone unturned. Apollo shook his head. They sent a squad of Ares, Eris, Uranus, and even Lilith to collect it billions of years ago to no avail. This happened before Lilith got banished and while the tower measly had 10 floors. When they heard this, Felix and the tenants sucked a deep cold breath in shock. Such a stacked-up squad failed to collect it? Are you being for real? No one anticipated him as the implication was simply too mind-blowing. Those four were the strongest Unigens to exist in the universe without mentioning Lord Hades and Kronos. For them to return empty-handed changed their whole perspective on the tower's true danger. You know nothing. Some of them hardly managed to leave out of there alive. Apollo raised an eyebrow. I am shocked Lilith hasn't told you about this, given that she was the closest one to touch the stone. When Felix and the rest heard this, they all turned to stare at Lilith, who was sunbathing lazily near the pool with an icy drink in her hand. The image of Lilith being a badass was really too difficult for them to imagine when she spent most of her time lazing around akin to a house cat. She lowered her sunglasses and gave them a side glance. Watch you looking at. Have you never seen before a sunbathing beauty? Everyone withheld their gazes without bothering to respond. She always withholds such key information, and even when she shares some, she does it for the sake of manipulation. Felix's eyelids twitched. So, even if she told me, there is no way I am trusting a single word coming from her lying mouth. Haha. I can see her bullshitting most of the story to screw with you. Apollo chuckled, knowing that Lilith was always an untrustful vixen. How crude. I have always been nothing but an honest and upright citizen, Lilith remarked with a displeased tone. The tenants rolled their eyes and continued ignoring her. I don't know, the more I hear about this place, the more chills I feel. But, Felix said with a solemn tone, as you said, we need to do something to get rid of the celestial chains, and if this is the current best method, there is not much of a choice. Don't worry. The surface levels are almost always peaceful, since the reality's alternation and disruptions are still at a minimum. Apollo waved his hand comfortably. The lower you get, the harder a floor becomes inhabitable. All right, as long as we remain at the surface level, I am cool with it, Felix decided at last. While the mentioned dangers made his skin curl a bit, he had to do something about the celestial chains. In his eyes, there was no way Uranus, Eris, and the rest wouldn't be able to locate him after more than 12 million years unless he dug a hole deep within and slept in it. Apollo's alter ego would not allow him to do this, since it would give Felix the freedom to decide whether to help them or not. While Apollo believed in Felix's nature to return favors, his alter ego had no interest in putting his hopes in Felix's character, especially when he was the paragon of sins. Good call. We will be heading to the designated location for the mercenaries' test next week. Apollo warned, make sure you are prepared. As Zephyr said, the competition to join the escort group is heated this time around after the mercenaries discovered that the Vibernoxian squads would not go deeper into the tower. While Apollo had assumed that the Vibernixian royal family still desired to obtain the Stone of Reality like the public was told, in reality, they planned on remaining in the top 10 floors and seeking some treasures born out of the disturbances. In this manner, the Vibernoxians would save their face water while earning some rewards at minimum risks. When this news reached the high-ranked mercenaries, they all wanted a piece of the pie. Don't worry, I might not be able to face Unigens, but I haven't fallen to the point I can't deal with some mercenaries, Felix remarked indifferently. Seeing the cold stare on Felix's face made Apollo feel excited and bubbly inside. Ah, why do I feel like I am joining a supremacy game with the real landlord? This is a dream come true, he said with glittering eyes. Felix rolled his eyes at his antics and departed the room, not wanting to deal with him when he was in his superfan mode. Landlord, I will be your greatest sidekick. You hear? Before Apollo could finish his shouting, he received a sudden message from Zephyr that turned his expression cold all of a sudden. I have picked up a piece of news about a tall, elderly man with a white beard and star-like eyes entering the city. Weird, he doesn't resemble any race I know. Thanks for the heads up, Apollo requested. If he ever came to the brothel asking for us, send him away. He won't dare give you trouble right under the Quantix Prime. Well, of course. Who dares make trouble under the ruler of the empire? Zephyr sneered. Also, keep updating us about his location. Aight. Apollo offered him his thanks and promised him a generous payment after they left the brothel in a week. Then, he reached out to Felix and told him to swiftly return to the room. After Felix picked up on Apollo's solemn tone, he understood that something big must have happened. The moment he closed the door behind him, Apollo shared, Uranus is in the city. A voluntary chill coursed down Felix's spine before it was replaced with a boiling fire flowing through his veins. He was enraged after recalling the humiliating treatment he received under Uranus. Not even the third ruler treated him in that shameful manner. The fact that it could have gotten 100 times worse if he hadn't been saved by Apollo or his self-explosion failed made him angrier. However, he took a deep breath and pushed those feelings away, not allowing his wrath to take control of him. Then, he lifted his head and offered Apollo a knowing gaze. "You know what to do." "Likewise." Meanwhile, Uranus could be seen walking through Quantar City. His face was all sober, making people get out of his way the moment they saw him coming. He was like a storm cloud moving down the street, and everyone just knew to stay clear. He stretched out his senses, trying to catch any hint of them by feeling out their special frequencies. In this universe, every creature, object, or even celestial object has a unique frequency separating them from the rest. Uranus had already analyzed Felix's and Apollo's frequencies during his contact with them. This meant there was no way they would be able to escape from his senses if they resided in the city. Alas, the results weren't as promising as he had anticipated. No matter how hard he focused, no one and nothing matched their frequencies. Are those rats hiding in here? Or my senses are being jammed up by the frequencies hub? He frowned in irritation. Even though he was the unigine of frequencies, it wasn't easy to separate two unique frequencies from a city that was entirely based around vibrations. It was like trying to look for a specific needle in a mountain of needles. It would take way too much time and concentration. So, he decided to get closer to the probable areas where those two might be hiding. Apollo might be shrewd and tries to use reverse psychology and hide in the most probable place, believing that we might ignore it. Thinking hard, Uranus figured if there was any place those two might show up, it'd be the Red District. As he entered the Red District, the vibe changed. The air was thicker, filled with laughter, music, and the buzz of 1,000 conversations. But Uranus didn't care for any of that. His only focus was finding those two, scanning faces, and tuning into the energy of the place, all while his presence made a silent statement that had everyone giving him space. Even the boldest escort didn't dare to whistle or catcall him. He proceeded from one spot to another, visiting a brothel after the other. Yet, with each passing moment and no sign of Felix or Apollo, his annoyance grew. This was turning into a needle-in-a-haystack situation, and Uranus was not known for his patience. Was I correct, and those two bastards decided to hide away from the major empires? He uttered as he maintained turning his head around, feeling a bit lost. While Uranus believed that the frequencies hub was messing with his senses, in reality, Felix and Apollo had already devised a flawless method to remain hidden. At the moment, they were holed up in their brothel room while Felix had an intense look on his face. He concentrated on messing with their vibration, making their unique frequencies go all wonky and untraceable. With his current level of vibration understanding, this was nothing to him. Meanwhile, Apollo was using his darkness laws to put an invisibility veil on them that was powerful enough to avoid even the three rulers' detection skills in the matter universe. With those two abilities combined, Felix and Apollo could be said to have absolutely no presence in the quantum realm. Perfect invisibility. "Zephyr, how is it going?" Apollo inquired, not daring to release his senses to check on Uranus' location, knowing that it might expose them. "He is checking a building by building," Zephyr replied. "He will be arriving soon at my place. Just act normal then and treat him like a potential client." Apollo requested. "Anything for my favorite customer," Zephyr assured with a cold smirk. In his eyes, Apollo was the golden egg-laying goose, and he would do anything to protect him. Just in his short stay here, he had squandered more than what 500 clients would pay. Thus, even when he had no idea about the details of the situation, he had no interest in letting him get caught. After a short while, Uranus strolled into Zephyr's brothel with a stormy expression, his gaze sweeping over the lavish interior. Zephyr rushed forward with a greasy smile plastered on his face. "Welcome, welcome, to the finest pleasures in Quantar City," Zephyr announced, gesturing grandly toward his variety of escorts. "May I interest you in some company? We have the best selection of girls and boys, each more exquisite than the last." Uranus barely glanced at the offerings, his impatience noticeable at first glance. "I'm not here for entertainment," he stated coldly, cutting Zephyr off mid-sentence. "I'm looking for two individuals. Perhaps you've seen them." He showed him a picture of Felix and Apollo, even though he knew deep down that those two would have already changed their appearance. Zephyr leaned closer to the picture and then shook his head. "Ah, I'm afraid I can't help you." Uranus ignored him and continued expanding his senses across the brothel, making him see everything within it. Even the customers doing the deeds weren't spared. Suddenly, his eyes landed on an empty room that seemed pretty damaged and was being repaired by two workers. "What do we have here?" Uranus narrowed his eyes coldly as he surveyed the chamber from corner to corner. However, the results were unsatisfactory as his senses didn't pick on anything related to Felix or Apollo in the room. Even the destruction seemed to result from a small explosion. Felix wasn't an idiot to leave behind a residue of his evil energy or even signs of corruption. He made sure to destroy the room completely to remove any connection. Since he was paying for the full damage with some extra liras, Zephyr allowed him to do as he pleased. "What happened in chamber number 24? Uranus asked coldly. "Room number 24. You? How do you know about its state?" Zephyr acted shocked. His reaction was as genuine as it could get. For a shrewd creature that lived for God knows how long, he had already mastered his emotions and behavior to the point that not even a Unijin could get a good reading out of him. "Answer the question." Uranus released a bit of his vibrational aura, causing Zephyr to feel like he would get ripped apart at any given second. However, instead of being afraid, Zephyr's expression turned furious and shouted out loud, "How dare a mere foreigner threaten me? I have already alerted the authorities. I challenge you to stay here." When the people outside heard Zephyr's bellow, everyone was left with surprised and curious expressions. Is there someone stupid enough to make trouble for Zephyr? Who is seeking death this early in the morning? Sweet. It's been a while since I have seen the enforcers in action. Upon listening to the noise outside of the gathered crowd, Uranus' irritation kept structure up. He lowered his head at the tiny Zephyr and didn't see an ounce of fear in his eyes. This made him understand that he wouldn't be getting his answer. So, he smacked him to the side and walked deeper into the brothel on his own, heading towards the destroyed room. "Stay right there, you bastard," Zephyr cursed angrily while massaging his reddened cheek. He should feel glad the tingling pain was the only sensation resulting from the slap. If it wasn't for the standardized force across the quantum realm, that slap would have leveled the entire city. "Boys, the bearded geezer is heading towards Gon's old room," he alerted. Apollo immediately queried Felix with a deep frown. "Did you leave anything behind that might give us away?" "No, we good," Felix assured. He truly didn't drop the ball as Uranus had found nothing connected to them in the chamber even when he surveyed the smallest pieces around. The whole destruction screamed of an explosion, and this made Uranus assume that a confrontation might have arisen between a customer and an escort. After all, he knew that almost everyone in the quantum realm had enough strength to defend themselves. There was no such thing as a mere commoner. So, after he was done with his search, he turned around and walked away, his loud steps resounding thunderously in Felix's and Apollo's ears. "He is right here. Catch him." Meanwhile, Zephyr was already bringing a dozen enforcers inside his establishment, having no interest in letting go of this matter. He was slapped before the public, and this damaged his reputation greatly. Alas, Uranus wasn't in the mood to entertain anyone. With one last glance behind him, he broke into vibrational waves and disappeared out of the brothel before the enforcers could get him. The enforcers glanced at each other with a hint of shock after witnessing his escape method. Vibrational transmutation. Is he someone from the royal family in disguise? One of the enforcers murmured. Their reaction was understandable as it was a known fact that only the royal family and their subordinates could break into vibrational waves. It wasn't because of the difficulty. It was considered a unique ability for the royal entourage because one needed to have control over quantum energy to ensure a normal return after transmutation ended. Since everyone and everything was created out of quantum energy, breaking into vibration waves was easy, but recovering their natural form required the creation of their forms again. Thus, to see Uranus use this ability made them assume that he was either suicidal or part of the royal family. The latter made the most sense. Don't call us if he were to return. This is way above our salary. The Enforcer's captain warned Zephyr before taking off with his squad. Even Zephyr was left surprised by the whole matter and felt like those two were going to put him in a mess. No money would be worth receiving for. In the Viburnix Empire, the royal family was beyond reproach. Sometime later, Felix and Apollo were still hiding in the dark in utter silence. They had told Zephyr to not contact them even after Uranus had left the brothel, since he could tap into their private conversation within the frequency's hub. He might not have bothered to do it before, but after he discovered that suspiciously destroyed room, he might give it a try just to make sure. Thus, throughout the whole week, they remained completely silent, occasionally communicating telepathically even after Zephyr had given them a clue that Uranus was no longer seen in the city's vicinity. The mercenaries' trial is about to start in a couple of hours. Apollo broke the silence at last. We have to get going now. I don't know. I have a feeling that Uranus is still somewhere in the city. Felix replied telepathically. It can't be. The Viburnix Empire is massive and it has millions of cities and towns in its territory. Apollo shook his head. With such negative results for an entire week and his impatient personality, he should have taken off for another city. Only after he clears all the cities would he decide to stick around longer in the capital. Apollo was correct in his assumption. If Uranus was already somehow convinced that Apollo and Felix would bother to come here, he might have given the search a bit more investment even when it came back empty-handed. But since this was Eris' idea from the get-go and he believed that those two would have hidden in an unfamiliar low-key nation, he wanted nothing more but to finish his search and prove Eris wrong. Still, let's keep using our abilities until we arrive at the Royal Guard's training grounds. Felix stressed, still not convinced. As you wish. Apollo shrugged his shoulders at Felix's cautiousness and controlled his darkness laws to move within the dark spaces. Since both of them were technically still attached to a surface throughout the whole ordeal, the Quantar didn't give them a hard time. After notifying Zephyr about their departure, they took off toward the majestic palace in the distance, taking advantage of the shadows of vehicles, pedestrians, buildings, and whatnot. As long as there was light available, shadows would always tag along. In this sneaky manner, they arrived at last at the Royal Guard's training ground, the chosen area for the mercenaries' trials. If it was up to them, they would have ignored joining the Vibranction squads and headed to the Echoing Tower on their own. However, there were a couple of hiccups. The first one was the location. The Echoing Tower's location was constantly changing with each emerging floor, as it was capable of moving through space-time easily. Thus, sometimes no one would find it even after billions of years, and by then, they found out that the tower had already added a couple of floors. If Felix and Apollo wanted to follow the Vibranction squads to the location, it would be nearly impossible since they were capable of altering the reality around them through quantum energy. With such powers, no one could find them unless they allowed it. The second hiccup was that the entrance to the Echoing Tower opened up for a short period, and there would be thousands of the strongest beings in the quantum realm gathered around it, waiting patiently. To maintain order and avoid preventing any rats from sneaking inside, all the quantum nations had placed a collective decision to stop individual participants. This forced the mercenaries to seek out escorting the nation's troops to obtain an entrance badge. Otherwise, if they got caught without it, all the troops would turn on them, and this would represent the nation's stance as well. In other words, blacklisted for life from any nation. While Felix and Apollo couldn't care less about this, the location problem was something unavoidable. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, they felt it was less complicated to be mercenary escorts. And when they got inside, they might ditch them straight away and carry on with their true purpose. Sometime later, Felix and Apollo could be seen standing shoulder to shoulder at the training grounds. It was a vast expanse of meticulously maintained arenas and dangerous obstacle courses, all designed to test the mettle of those who wished to serve as mercenaries under the Viburnix flag. Around them, there existed hundreds of mercenaries roaming the place. Their postures range from confidently relaxed to nervously tense. while Felix seemed quite relaxed and unbothered. His senses and guard were sharpened to the limit. Will you relax? Uranus is gone. He must have taken a portal to another city by now. Apollo rolled his eyes at Felix's over-the-top wariness. You could never tell. Felix replied with a serious tone. Unless I receive confirmed information, I won't lower my guard for a moment. You do, I guess. Apollo left him at peace and started sweeping his eyes on the mercenaries, desiring to find fresh pieces of meat to indulge in. His creepy gaze hadn't gone unnoticed, as most females, and even males, felt shivers course down their spine like they existed pried on by a predator. What a creep! His handsomeness is wasted on him. Can't he hide his intentions a little? Some ignored him and some gave him cold glares. But that didn't stop him. There are sure some feisty ones, don't you, T? Apollo was forced to stop speaking after turning to the side and seeing that Felix was no longer beside him. His eyelids twitched after noticing that he moved tens of meters away, seemingly having no intentions of receiving addressed in the same breath as him. He will come around sooner or later. Apollo chuckled while switching his attention to an approaching figure from the main gates of the training grounds. What a cutie! He licked his lips after realizing that the figure was a female clad in shimmering silver armor that reflected the light in blinding arcs. To her side, a dozen Vibranoxians walked a step behind her. Their confident strides and expressionless faces made everyone recognize them to be the chosen Vibronxian elites. On her head rested a helmet, obscuring her identity, exposing only her breathtaking eyes, but didn't last for long. With a fluid motion, the figure reached up and removed her helmet, revealing her face to the assembled crowd. Ha! The commander of the vibrational guards. Bia? Don't know me? She is the one presiding over this mission? This is receiving serious. For the commander to lead the mission, it means the royal family might have some alternative motives than collecting a few treasures. Gasps and murmurs of surprise rippled through the mercenaries as they recognized the woman before them. It was none other than Bia, known for her unparalleled mastery over the law of vibration and her storied history as a warrior and leader. Bia's silvery hair flowed down her shoulders, framing a face that exuded timeless beauty and wisdom of ages. Her eyes, piercing and full of power, scanned the crowd, commanding silence and respect with a mere glance. The shock of her appearance was discernible among the mercenaries. Many had heard legends of Commander Bia but never expected to see her in person, let alone lead the selection process for the squads heading to the echoing tower. Whispers of awe and reverence spread like wildfire, and all eyes remained fixed on Commander Bia as she prepared to address the crowd. Meanwhile, while Felix was demonstrating the same shocked reaction as his peers, in reality, it stemmed from a different origin. Are my eyes playing a trick on me, or is that Bia, the vibration primogenitor? Lord Loki exclaimed with widened eyes in disbelief, an expression that was shared by most of the tenants as none of them dared to believe what their eyes existed feeding them. Who could blame them? Goddess Bia, the vibration primogenitor, was proclaimed dead given that the dawn of time. How? Wasn't she proclaimed dead by Lord Osiris? Cyclops' massive single eye widened to the limit as he gazed at the vibration primogenitor. Even though most of the primogenitors weren't even born yet when primogenitor Bia had disappeared, all of them believed that she had died since her death string had been cut off. This was confirmed news by Lord Osiris, the primogenitor of death. I always knew there was something fishy about her disappearance, Lady Sphinx remarked with a solemn tone. If she was any primogenitor, I would understand her early death, but as the controller of vibration, it shouldn't have been possible for anything to take her down. Suicide is out of the picture when her disappearance occurred at the very beginning of time. Thor added. The rest of the tenants all felt the same. In their eyes, her death was considered one of the many mysteries in the universe, and it always bothered them. They knew that many primogenitors ended up dead in their early days due to their strength and intelligence still being in their infancy stages. However, as one of the first ever born primogenitors, accompanying Lord Zervan, Lord Osiris, and the rest of the lords, her death should have been near impossible. Alas, a confirmation from Lord Osiris was a death sentence. Was she living here all that time? What drove her to do this? How can she still be alive when her death string was cut off? Does being in the quantum realm affect one's life/death status in the matter universe? How come she is the commander of the royal guards? Isn't she considered a foreigner? A barrage of questions left Thor's mouth as he tried his best to make sense of the situation. Alas, the primogenitor Bia was the only one capable of answering such questions. At the moment, she was too busy with addressing the mercenaries. Her voice was clear and commanding, echoing through the training grounds. "I prefer simplicity and clarity in all matters," she uttered, her gaze sweeping across the faces before her. "Currently, the royal family is seeking 10 warriors to embark on a mission of great importance. The selection process will be direct and to the point." Even her voice matched the primogenitor of vibration. They knew this because Lord Osiris had shown them her appearance and voice before her disappearance. "Your task is straightforward. Demonstrate your strength and abilities by facing my second in command, Dankin. Those who manage to touch him will be selected immediately. The rest will be judged based on the overall merit of their performance." As she spoke, Dankin stepped forward, his indifferent eyes scanning the crowd with an unbothered glint. He was releasing silver-colored visible vibrations from his armor, which entailed his status of being below only the royal family. Without a word spoken, he took a step forward and phased out of existence. When he emerged, he was already standing in the center of the largest arena in the training ground. Suddenly, a small figure stepped forward from the crowd, barely reaching the knees of the surrounding mercenaries. His translucent body shimmered with shades of red and blue, illuminated from within by bioluminescent light that pulsed gently. "So, who among us will take the first step against Dankin?" he said, his voice as high-pitched as a dog's whistle. Yet, despite his diminutive size and funny voice, no one dared to mock or disrespect him. That's because he was of the elusive and powerful race, the dimensional planktons. This race was quite dreaded in the quantum realm due to its ability to sense quantum fluctuations and manipulate space. But, most importantly, he was respected because he was Plix, the leader of the infamous high-ranked mercenary squad called the Quantum Divers. His entire squad was here with him, having his back. "Didn't you listen?" Dankin was the one answering him with a nonchalant voice. "Our commander likes to keep things simple and straightforward, without needing to say much." Everyone narrowed their eyes coldly after realizing that the commander desired them to come all at once to Dankin. There were hundreds of them filling the place. Yet, the passing condition was merely touching Dankin once. "Dankin, we have heard about your legendary stories and legacies," Plix remarked with a hint of threat in his voice. "Still, are you sure you want all of us to come at once?" Dankin gestured provocatively for them to come with his index finger. His expression remained unchanged. The mercenaries gazed at each other in silence, seemingly hesitant to be the first to make a move. Although there were hundreds of them, they recognized that their chances of defeating Dankin were slim to none. As the right arm to the commander, he was well known across the empire with his own legendary stories. He fought against an army of Chaosians toe-to-toe and survived to tell the tale. Thus, even when the condition was merely touching him, everyone decided to play it safe and wait for their peers to weaken him and hopefully result in an opening in his defenses. Just like that, one man stood with a straight back while surrounded by hundreds of mercenaries for more than half a minute, no one daring to take a step forward. "By the way, you have 5 minutes. Commander Bia pressured them with a firm tone. From her voice alone, everyone understood that if the duration ended and no one made a move, she might not bother to pick anyone for the mission. After all, those mercenaries were nothing but extra assistants, or one could say cannon fodders, not an important asset. "Boys, let's show them how it's done," Plix uttered coldly, his high-pitched voice making him seem more adorable than threatening. His squad stepped forward without an ounce of hesitation. It consisted of 3 additional members. Scylla, a female Vibraniction with blue hair and eyes sparkling with an intensity that matched her vibrant aura. Next to her stood a tall and lean chronophage male who bore a serene expression. His skin had a unique gauzy quality, through which one could see the faint ticking of countless tiny clocks, his essence a literal embodiment of time. His name was Kronos and belonged to the mysterious tribe of chronophages, a small tribe that was under the protection of the Viburnix Empire. They might be protected, but this didn't take away from their strength, as they were one of the few races capable of bending time in the quantum realm. Lastly, there stood Fauna, a male Luminoan whose long, luminous purple and white hair flowed down his back, lighting up the space around him. He resembled Felix greatly besides the shape of his tattoos and the color scheme of his hair and eyes. Obviously, they weren't the only Luminoans in the area, as there were tens of them, which almost made Felix seem invisible. Together, the quantum divers approached Danker, a confident stride in their steps. The squad positioned themselves around Danker in a square formation. The rest of the mercenaries remained in their positions, but their senses were sharpened to the limit, planning to strike at the first opportunity. Slam! Kronos forcefully slammed his palm onto the ground, causing his veins, etched with intricate clock inscriptions, to surge forward without delay. These veins were from his own body, and he could control them to twist and turn through spacetime itself, making evasion a challenge of near impossibility. As they wrapped around Dankin's limbs, the air around him thickened, and time stretched, significantly slowing his movements. Plix seized the moment. With a flick of his wrist, a spatial bullet burst forth, aiming straight for Dankin's chest. The mercenaries' pupils thinned out in focus, seemingly planning to collectively strike the instant the bullet landed on Dankin. Yet, as it neared, Dankin's detached gaze swept left, and then the bullet mysteriously halted mid-flight, suspended before Dankin's unimpressed gaze. Before anyone could make a sound, Dankin voiced calmly, "Switch!" In an instant, the bullet and Vane's positions were reversed, now targeting Scylla. The sudden shift caught her off guard, her eyes widening in shock as she found herself the new focus of her partner's temporal bindings and the impending spatial bullet, now mere inches from her face. Yet this wasn't Scylla's first rodeo. In almost an instant, her body began to vibrate at an increasing frequency, a soft hum filling the air around her. As her vibrations intensified, Scylla became a blur, her form shimmering as if she was dissolving into the air. With the crowd holding its breath, Scylla achieved perfect resonance with the space-time frequency. In the last nanosecond, before the spatial bullet could make contact, she phased out of the perceivable space-time continuum. The bullet, robbed of its target, passed harmlessly through the space she had occupied moments before, striking nothing but air. As Scylla re-emerged into visibility, a murmur of awe rippled through the onlookers. She had demonstrated a masterful understanding of her innate vibration manipulation, while at the same showing that her instincts weren't for show. Not bad. Commander Bia, observing the maneuver, gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of her skill. This head nod alone was enough to secure Scylla's spot in the escorting squad, which made the rest of the mercenaries somewhat restless. In their eyes, they didn't even need to touch Dankin, and all they could do was receive Commander Bia's approval after showing off their capabilities. Without making a move, it would be nearly impossible to show off. Thus, before the Quantum Divers squad could finish what they had started, tens of other squads joined the battleground with powerful projectiles directed at Dankin. "Pull back!" Plix swiftly ordered a retreat when he noticed the mercenaries' feverish look. He understood that being near Dankin at this moment was a death sentence. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! As expected, the area around Dankin was showered with all sorts of abilities. Some attacks twisted space, making the ground look like a funhouse mirror. Some were messing with time, making it nearly impossible to have a balanced time pace. There were even a few mercenaries of the race that Apollo disguised himself as. The males were utilizing light abilities while the females used darkness abilities. Then, there were the attacks that made no sense, with colors and lights flying everywhere and vibrations that made the air buzz like giant bees. He is something else. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus as he stayed at the far back with Apollo, avoiding the heart of the battlefield. They watched as Dankin dodged and weaved through all of it like he was part of some high-stakes dance competition. "He can alter reality so naturally," I don't even notice him manipulating quantum energy. Felix commentated. If this is the strength of a mere high-ranked guard, what about Commander Bia? What about the royal family and their emperor Quantix Prime? They owned the realm alongside Chaosians for a reason. Apollo wasn't too surprised. Some of them have been manipulating vibrations for billions of years without dying. They have already mastered whatever there was to master. Although Felix was a uni-jinn, he understood that he wasn't in his home ground anymore. Right now, Dankin was demonstrating what it meant to be one of the strongest in the realm. Even when hundreds of mercenaries were giving it all to finish him off, none of them managed to touch his armor. With the ability to alter reality, he could easily gain control over all the available laws in the realm. This made it impossible for the mercenaries to land a strike on him when he could just cancel it with a snap of a finger or worse, use it as a counterattack against one of them. Is that all you got? Dankin taunted coldly, as he slapped a spatial blade into the direction of the largest gathering of mercenaries, forcing them to evade with horror painted on their faces. You're gonna have to do better than that if you desire to accompany us. Damn it! We have to change our approach. The mercenaries weren't happy with his taunts or their constant failures. So, Plix reached out to the leaders of their respective squads and convinced them to work together. This changed the whole dynamic of the battlefield. Now, the attacks were coordinated, and this helped the mercenaries move freely without worrying about getting hit by friendly fire. Alas, while this had improved their battles a bit, it still didn't change anything. Dankin was as invincible as ever. This kind of invincibility made Felix feel some dread in his heart. He wasn't bothered by Danker, but by the notion that Uranus would have this kind of power here. This made him realize that he needed to master quantum energy manipulation swiftly. While he could utilize his evil energy to corrupt it and gain control of it, he was still struggling to manipulate the vibrational strings within it to turn into liquid, electricity, and other quantum laws. After all, he still needed to find the right frequencies for those laws to emerge from quantum energy. While it wasn't as hard as finding the quantum energy's frequency, it would take a significant amount of time to learn. Do you think it's possible to reach out to Primogenitor Bia and ask for her assistance through using familiarity? Candace tried to help him. It's too risky. Felix shook his head. She might be a primogenitor, but she has disappeared before she could meet the majority. Only Lord Osiris and Lord Zervan had some interactions with her. In other words, Felix would be nothing more but a stranger to her. In fact, he would be a dangerous stranger to her life here since he was from the Matter universe. As long as they had no idea about her reason for coming down here, it was too risky to make contact. What about you, Lord Marduk? Candace didn't give up. I never met her once in my life. Lord Marduk shattered her hopes. I will ask Apollo following the end of the trials. Felix added after noticing that time was running thin. What's the plan? Felix turned to Apollo. He had analyzed enough to make him understand that if they wanted to secure their spots, they had to stand out. He didn't want to do this since it would force him to demonstrate things that might expose him. The hero should never make the first move. Let your gracious sidekick handle it. Apollo gave him a faint, confident smirk. I will qualify us both. Before Felix might respond, Apollo strolled onto the battlefield with his hands casually tucked into his pockets like he was going to enter a public bathhouse. Usually, when someone stared at the back of his partner, he might feel a sense of reliability and safety. But in this instant, all Felix felt was dread. Why do I have a feeling this fucker will make things worse? He thought inwardly. Who is he? Apollo's casual walk across the battlefield had attracted Commander Bia and her subordinates. It wasn't just his calm that drew their eyes, but also the way he was avoiding the chaos with minimum effort, making him seem like he was an orchestra conductor and the battlefield was his auditorium. The moment Apollo arrived at the heart of the battlefield, he raised a single finger toward the sky, and a white, luminous sphere began to take shape above him. The moon-like sphere glowed softly, but its presence was too dominating. It drew everyone's attention to it. What is this? Plix frowned. Is this a new ability from a Gleamkin? Kronos asked with a serious expression. Does anyone know him? He is a nobody. Tisk. The rest of the mercenaries momentarily halted their barrage of attacks as they gazed into the luminous giant sphere. Apollo's reputation as a mercenary was slim to none, since he spent most of his time profound in brothels and parties. This made the mercenaries have no faith in him. Suddenly, Apollo snapped his fingers, and the sphere began to dim. The light retreated until only a slender crescent of light remained, which hung in the sky like a celestial sign. Darkness. He is a dual attunement gleamkin. This sight alone left everyone stunned. Even Commander Bia and Dankin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Their reaction was understandable when Apollo's chosen race was known for having males controlling light and females controlling darkness. However, once in a million, a prodigy was born with a dual attunement that allowed him to control both elements. This news excited the mercenaries as it made them understand that Apollo was not a weakling and might help them tip the scale in their favor. He might have a chance to touch Dankin. Follow his lead. Alas, before they could plan to jump on his bandwagon and get carried, Apollo snapped his finger. In a brilliant flash of light, the crescent marked everyone who gazed at it with an otherworldly glow on their foreheads. Then, there was no then. Silence fell upon the noisy battlefield at last as no one spoke or moved. They were transformed into standing zombies, completely subdued by the mysterious power of the crescent light. Even Commander Bia and her squad found themselves caught in this unexpected trance. Their wills sapped, leaving them at the mercy of the silent figure who had turned the tide of battle without wielding a single weapon. You. Maybe you too. Stay behind. The rest. Apollo clapped his hands twice with a nonchalant attitude. You may return home. The moment the command was given, the chosen mercenaries remained in their positions while the unfortunate ones turned around and headed collectively towards the training ground's main gate, resembling walking undead. In a short moment, 10 mercenaries were left behind, including Felix. I guess this should do it? Apollo waved his hand casually and the giant crescent moon disappeared into particles. Then he walked back to Felix. After the crescent disappeared, the glowing mark on everyone's forehead was erased. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the crescent ability that had held everyone in a trance was abruptly cancelled. The once mind-controlled mercenaries, Felix, Commander Bia, and Dankin suddenly snapped back to reality. Their expressions a mix of confusion, relief, and lingering fear. What in the world just happened? Felix rubbed his forehead, the crescent mark fading but the memory of the trance still vivid. He always knew that behind the mask of perviness and cowardice, Apollo was a fearsome unijin due to his two extraordinary laws. But still, to have an ability powerful enough to hypnotize even him, the paragon of sins? It was uncanny. Commander Bia, quick to regain her composure, scanned her surroundings, her squad slowly coming to their senses. Explain yourself. Her voice was firm, but the slight tremor bared her concern. She had never expected to fall for a mercenary ability, and this made her heart skip a beat. I am sorry about that, you had to suffer by proxy. Apollo shrugged his shoulders. If it makes you feel better, I have saved you the time and chosen the best 10 mercenaries for your mission. When the remaining mercenaries heard this, they didn't know if they should feel scared or excited to have them picked in this manner. Who is this monster? Plix murmured with a tingle of dread in his voice as he gazed at the nonchalant Apollo. While he was glad that his entire squad was chosen to stay behind, the idea of being mind-controlled without him realizing it didn't sit well with him. No one felt like this more than Dankin, who also became a victim of the hypnotize without the ability to break past it. He was absolutely livid at such a humiliation. Who could blame him? He went from an invincible monster who couldn't be touched by hundreds of mercenaries, to a controlled puppet under Apollo's will. What's worse, it happened before his commander and squadmates. His pride as the second in command Royal Guard would never let it slide. How dare you mess with our commander's trials? Dankin uttered with a suppressed cold voice while his entire body kept releasing powerful vibrational waves. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled and cracked while the atmosphere seemed to bend against its will with each step he took toward Apollo. Ayo, relax little buddy. I just wanted to save you guys some time since your commander is such a fan of straightforwardness. Apollo hid behind Felix while defending his approach. Ask her. Those 10 mercenaries are the ones on her radar. Just as Dankin was about to respond, Commander Bia ordered with a stern tone, Dankin, that's enough. Dankin's steps halted immediately, seemingly unable to go against his commander's orders regardless of his emotions. With an icy glare, he walked back to his post. You, what's your name? Commander Bia inquired. Apollo walked into the limelight and subtly flirted. In a world of shadows, Madam Bia, you're the kind of light I've been searching for. I'm Balo, at your service and, hopefully, at your side. Ah, we are so fucking cooked. Felix felt his life flash before his eyes every time this idiot used his bogus name. Now that he uttered it while demonstrating his ability to control both light and darkness, even a moron would connect the dots if they were looking for him. Yet, the fucker was still in the mood to flirt with the commander. Fortunately, it seemed as if Commander Bia had no clue about his identity. I have never heard of you. What territory were you most active in? Commander Bia asked with narrowed eyes, unirked by his shameless flirting attempt. I am a nomad mercenary. I do not operate in any specific territory. I just follow wherever life takes me. Apollo winked. It has brought me here. Dare I say, fate. Can you fucking stop flirting with her? Don't you identify her to be the primogenitor of vibration? She might recognize us if you keep spewing bullshit. Felix swore in anger. He thought that Apollo would have known a bit about primogenitor Bia's situation, but from his interaction, he was certain that he had no clue about her real identity. As he expected, Apollo was left surprised. Are you for real? She is a primogenitor. How can you not know about her? Weren't you part of the primogenitor's creation? What part? That's all on the 3 rulers. Apollo shook his head. Me personally, I didn't care about the primogenitors until they started fighting each other. Plus, I have been a frequent visitor to the quantum realm during the old times. That explains a lot. Felix frowned. He realized that with primogenitor Bia's early departure from the matter universe, Apollo wasn't given enough time to learn about her. Since he focused most of his time on parties and entertainment, he had no real reason to shove his nose in primogenitor Bia's business in the city. Thus, this was the first time he ever saw primogenitor Bia. Nomad mercenary, how convenient. Dankin sneered, knowing that something was fishy about him. That's enough, Dankin. Commander Bia didn't want to remain on this subject for long, as this wasn't the right moment for a thorough examination. She gazed at the chosen mercenaries and gave Apollo a slight nod in appreciation. Indeed, you have filtered out the best ones. Wait, it worked. Before Felix could feel delighted about passing the trial without moving a finger, Commander Bia switched her focus to him and said calmly, Unfortunately, I don't do favors. Plix and the rest of the mercenaries snickered in ridicule after they realized that Apollo wanted to sneak his partner into the mission without putting any effort. He is my precious partner, and I cannot operate at full capacity without him in my corner. Apollo gave out an ultimate with a stern tone. So if he goes, I go. In Apollo's eyes, after he demonstrates strength, he should be considered a valuable asset to the mission, since he even placed the commander under his control. Such a fighter would be a must-have for the echoing tower. Alas, his foolish attempt to twist her arms fell flat on its face. All right then, I guess we will be taking 8 with us. Commander Bia clapped her hands twice as she announced, Congratulations, you have 2 days to prepare for the journey. Gather here at 9 o'clock sharp. Apollo was left staring at Commander Bia speechlessly. Before he could react, he felt 2 murderous eyes bore a hole at the side of his face, making him gulp out in dread. Cough. Give me a moment. I will salvage it. All I want you to do is to shut the fuck up and stand in the corner. Felix ordered him with a vexed gaze. I will fix your mess. His gut feeling had already warned him that Apollo would just make things worse, and he didn't do anything to stop him. Now he was paying the price dearly. Commander Bia, my apologies for my partner's disrespectful and unruly behavior. Felix walked forward and bowed his head respectfully. I need to clarify that he does not speak for me, nor have I asked him. I still wish for a chance to join the mission. I am afraid there is nothing more to test. Commander Bia shook her head. It's meaningless to repeat the process, and I have no interest in testing you alone. It's too late, Dankin added with a stone face. Commander's word is final. Now, beat it. Felix's expression turned a bit gloomy at her rejection. He understood that the only way to secure another chance was to resort to cheap tricks. Knowing that his options were killed off by Apollo's idiotic ultimatum, he didn't hesitate to give it a go. What if I defeated your second in command? Before this shocking and ludicrous could register in their minds, Felix added calmly, Solo. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha dot ha 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 ha. Ho ho ho. A series of mocking laughter thundered the training ground as both mercenaries and royal guards felt like they had heard the funniest joke in their lives. And a ranked Luminoan defeating Dankin solo? Shit, they would have laughed their ass off if he stated he could touch him alone. A challenge that hundreds of mercenaries failed in. The only ones not laughing were Commander Bia and Dankin. While Commander Bia was too stern and professional to mock anyone, Dankin felt like he was being humiliated merely by the premise. Is this a joke to you? Dankin uttered with a murderous gaze. Do you take me lightly after your partner pulled a fast one on me? Of course not. Felix replied, his eyes remaining unfazed. I am sure I can't defeat you if you use your full strength. So my only condition is that you don't use quantum energy. Quantum energy? Dankin sneered. Assuming you can accept me down without quantum energy? You've got big guts, I give you that. Dankin didn't feel an ounce of threat with Felix's condition, as he was more than confident in his capability to shatter Felix into pieces purely using his vibration manipulation. I guess we have to give it a try? Or are you scared? Felix taunted as he took on a battle stance with a serious expression. Dankin chuckled for a moment before he gazed back at Commander Bia, seemingly asking her for permission to take him on and teach him a lesson. Commander Bia glanced at Felix's face for a moment, feeling a hint of dread creeping up her spine like she was staring at a slumbering monster. Is it them? She thought to herself as a recent unfavorable memory resurfaced in her mind. However, she shook those memories away and focused back on the arena. There is only one way to discover out. Fine, I will entertain you. Dankin smiled coldly after receiving a head nod from Commander Bia. Is this really happening? Plix remarked in surprise while he walked out of the arena with his squad and the rest of the mercenaries. I can't believe someone will be stupid enough to hand himself on a silver plate to an enraged royal guard. Silas sighed sympathetically. He is most definitely going to vent through him. Her assumption was correct. Dankin wanted nothing more but to establish his dominance again after his humbling defeat under Apollo. What better way than to break Apollo's partner into pieces, helping him hit two birds with one rock. Fighting F. Cough gone. I am rooting for you. Apollo cheered from the sidelines, making Felix's irritation grow even more. Who could blame him? He didn't just create the situation worse, he humiliated a royal guard and sent him for collection. Let's observe if you can keep up, Dankin challenged. A cold smile played on his lips as he began to subtly manipulate the vibrations around him, causing the ground to hum with unseen energy. Felix, with a confidence born of countless battles, simply nodded. Without another word, he extended both of his hands to the side and slashed them up with his fingernails. The cuts were deep and deliberate, causing a unique green blood to flow freely from the long wounds. The color of the blood didn't alarm anyone as it was a known fact that L'Union had green liquid within them. Felix was forced to alter it from red to green through his envy laws for the sake of his disguise. Since the concept of blood didn't exist in the quantum realm, it was considered nothing but a quantum liquid vital for the L'Union's survival. Thus, the sight was quite shocking, eliciting gasps and cries of alarm from those nearby, especially the Luminoan fauna. Has he gone mad? Our liquid of vitality is the same as the Vibranoxian's cores. You can't live without it. But before anyone else could react further, the spilled blood began to move as if alive, coalescing in midair. With a flick of his wrists, Felix manipulated the blood with uncanny precision, transforming it into two lethal daggers, their edges razor-sharp and gleaming with a sinister light. Then, with a further twist of his intent, the daggers were connected by a chain, also forged from his hardened blood, creating a deadly weapon. "Shall we start?" he asked with a stone-cold face. The moment Dankin gestured his readiness with an indifferent expression, Felix wasted no time and bolted towards him, his chained daggers trailing behind him like vipers poised to strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he neared, Felix executed a flawless spin and hurled the daggers straight for Dankin's throat. The air hissed as the blades cut through it, aimed with lethal precision. What a waste of time! Dankin extended his palm forward and unleashed a powerful burst of vibrational energy. The shockwave met the flying daggers mid-air, halting their deadly advance and causing them to hover momentarily before they could reach their target. Unfazed, Felix recalled the daggers back to his hands with a sharp tag, only to launch them once more. This time, he swung them from both sides, creating a deadly arc aimed to ensnare Dankin from two directions simultaneously. As the daggers closed in, Dankin took a step forward and phased out of existence, causing the daggers to smash against each other with a loud clanging noise. "You must be regretting your decision," Dankin disclosed coldly as he continued walking towards Felix under his constant assault. Yet nothing landed on him. His phasing technique was just bulletproof since it matched his body's frequency with the spacetime of a parallel universe, which was the same as taking interdimensional steps. "You are powerful, but your partner has no idea what he is stepping himself into." Plix addressed Apollo from a short distance with an inviting tone. "How about you ditch him and join our squad? We are in need of a gleamkin. If you had any cuties in your team, I might have considered it." Apollo rolled his eyes and started ignoring him. "TSK, after your boy gets used as a rag, you will come back begging to join my squad." Plix sneered to himself. Meanwhile, the battle wasn't going in Felix's favor at all. Even when he had gotten rid of quantum energy manipulation, Dankin was still a formidable opponent. His control over vibration was to perfection. If he had to be compared to Felix in the spirit realm, there would be a massive gap between them. If it wasn't for the capital city banning any disturbances that might affect spacetime destructively, Dankin would have easily vanquished everyone in the training ground with a single vibrational punch. But the same goes for Felix. If it was possible to apply spiritual pressure on quantum realm beings, he would have already owned the place even during his punishment. Alas, spiritual pressure could be effectively applied only to beings with spirits and souls, hence the name. The quantum realm creatures were all born out of quantum energy. While they seemed alive and had a breath to them, they didn't possess spirits in the general sense. That's why the spirit realm didn't have a single wandering spirit belonging to the quantum realm. Felix was told by Apollo that the quantum realm's creatures could live for eternity. The only way for them to die was if their body got destroyed beyond repair. Even then, their bodies would merely break into quantum energy and return to the realm's ecosystem, awaiting the day of their birth. As for some of the quantum realm creatures being able to reproduce on their own, he said there were mere theories on this matter and nothing confirmed yet. "This is becoming tedious. I was hoping for a more challenging experience from you." Meanwhile, Dankin finally grew tired of the cat-and-mouse competition after skillfully dodging another of Felix's relentless attacks. "Let's end this farce." With a cold gaze that seemed to freeze the very air, he cracked his knuckles and then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind Felix with such speed that it bordered on the supernatural. Without hesitation, Dankin threw a punch towards Felix's back, aiming to end the duel with a single, killer blow. However, Felix demonstrated his own remarkable agility by rolling forward at the last moment, narrowly escaping the attack. Still facing away from Dankin, Felix swung his chain daggers backward, hoping for a quick counterattack. Alas, Dankin caught the chains effortlessly, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he sent a powerful vibrational burst along them, straight towards Felix. The move forced Felix to release the chains, lest he be overwhelmed by the attack. Yet, Felix was far from defeated. With a swift motion of his finger, The chains turned liquid, snaking towards Dankin in an attempt to envelop him completely. Crystallize, Felix blurted, preparing to solidify the liquid chains into an unbreakable prison around Dankin. But Dankin was already steps ahead. Useless attempt. With a concentrated effort, he unleashed a vibrational shockwave so powerful, it not only repelled the liquid assault, but also caused the training ground itself to crack under sheer force. Before anyone could react, Dankin charged back at Felix and unleashed a barrage of condensed vibrational projectiles. This forced Felix to use whatever it took to evade and defend the projectiles, creating a fascinating dance that mesmerized the viewers. I have to say, he is quite a good fighter. His footings are masterful works of art. Where did he learn to move this way? I didn't expect Dankin to fail to land a single assault on him. Haha. Dankin, are you planning to keep taking LS for the entire day? A discussion broke amidst the royal guards gathering behind Commander Bia as everyone seemed quite impressed with Felix's fighting skills. They knew that while Dankin hadn't gone all out, still, making his life difficult wasn't an easy task in the slightest. Meanwhile, Commander Bia, who had been watching the duel intently, neither displayed a positive nor a negative reaction. Deep thoughts seemed brewing in her mind as she gazed at Felix's fighting style. Is it them or not? His fighting style is more in attune with Luminoans. He hasn't used a single ability that was shown by him. Was my intentions wrong? Commander Bia frowned. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to get anything from this, she reached out to Dankin and ordered him to go harder. Your wish is my command. Dankin's expression turned colder as he halted his projectile barrage. When he stopped, Felix did a back somersault and landed in a battle position, his eyes affixed on his opponent. The entire area around him was utterly ruined, yet not a single scratch was seen on his lemurious skin. Seeing the change in Dankin's expression made Felix understand that he was about to go all out for real this time. It seems I can't defeat him purely with my blood abilities. Felix also decided to change his approach as he had no interest in prolonging this battle any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, Dankin brought his hands together for a shockwave clap. This was no ordinary clap as its power resonated with a high-frequency design specifically to target the sensory hearing of anyone within its range. The effect was instantaneous and brutal as Felix found himself dropping to one knee, hands desperately clutching his ears in a futile attempt to block out the agonizing sound. Oh fuck! What did we do? Ah! My brain! Chrono, slow the time. Even the mercenaries ended up on the floor and desperately attempting to block the frequencies from frying their brains off. Unbothered by the external causalities, Dankin seized the moment and performed a seismic stomp, channeling all his vibrational energy into the ground. The shockwave traveled rapidly, gaining momentum before erupting in an explosion directly beneath Felix. Boom! The force of the explosion sent Felix soaring into the sky with minimum control over his body. As Felix ascended, Dankin was already in motion, his arms transforming into deadly sonic blades. He disappeared with precision and reappeared before Felix in an instant, ready to deliver a devastating scissor technique that aimed to slice his opponent in two. The crowd held its breath, the silence punctuated only by the hum of Dankin's sonic blades. Well, that was quick. What a nasty combo. Dankin stopped messing around. Is he going for the kill? He sure is pissed. It seemed a conclusive end to the violent battle as the royal guards were already planning to leave the training ground. But, in a twist that left every spectator's heart skipping a beat, Felix's form turned illusionary at the very last moment, causing the sonic blades to slice through nothing. A stunned silence engulfed the training ground at the sight of the sonic blades connecting, leaving even Dankin with widened eyes in disbelief. Huh? Did he just phase out? Impossible. The stunned silence was followed by a collective reaction of disbelief at the notion of a Luminoan possessing dual attunement. Their reaction was understandable since dual attunement for a Luminoan was even rarer than a Gleamkin being born with the possibility to manipulate both light and darkness. At least, that race was able to utilize only two laws. But Luminoans could be born with attunement to every law in the quantum realm. For one to be born with two was a celebratory event. Alas, Dankin was in no place to think about his misfortune of meeting someone rarer than a unicorn in the realm. Before he could recover from his shock, the green blood lying on the ground from before turned into chains and snaked tightly around his form with an unyielding grip. The pointed ends of the daggers found their way to his temples, making it clear to all that he had him at his mercy. The arena, filled with the sounds of battle just moments ago, was now eerily silent, every eye fixed on Felix's form that phased back into existence with his hands holding the chains. "Is this enough to join the mission?" he uttered calmly as he gazed at Commander Bia's slightly dazed expression, completely ignoring the tightened-up Dankin in front of him. This isn't over." With a livid expression, Dankin immediately phased out of Felix's bindings and attempted to strike him with a powerful vibrational punch capable of shattering spacetime. A forbidden technique within the city's boundaries. Felix, expecting such a reaction, was already in the process of phasing out again to evade the strike. "That's enough." However, before the punch could even cross 1 meter, Commander Bia's stern shout sent a shockwave that landed against the punch and canceled its vibrations, which turned it into a normal punch. Felix was able to catch it easily with his hand. "Maybe I was too soft on you." Felix's expression turned colder as he pulled Dankin to him and returned the favor by connecting a fist with his nose. Arg! Dankin was hurled into the distance while catching his nose in pain. "I said, that's enough." This time, Commander Bia's authoritative voice reverberated into everyone's ears, forcing them all to fall to their knees like their own bodily vibrations were forcing them to listen. Even Felix and Apollo fell victim to such an ability and found themselves unable to fight against it. What a demanding ability! Lady Sphinx frowned, noticing Felix's entire body vibrated at a cellular level. It was like she took control of everyone's strings that created them and controlled their behavior through them. "She is too dangerous." Felix wasn't pleased in the slightest by being controlled, but all he could do was lower his head and be obedient like the rest. At the end of the day, he was a mere Luminoan and he had to act like one. After a moment of silence, Commander Bia canceled her control and freed everyone. Then, she turned around and walked away. While she didn't announce Felix's victory, it was clear that he was accepted into the team with Apollo. "Don't be late," Royal Guard Sarah warned everyone for Commander Bia before following after her. She stood out with her striking silver-colored hair that flowed down her back in soft waves, shimmering with a luster that seemed to reflect the very essence of her vibrational energy. Since the Vibraniction were created out of vibration and were separated merely through gender and color, she resembled Dankin's twin. "Dankin, let's go," she yelled from a distance after noticing that he hadn't followed them. Dankin ignored her and kept staring daggers at Felix while still clutching his deformed nose. Unfazed, Felix kept gazing back at him with an indifferent expression. He had held his grounds against a third ruler. If he was intimidated by a mere nobody in the grand scheme of the universe, he should resign his title as the paragon of sins. "I will recall this." With one last defeated icy remark, Dankin phased out of existence, and when he reappeared, he was behind his squad. "If only I had my control over Pride Sin," Felix murmured. "I would have helped him with tuning it out a bit to save him from an early death." After the mercenary trials ended, Felix and Apollo booked a room in a fancy hotel, waiting there until the start of the mission. With Felix having a valid identity now, no one could reject them. Unbeknownst to them, Commander Bia was on to their disguise regardless of the effort put in to maintain it. To be honest, only Felix was putting in the effort as Apollo acted the same as always. Even his name was pronounced somewhat the same. At this moment, she could be seen gazing out into the night. Her thoughts spiraled around their enigmatic figures. Could it truly be? Were Gon and Balo more than they appear? She mulled over every encounter, every battle where they had demonstrated their prowess. Felix's rare dual attunement, and Apollo's dance between light and shadow, which spectacles that defied explanation. Their abilities were not just rare, they were unprecedented. If it wasn't for the information bestowed upon her, she would have merely appreciated their talents and placed the matter to rest. Her fingers traced the rim of her teacup as she was deep in thought. Their personalities, too, they somewhat matched the description even when Gon tried his best to change his attitude. With each sip of tea, Bia felt the weight of responsibility weighing down on her shoulders. A responsibility placed by the most despised enemy in her eternal life. Uranus, what does he want from them? Can I use this to my advantage? She contemplated with a solemn tone as memories of what occurred in the past week resurfaced in her mind. Flashback. 1 week earlier. Uranus's form could be seen reconstructing from vibrational waves somewhere random outside of the city. He had just departed from Zephyr's brothel in quite a bad mood. I have no time to waste on such a mindless search. This is her territory. She would be more fit to find them if they were hiding here. Uranus narrowed his eyes coldly as he looked at the massive palace in the distance. Meanwhile, Commander Bia was in her private quarters, reviewing the echoing tower's floors and strategizing her next move, when an unexpected and uninvited presence filled her mind. A presence she knew all too well but never wished to encounter again. The unmistakable mark of Uranus reaching out to her. Then, a voice, as vast as the quantum realm, echoed in her mind. Bia, you have had your fun, but it's time we meet. Outside the city's premises. Now. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. The word struck her like a physical blow, sending a wave of fear crashing over her, followed by a shock so potent it left her reeling in her chair. A tint of hatred, long buried under layers of sternness, bubbled to the surface. She had wished this day would never come, hoped that her new life would keep her hidden from the prying eyes of gods and their whims. Ignore this message at your own risk, Bia. The voice continued, its tone hardening. I've allowed you to have your peace, your little hideaway. But make no mistake, I've always known where you are. Ignore me, and I have no qualms about finishing what I started. The threat was clear, its implications chilling, making Commander Bia feel her hands clench into fists, her nails digging into her palms. The audacity of Uranus, to come now, to threaten her after all this time. With a steely resolve, she whispered back, her voice a mix of defiance and wariness. I am not as weak as before. You don't own me, and you will never do ever again. The silence that followed was suffocating, leaving Commander Bia's heartbeats to reverberate across the chamber. Finally, Uranus replied, his tone as cold as ever. Is this how you address your husband? I knew that I had been too soft on you. You are no husband of mine, you monster. Commander Bia lost her cool the moment she heard the husband term. Her voice shattered all the furniture in the chamber. If one knew what Uranus had placed her through during the old time, her reaction would still be underplaying it. Bia, I am not here to argue with you. Uranus threatened one last time with an icy voice. I need you for a task. Meet me at the provided location. Otherwise, your strength, your little royal family that you're relying on, none will be of use against my wrath. Bia's mind raced. The implications of Uranus's threat and the sudden vulnerability of her position struck her hard. She knew full well just how powerful and horrifying Uranus could be when angered. The fact they were in the quantum realm wasn't in her favor at all when he was the true and only deity of vibration. To confront a god was foolery, yet to hide was to live in fear of the inevitable. With a heavy heart, she made her decision, understanding that her options were non-existent. Fine. I will meet you, Uranus. Don't leave me waiting, wife. Uranus snorted in ridicule, like the contemplated of someone worthy of being his wife was a joke on its own. As the presence of Uranus receded, Commander Bia was left to stare at the colorful sky with a deadpan expression. She felt as if her soul had returned to those horrible times, a period she wished nothing more but to erase from her memory. A few moments later, under the cloak of dim quantum lights, Commander Bia made her way to the designated meeting spot outside the city's premises. After she arrived, the figure of Uranus materialized before her, his presence as imposing as ever. You've come, Uranus's voice boomed, breaking the silence around them. "You've made it clear I have little choice in the matter," Bia replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil that stirred within her. Uranus's gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, focusing intently on Commander Bia, making her feel like a predator was staring at her. Not known for wasting time, Uranus neither spoke about the past nor checked on her situation here. He produced a spiritual picture and showed it to Bia with a gesture that demanded her full attention. "This wretched place holds two individuals of interest to me," he said coldly. Bia studied the picture closely, not recognizing either individual. However, she picked up on their identity being from the matter universe. Thus, for them to be able to enter and remain in the quantum realm for a prolonged period implied that they were at least at a unijin level. That's because she was the only primogenitor with the capability to enter the quantum realm without suffering from horrible side effects. The same side effects Lady Sphinx suffered from while entering the quantum realm through shrinking a sand grain and controlling through a wisp. Since the quantum realm didn't support anything related to spirits or souls, only those with powerful souls at levels of unijins could resist the backlash. As for her, she was using her vibration manipulation to avoid the backlash entirely. Uranus wasn't surprised she didn't recognize them. He went on and introduced them in great detail. He told her about Apollo being able to command light and darkness, his playful and pervy personality, also his name and any information that could be used to see through his disguise. When he started talking about Felix and how he could utilize Seven Sins laws, heat laws, void laws, and most likely liquid electromagnetism laws, and even vibration, Commander Bia was left utterly stunned. How can there be a unijin with this many laws under him? Isn't this against the universe order and balance? Commander Bia asked with a dazed expression. She might have left the matter universe at a young age, but she still understood that the universe would never allow a singular being to command this much power. "I am not here to answer questions," Uranus remarked with a hardened gaze. "It will be in your best interest to find them, actively hunt for them. If, upon my return, you have nothing to show, I will take you back with me and finish what I have started." Commander Bia felt chills course down her spine at such a clear threat, leaving no room for negotiation or refusal. Understanding that it would be in her best interest to agree, she nodded with a lowered head, seemingly accepting her fate. "If only you were this obedient, we might not have reached this state." Uranus' voice turned soft as he reached out with his hand, caressing her cheek gently. Commander Bia could only bite her lips tightly until a drip of blood flowed down her chin, holding her boiling hatred and disgust to his touch. While it was gentle, she felt like a piece of dark ice was placed on her cheek. His coldness always showed his true character of being an emotionless monster, who cared about no one but himself. Seeing that she was shaking in her place like she was trying her best not to slap his hand away, Uranus retracted his palm with an indifferent look. "You know how to reach me." The meeting ended as quickly as it had begun, with Uranus disappearing into the ether, leaving Commander Bia alone with her contemplations and disturbed feelings. As she turned to make her way back to the city, her expression was as icy as Uranus' touch. Her mind raced with plans and contingencies. How could she navigate this? How would she protect those under her command from the whims of a god? The answers eluded her at this point. However, after the mercenary trials ended and she was 80% certain about Felix and Apollo's true identities, the answer finally arrived. The echoing tower. "That's my way out of his captivity forever," she murmured as she took a small sip of her tea. Her gaze at the rainbowy quantum lights reflected an untold story of resolve mixed with a tint of madness. Couple of days later, Commander Bia and her squad, accompanied by the chosen mercenaries, stood in front of the dimensional transportation building. It was a fascinating structure towering above them. The building pulsed with energy, humming softly, a sound that echoed in the bones of all who approached. This building had countless gates per floor, each one a portal to a different destination. The gates were marked with symbols and numbers, a complex system of identification that spoke of places both near and unimaginably far. Usually, this building was packed with travelers from all around the quantum realm. But today, it was reserved for Commander Bia's squad. Bia addressed her assembled team, her voice slashing through the air with clarity and purpose. Today, we have been tasked with a mission that shall examine us to our very limits. It's more than just a quest. It's a test of our resolve, our strength, and our unity. We will face unknown dangers, navigate through unfamiliar dimensions, and confront powers that defy our understanding. The mercenaries, veterans of countless battles, remained silent, their faces masks of seriousness. They had seen much in their lifetimes, yet the magnitude of the echoing tower instilled a sense of fear and anticipation. We have been ready for such an opportunity for millions of years, Plix noted with a solemn assuring voice. Have no concern, for we, the quantum divers, shall have your back throughout the entire journey. Likewise, Apollo nodded passionately, making Felix's eyelids twitch. Even though they had signed a contract that forced them to remain with the party and follow Commander Bia's orders, none of them planned on respecting it. That's because the only draw side of voiding the contract was getting blacklisted by the Vibranonxian Empire and get treated as a fugitive. In their case, they were already fugitives. Nods and murmurs of agreement echoed through the group, a tangible sign of their unity and readiness to face whatever lay beyond those gates. Commander Bia nodded in approval. Then let us proceed. With a final look at the towering gates, Bia led her team forward, stepping towards one of the shimmering portals. One by one, the other teams followed. The dimensional transportation building, once buzzing with the voices of the assembled team, fell silent. After a grueling journey that spanned over 2 months, Commander Bia and her squad finally shortened the distance between them and the tower until it appeared as a tiny black dot from a distance. The portal had deposited them in the nearest area possible to the tower, but the final leg of their journey was left to their own devices. This last stretch wasn't easy in the slightest due to the tower's location being situated in an extremely dangerous zone. But, for a team created out of the best in the Vibranonxian Empire, it merely set them back for a short while. Ka-thuum. As Felix and the team approached the echoing tower, a sudden, thunderous heartbeat echoed through the air, reverberating across the vast distances of the desolate landscape that surrounded them. The sound was so deep, so powerful, that it seemed to shake the very ground beneath their feet, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. What was that? Candace exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. What else? Felix answered with a solemn expression. Its heart within the echoing tower. He was already told by Apollo that the echoing tower was called such because of this resounding periodical heartbeat. It was also the main reason why everyone assumed that the stone of reality was the heart of an ancient creature. Ka-thuum. As they got closer to the tower, the thundering heartbeats became louder while the tower started to come into the picture. After a few moments, the tower stood before them, a colossal formation of pitch-black material that absorbed the light around it, giving the impression of a void in the shape of a tower. It resembled a gigantic cylinder with tree-like branches extending everywhere, defying any natural order or pattern. On these branches hung chaotic portals, swirling with colors that seemed out of place. These portals pulsed with an eerie light, as if breathing, synchronized with the heartbeat that had startled them. The entire tower emitted an ominous energy that stirred a primal dread within their hearts. This is no ordinary structure. It's alive somehow. Can you feel it? The dread. It's almost tangible. Felix murmured as he gazed at the tower's magnificence. What are those portals? I thought it had only one entry point, Thor inquired. Felix forwarded the question to Apollo and he responded with, those portals might be connected to the tower, but they don't lead within it. Some of them are portals connected to the millions of quantum mazes across the realm, while some are exit points from the tower. Though these are extremely rare. I see. Felix nodded in understanding while following Commander Bia and the rest to the top of the tower. After a short flight, all of them arrived at the tower's roof. The moment Felix gazed down, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The entire roof was packed with thousands upon thousands of mystical and peculiar creatures. Some were known like the chronographs, Vibranonxian, Luminoans, and Planktons, while some he merely heard about. such as the chronowalkers, nanite swarm, dimensional nomads, corklings, chaosians, and many more. There were 50 major nations across the realm. It was only normal there would be this many powerful and unique races ruling this infinite expanse. Just like they had noticed the gathering, their arrival had unsettled the atmosphere. The corkling's leader, a being of shimmering energy that flickered in and out of visibility, was the first to speak with a friendly and warm tone. "What a surprise, Commander Bia. I didn't expect you to lead the mission." "Long time no see, Magkiar." Commander Bia nodded back respectfully. "We don't know when the tower will teleport next, so we might as well commit our full resources to each journey." "Haha, I couldn't agree more." Virona, the head of the nanite swarm, joined the conversation with a somewhat metallic laughter. Just like his swarm behind him, his body was constructed out of billions of tiny silver wasp-like creatures, making his appearance resemble a magnified version of the little ones. Suddenly, a chronowalker, whose appearance seemed to flash with shadows of the past and future, stepped forward. "It seems like everyone had the same thought," Tempest Vey said, his emotionless voice echoing as if spoken across centuries. The rest of the leaders all gazed at each other with solemn expressions. No one here was a nobody. All the leaders enjoyed high status in their nations, as some were army commanders, heads of royal troops, police chiefs, or even members of the royal family. The Chaosians had sent an actual prince to lead the mission, and at the moment, he was seen sitting on the corner of the roof with his squad members surrounding him. Unlike the Vibernixians, the Chaosians seemed to not take in any mercenaries from different races. Only 10 Chaosians were running the task, and yet, not a single person here dared to disrespect them. While the other races didn't dare to interact with them due to their fickle and aggressive nature, the same didn't apply to the Vibernixians. Dankin called out, his voice laced with mocking amusement. "Oh, look! It's the Prince of Pandemonium himself. What are you doing here? I am surprised you managed to find your way when your mind is all fucked up with chaotic thoughts." Prince Malachar, upon hearing the taunt, paused. The other squads, accustomed to the unpredictable nature of the Chaosian, braced themselves, unsure of how he might react. Yet, Prince Malachar simply turned towards the direction of the voice, his demeanor calm, almost amused. With a voice even and unfazed, Prince Malachar responded, "Dankin, is it? Mockery is a curious choice of weapon against one who thrives in the unpredictable. But then, I suppose when faced with the vastness of chaos, one clings to whatever semblance of control they can muster. I am surprised you managed to connect such big words without attacking mid-sentence." Dankin snickered. "After all, you wish you had our kind of control." The rest of the viewers couldn't help but smirk faintly, knowing that Dankin had struck a nerve. As expected, the Chaosians behind Prince Malachar had gotten antsy. Their gazes were as voracious as a starving pack of wolves. The Chaosians might be powerful and considered one of the top 3 most authoritative races in the realm, but still they had a massive drawback. They could not control order within them since they were born with high attunement to chaos. This caused some of them to even attack their own families on a whim, commit suicide, stage a coup, go on a random conquest, and more screwed-up decisions. This turned their empire into a foreigner-free zone since no one could handle existing in the same area as those lunatics. Chaos, dear Dankin, is not just destruction. It is creation, potential, and the very essence of change. You see disorder, I see the fabric of possibilities. But worry not, Prince Malachar continued, his tone taking on a lighter note, seemingly unaffected by his ridicule. I bear no ill will for your jest. Consider it an invitation to behold the art of chaos. Perhaps you might learn a thing or two. The coolness of his retaliation, devoid of anger or irritation, left him feel far more impactful than any display of power could have. Is this the Chaosians you described to me? You said they are easily agitated and one should avoid them because of it. Felix raised an eyebrow with a hint of respect at Prince Malachar's mature reaction. This is not normal. Something is fishy. Apollo scowled with a look of confusion. Whether it is a prince or an emperor, none of them will eat such a public insult and do nothing about it. Their nature makes it impossible. Even Commander Bia, Dankin, and the rest of the Vibernoxians were left baffled. Commander Bia didn't care about Dankin's offenses since Chaosians were their mortal enemies, and this was nothing but a normal occurrence between them. Piss them off, pick a fight, teach them a lesson, rinse and repeat. However, it seemed like the Chaosians had ascended such petty confrontations. What's going on? I kind of feel stupid now. Dankin gazed at his squadmates with a bewildered look, having no clue how to move on now. Put it to rest, Dankin, Commander Bia ordered, relieving him of the awkwardness. Dankin took advantage of the chance to throw one more insult before giving up on picking a fight with him. This has never happened before. Have they figured out a way to control their chaotic thoughts? That can't be right. Scylla communicated with the squad through an encrypted frequency channel. That shouldn't be possible. Sarah shook her head. The Chaosians have been unable to control their thoughts ever since their birth. It should be a mere fluke. Dankin sneered. Should I continue pressing them? It will be more helpful to us if we manage to get rid of some of them before the opening of the tower. Knowing that a battle ought to break up between them within the tower, they might as well kick it off right now, right here. At least, there would be fewer variables that might affect their victory. When it came to variables and unpredictability, Chaosians thrived in such environments. No, we must maintain as much strength and energy as possible. Commander Bia remarked sternly as she gazed at the powerful leaders around them. It's clear. We aren't the only ones with the same goal in mind. Unlike the mercenaries, Dankin and the rest of the royal guards all showed serious expressions. Their eyes were still clouded in confusion about the true purpose of the mission, since Commander Bia hadn't given them the details yet. Our intentions might be correct. Felix narrowed his eyes. This mission might not be for collecting treasures on surface level. Why bother? We will be ditching them either way. Paulo replied lazily. Felix remained silent, having a feeling that it might not be as simple as that. After an arduous week of waiting, tensions high, and patience wearing thin. Suddenly, the echoing tower started to shake akin to being hit by a 9th-degree earthquake. Without warning, the tower pulsed. Ka thumb. A deep, resonant heartbeat, louder and more forceful than any that had come before, echoed through the air. It was a sound so robust that it bordered on the physical, vibrating through the bodies of those assembled, rattling bones, and forcing many to their knees. The heartbeat was not just heard. It was felt, a primal force that resonated with the core of every being present. Yet no one lost their focus or acted out of place. They started to scan across the tower's roof with penetrative gazes. Then, near the center of the tower's roof, a harmless crack emerged. Ka-thumb. With another heartbeat, the crack began to widen, the very stone and substance of the tower seeming to breathe and shift. What had been a mere sliver in the surface expanded, growing into a gaping maw. As the crack opened fully, revealing a dark, yawning entrance into the topmost floor of the echoing tower, the commanders shouted orders, rallying their squads as the initial shock wore off. Prince Malachar led his squad towards the gaping pitch-black abyss, and everyone gave them room for it. Even when they showed bizarre control of their aggressive nature, no one was stupid enough to trust them to behave. Thus, it was best to put some distance from them within the tower. After his subordinates went in, Prince Malachar turned to gaze at the Vibernixians while he was standing at the edges of the crack. Then, he said with an emotionless tone, "See you inside." Before anyone could respond, he jumped inside the abyss. "He thinks we scared of them?" Dankin requested with a cold tone. "Can we chase them down?" "No. There will be plenty of opportunities to face them." Commander Bia said calmly, "Remember, this is a marathon, not a battle." Soon, the squads crossed the threshold from the known into the unknown one by one until only Commander Bia's squad was left behind. "Go ahead." Commander Bia ordered Felix and the rest of the mercenaries to go in first. Without questions asked, Plix led his team to dive first into the crack, and the remaining 4 followed suit. "See you below." "Woo-hoo!" Apollo made a peace gesture as he backflipped inside the abyss, not feeling an ounce of fear from the unknown or shame. Is it in his nature to try and embarrass me at any given second? Felix murmured in irritation after being left with everyone's judging stares. After taking a deep breath, he jumped in too. Plunging into the dark crack, Felix felt the world around him dissolve into shadow, a sensation of falling through endless nights gripping him. But as suddenly as the darkness had enveloped him, it receded, leaving him free-falling across a blue clear sky with bits of white clouds here and there. Yet, what struck Felix with a sense of astonishment was the serene and majestic landscape that unfolded before him. A vibrant grass field surrounded by forests, rivers, and trees, which mirrored the beauty of the common environments in the matter universe. Thud! Landing on the soft, verdant earth, Felix's slightly widened mouth was filled a bit with dust and dirt. Yet, he didn't bother to close it. How? No one knows. Apollo appeared next to him as he answered with a tint of marvel in his voice. Such an environment is too common for us, but to see it here, in the quantum realm, it must be the strangest phenomenon ever experienced. It seemed like the rest of the squads were also awed and mesmerized by the environment. However, it was for a different reason. They never had seen something like this, while Felix and Apollo were shocked by the notion of a tower's floor mimicking the reality in the matter universe. Is everything here made out of quantum energy? Or is this the real deal? Felix soon jolted his head. It can't be? It will mean we have been sent to a dimension outside of the quantum realm entirely mirroring the matter universe. Felix understood that was impossible, since their sizes would have to forcefully return to normal, while the quantum natives wouldn't even be able to exist. After all, quantum energy was too small to exist in the matter universe. As long as you are in the echoing tower, nothing is impossible. Lilith shared a piece of advice with a knowing expression. You mean my assumption, right? Of course not, are you dumb? Lilith rolled her eyes at him. Felix's lips twitched, but he couldn't retort as he had walked himself into getting insulted. He realized that since they were still on the topmost floor of the tower, the reality disturbances weren't strong enough to create such an impossibility. In other words, this must be a mere external copy of the matter universe made out of quantum energy. Is it just me, or does it resemble Earth's environment a bit too much? Candace tilted her head in confusion after noticing many tree species from Earth, such as maple tree, oak tree, willow tree, and more. You're right. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. There are many other species unrelated to Earth. Lady Yggdrasil shook her head, not thinking too much of it. It could have mirrored most of the trees in the universe. Most likely. The rest agreed and dropped the subject. Seeing everyone move on, Candace could only shrug her shoulders and drop it too, even though she still had a weird tingling feeling about it. Soon, Dankin, Sarah, and the rest of the royal guards entered the floor and grouped up near a massive maple tree. After waiting for a short moment, Commander Bia joined them. What took you so long? Plix frowned. Is everything okay? Don't concern yourself over me. Commander Bia replied with a firm tone. Plix didn't like her response, but as an escorting mercenary, all he could do was zip his mouth. Uncaring about his feelings, Commander Bia reached inside her armor and brought out a small red bag. Then, she pulled out a rugged-looking brown scroll with a black rope keeping it tightly rolled up. Seeing the scroller 10 times bigger than the red bag created it clear that it was a dimensional inventory. This didn't surprise either Felix or Apollo, as both of them had bought their own through Zephyr's assistance, even when it was incredibly difficult to get one's hands on them. If it was up to Felix, he would have fetched with him his spatial rings or AP bracelet, but there was no way he could shrink them too. Thus, he departed them behind in a secured place until his return. Without further ado, Commander Bia tapped on the scroll and dropped a bombshell on them. This is a map leading to the first floor. Our main mission is to reach it and retrieve the Stone of Reality. Our secondary mission is to explore the bottom floors and obtain any kind of treasure in it. Felix, Apollo, and the mercenaries were departed utterly speechless, feeling like she was pulling their leg. You joking, right? Do I look like I am in the mood? How did you get your hands on such a relic? Is it even the real thing? A map of the tower? It sounds too good to be true. Felix asked with a deep scowl. This new development made him postpone ditching the squad. The situation was just too bizarre. Nations were struggling for eons to reach even the top 10 floors without dying or getting lost. Just when he decided to participate for the sake of getting rid of the celestial chains, a magical map popped off. He refused to believe in such a coincidence. I guess I owe you an explanation at least. Commander Bia shared. During our last exploration, we secured a copy of this map on the 100th floor. Our people have failed to clear the floor from the all-seeing eye, and most of them ended up dead. Only one managed to escape the tower successfully from a random portal that kicked him out of the tower into a quantum maze. He reached out to us and we helped him return to safety. At that point, he had no clue that this map had a detailed, outlining paths, traps, exit points, and most importantly, hints towards the tower's core. How is that possible? Scylla covered her mouth in shock. Doesn't this mean someone must have traveled the entire tower from top to bottom, documenting every little detail about it? This piece of news had startled the rest as well. How can there be a detailed map of the tower when no one managed to reach the first floor? Plix remarked. Does it have to do anything with your previous mission? Felix addressed Lilith, knowing that the upper celestial unigens were the only ones who made it near the stone of reality. How can it be related to us? Lilith gave him a lazy look. We entered the tower when it had merely 10 floors, while the map must include much more. Otherwise, those idiots wouldn't court their death by following a half-finished map. Makes sense. We have also been seeking the answer to this question. Commander Bia replied with a solemn tone. Unfortunately, no one knows, as the map wasn't found as a scroll. It was engraved in a giant stone plate, and our people managed to copy it on scrolls. Soon, she turned her head and gazed at the other squads. Now, it becomes painfully clear that this information was not kept as secure as we hoped. The very fact that every major nation has sent their best here is evidence enough. The map has been copied by other people and leaked on a wider scale. It only took another map in the hands of a greedy person, and he would make a fortune by selling it to other nations. How sure are you that it didn't leak from your side? Plix frowned. Because it was me who survived the tower and brought out the map, Dankin disclosed coldly. When they heard this, no one dared to accuse him again. Dankin might be arrogant and full of himself, but his loyalty to the royal family was uncontested. With everyone in possession of a map's copy, this will complicate our mission. We're not just navigating the tower's dangers, but also contending with every skilled squad that has entered this race. Commander Bia brought the main subject back. We're up against the best, which means we'll need to be even better. Hold on. We never agreed to this. One of the mercenaries in the other squad shook his hands with a hint of dread in his eyes. It was only normal he would have cold feet. He is right. The only reason we joined the mission is because we thought we would remain in the top 5 floors. Plix agreed with a solemn expression. Have we said or written in the contract that we will remain in the top 5 floors? Commander Bia responded calmly. No, but. There is no buts. Commander Bia gave everyone an emotionless gaze. You are all free to follow us as per the contract terms, or you can leave the squad and get entrapped here forever. Heh. Just to let you know. Dankin snickered. The first sign of portals appear on the 100th floor, and the ones after it. Even those portals mostly lead to lower floors or the void. So, it's not in your favor to ditch the squad and act on your own. The mercenaries felt shivers course down their spine. Even Felix and Apollo had no clue about this hidden fact. It might not seem like much, but they understood that the tower's true dangers start after the 100th floor. The topmost 5 floors were still considered safe due to being newly created, and the dimensions within them were stable. This might be the reason why portals didn't open up in them, as the spatial stability must be top-notch. So, what do you think? Apollo asked Felix with a serious tone. What I think is we need to get our hands on the map. Felix narrowed his eyes on the closed scroll, using various types of visions to see through it. He understood that this map was currently the greatest treasure in the tower if it was truly the real deal. If they managed to obtain it, They could even go much deeper into the tower with minimum risk. Since the lower they had gotten, the more screwed up the time would be. There would be a big chance of them landing in a place that had a time difference of millions of years to seconds. While he would be forced to spend millions of years in it, by the time he comes out, mere seconds had gone on the quantum realm. In other words, he wouldn't need to fear for his life anymore from the hunters on his tail, since he would be able to enlarge his size and enter his void realm. In his realm, no one could contest against him. Alas, all of those dreams and thoughts disappeared after realizing that the content of the map was written in coded vibrating strings, each releasing a unique frequency. Damn it, it's impossible to read it without knowing the coded language. Felix was left displeased. We can always steal it from other teams, Apollo suggested while gazing at the spread-out squads. They are not dumb to not code it too. Felix shook his head. Which means, if we ditched our team and sought after them, we would be forced to fight them. While Felix recognized that Apollo could enslave them by using his hypnotizing darkness/light crescent ability, he also comprehended that it wasn't the time for battles. There were 50 squads and each had more than 10 strong fighters. Since the topmost floors didn't have much danger to them, anyone who made a move would cause a chain reaction that wouldn't end well in their favor. If it is going to end like this, we might as well stick with the team and wait for a better opportunity to snatch a map during the chaos, Felix stated with a sinister smile. With everyone possessing the same information, there is bound for chaos to arise. It seems good enough for me. Apollo agreed with his head resting behind his hands. It appeared like the other mercenaries also realized that they had no better option but to stick with the squad even when they were heading to the bottom of the tower. After all, the map had the exit points written on it too, which meant their only way out was when Commander Bia decided to leave. We expect a better payment if we return, Plix remarked coldly. Don't worry. None of you will be mistreated, Dankin promised, but a hint of cruel ridicule could be picked up from his tone. No one thought much of it since it matched Dankin's shitty personality. Let's start searching for the entrance to the next floor, Commander Bia ordered while taking the lead. We have wasted enough time chit-chatting. Should we spread out to cover more grounds? Sarah suggested. Since this was the newest floor, the map didn't have details on how to leave it. The same applied to the rest of the topmost 5 floors. Only when they arrive at the 100th floor would it start being effective. Fortunately, the 5 topmost floors weren't too dangerous and their only difficulty was locating the entrances. No need. I have communicated with the rest of the leaders and made a unanimous decision to share the entrance point with all if anyone located it, Commander Bia replied. The race would officially start only when the squads arrived at the 100th floor. The Chaosians weren't brought into this decision as no one could trust them. Commander Bia suddenly gazed at the clear sky and more specifically, at the invisible one-way entrance to the tower. While it couldn't be spotted, she could sense its vibrations still going strong. She knew the entrance would remain open for a minimum of a week and a maximum of 2 weeks. This was quite an extremely short period considering that time was almost irrelevant to the quantum realm citizens. He should be on his way here. I have to go as deep as possible before his arrival, Commander Bia murmured to herself. Her expression was as stoic as ever, but her true emotions were jumbled. For she was going to do something she never would have dared to consider in the matter universe. Sometime earlier, Commander Bia was the only one left behind on top of the tower's roof. She gazed at the gaping abyss with a mixture of fear, hesitation, and worry. It was like she was having second thoughts on an important decision. But soon, she tightened her fists, and the hesitation was erased from her eyes behind the helmet, replaced by unmoving decisiveness. This is my only chance to close this hideous chapter from my life once and for all. I cannot falter and run away in fear anymore, for there is no place in the universe that can hide me from him. Realizing that even living in the smallest and vastest dimension in the universe wasn't enough to secure her safety was enough to seal her decision. Without further ado, she reached out to Uranus' unique frequency and established a communication link with him. I have reason to believe that the very individuals you seek have infiltrated my team as mercenaries. There was a pause, the briefest moment of silence that seemed to stretch for an eternity. Then Uranus's voice, tingled with interest, responded. Is that so? Where are you now? We are about to enter the echoing tower. Commander Bia replied, not wanting to let him on the truth that her squad was already inside. If she lied and said that she was also within it, he wouldn't believe her since the echoing tower cut off every communications from the outside. The echoing tower? Uranus asked coldly. What are you doing there? Why have you told me this late? I have been sent on a mission by Quantix Prime. I wasn't suspicious of their identity until now since they are using a well-crafted disguise. Commander Bia continued, mixing truth with lies. It's only now that one of them has used an ability from the provided intel. Of course, I am merely 50% confident about my judgment. It's best if you wait until we leave the echoing tower. I will obtain more information to confirm my suspicion. No, Uranus ordered coldly. Give me the tower's location and don't enter it. I am coming to you right now. Absolutely not. Commander Bia hardened her tone. If Quantix Prime heard that I gave up on the mission, he would have my head on display for all. Before Uranus could respond, Commander Bia pressed on while giving him the location's details. I didn't call for your permission. I contacted you to inform you of my suspicion. Do whatever you want with the intel. I am heading in. You better not. Commander Bia cut off the connection with a deep breath and a hand resting on her chest, feeling like it was about to beat out of her body. Then, with a determined gaze, she jumped into the abyss, going against her ex-husband's order for the first and last time. As the connection with Commander Bia severed, the air around Uranus crackled with barely contained fury. Daring to bait me to the tower to get rid of me? Uranus uttered with an icy tone. Staying in the quantum realm seems to have made you delusional and overconfident. Even with all of her attempts to hide her true motive, Uranus was just too shrewd and sharp to not figure it out. The question now was whether she was luring him into the tower, without Felix and Apollo being near her. Though he was 90% certain that she wasn't lying, as he would easily pick up on it. Knowing that he needed a second opinion on the matter, he decided to call Eris and Demeter against his will. Eris, Demeter. Uranus's voice boomed across the ethereal link. I have just received news that our targets are in the echoing tower. The echoing tower? Demeter raised an eyebrow in surprise. I have just heard about it and was wondering if those two will attempt to enter it for the sake of accelerating the punishment duration. I thought so too. Uranus, his rage giving way to cold, calculated intent, replied. I will head there first. I'll slow duration around the portal to keep it open until you arrive. No need to trouble yourself with duration manipulations for my sake. Uranus. Eris suddenly remarked. Why is that? Do you have a different plan in mind? Or are you doing this out of spite? Uranus sneered. There is no need to trouble yourself because... Eris paused for a moment prior to adding with a calm voice, I'm already inside. Huh? What? Both Uranus and Demeter were left stunned at her statement. Not bothering to explain to them, she added, I already know whom she is suspicious of. I am not at my peak, so I will be awaiting you. Back to the present, within the topmost floor of the tower, Prince Malachar, his gaze, ever-changing and unfathomable, wandered across the sea of faces prior to him, each member of the assembled teams lost in their own search for the next floor's entrance. Soon, his eyes settled on Felix and Apollo. For a moment, Prince Malachar's interest seemed piqued, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps anticipation, crossing his features. In that brief instant, Prince Malachar's eyes, those swirling vortices of chaos and color, shifted dramatically, mirroring perfectly the eyes of Eris, the goddess of order and strife. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the reflection vanished, leaving no trace of the goddess's presence in Malachar's gaze. He blinked, and once again, his eyes were his own, mysterious and deep, holding an untold amount of secrets within their depths. After weeks of navigating the treacherous and ever-changing environments of the first top 5 floors, the squads finally cleared them and arrived at the last entrance, leading to the 100th floor. The journey up until now had been a relentless test of their patience, since the entrances were hidden in plain sight and guarded by puzzles that demanded not just intelligence but a deep understanding of the quantum laws that govern the tower. Yet, the relief of overcoming these obstacles was short-lived. All the squads were seen spread out in front of a giant archway that was pulsing with energy so ominous it made their skin crawl. Whatever challenges we had faced before pales in comparison to what we are about to experience. Commander Bia warned with a solemn expression. Tempest Vey, Magnkiar, Virona, and the rest of the leaders were also advising their teams to be at their best performance. No one took their words lightly as they had already been told about what awaited them on the other side. Do not forget to freeze the instant you pass through the entrance. Commander Bia stepped forward, leading her squad towards the entrance. The Chaosians were nowhere to be seen while the entrance was found open, which implied that they had already gotten inside. Felix and the rest of the squad followed her closely, stepping into the entrance without an ounce of hesitation. As Felix crossed the threshold into the 100th floor, a tide of cold air brushed against his skin. When he opened his eyes, the sight that greeted him was the same as described by Commander Bia. He found himself standing in a vast, gloomy landscape, where the air was thick with a dreadful fog that seemed to swallow the very light around him. Dead trees, their branches twisted in silent torment, covered the barren dark land that stretched out to the horizon. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and dry like it hadn't tasted a drop of water for eons. In the distance, creepy mountains loomed. Their slopes bore the semblance of crying faces, etched into the rock as if mourning the desolation that surrounded them. It's truly a landscape of despair, Candace murmured. Felix didn't respond as he focused on not moving an inch while his eyes looked up to the sky. Despite the gloom that dominated this realm, the sky above was somewhat clear. Yet, what Felix and the others were focusing on was a massive pitch-black crack, cutting through the center of the sky like a wound in the very fabric of reality. Felix and the rest of the squad stood there for a moment, taking it all in. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, every one of them sprinted at full speed through the barren landscape. Go! 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 We stop after 5 seconds at the decided location. Commander Bia ordered out loud while her gaze was affixed on the pitch-black crack. Since Felix, Apollo, and the rest of the mercenaries had never visited the place and had no clue about the destination, all they could do was stick to the main squad. Whoever gets left behind is done for. So, run like your life depended on it. Plix addressed his squad while teleporting from one place to another. Kronos used his time manipulation to accelerate while Scylla relied on vibrations to phase in and out to keep up. Meanwhile, Commander Bia and the Royal Guards relied on the same technique, helping them cross thousands of kilometers in mere seconds. As for Apollo and Felix, they both jumped on a darkness cloud and accelerated at an unfathomable speed, matching up to the Royal Guards quite easily. If Apollo wanted, he could have surpassed them in the blink of an eye, but since they had decided to remain with the squad, they had to move at their pace. It's closed. Head to the entrance swiftly. Magnkiar, the Corkling's leader, shouted as he led his squad in the same direction. Corklings were another race that utilized the laws of light, which enabled them to move at a godly speed. However, unlike the Gleamkin, Corklings could exist only in an environment with light on, since their bodies reflected the light that gave them their physical form. Without the existence of light, their forms enter a state of quantum superposition, where they could either exist or not. The only way to find out was by casting a light in their area. Shit, it's closed. We should have gone first. Quickly, they have gotten ahead of us. Don't rush. It's a marathon, not a race. After stepping inside the 100th floor, the 50 squad leaders each had their command. Some decided to sprint towards the entrance while some preferred to build a stronghold near the entrance, knowing that clearing the 100th floor first wouldn't change the outcome. As they ventured deeper into the eerie expanse, a divide began to emerge, each squad trying its best to leave as much distance as possible from their enemies, while at the same time not venturing too far from their destination. Then, each squad started to build a stronghold using whatever power in their possession. Meanwhile, Commander Bia moved with purpose through the eerie landscape, her eyes scanning the environment for the ideal location to establish their base. Upon reaching one of the creepy mountains, Bia raised her hand, signaling her team to halt. The mountain, with its sorrowful faces etched into the stone, seemed as good a place as any to set up their stronghold. "I think we could go much deeper," Dankin suggested as he glanced at the closed-shut crack in the sky. "It's not worth the risk," Commander Bia rejected. "Our main goal is to leave the 100th floor with minimum casualties, while at the same time reducing our competition." Dankin nodded in understanding and quickly sprang into action with the main squad of Royal Guards. Together, they began to weave the quantum energy through their vibration control, manipulating the very fabric of reality around them. The air buzzed with power as the quantum energy solidified, forming the walls and foundations of their stronghold. In moments, a tough, colorful structure stood against the mountainous chain. Its walls shimmered with a subtle glow. "Kronos, surround us with a temporal ring. Balo, create a dome of darkness around the stronghold." Commander Bia ordered, "Gone. Help us establish a vibrational barricade spanning hundreds of kilometers." Without further ado, everyone tackled their duties, knowing that time was out of essence. In a few moments at best, an unbreachable fortress was born with spatial, temporal, vibrational, and many other unique powers keeping it guarded. Yet, no one felt an ounce of safety as they knew that the true danger of the floor could not be resisted, blocked, or avoided. "Get in your positions and take a comfortable posture. It's going to be a long night," Commander Bia said with a solemn expression as she sat down close-legged on the roof of the stronghold. Felix and the rest each chose a comfortable position. Apollo lay on the ground with his hand resting on his palm while Felix leaned against the wall in a seated position. Meanwhile, some of the squads were still going hard while the majority had decided to settle down too. After a few minutes, no one was on the move, causing the level to be enveloped by an eerie silence. Their eyes, previously scanning the desolate terrain for hidden dangers or paths forward, now fixated almost involuntarily on the massive pitch-black crack that marred the otherwise clear sky above. Time seemed to stretch on, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on their spirits. The squads, scattered across the darkened land, remained motionless, a collective sense of tension and dread binding them together. Their senses were heightened to the extreme, every rustle of the wind or shift in the fog sending ripples of tension through the ranks. Just as the tension reached its peak, with more than half an hour having passed in this unsettling standstill, the black fissure in the sky began to shift. The fissure in the void widened slowly, almost unnoticeable at first. But then, the fissure suddenly expanded violently, revealing a massive, horrifying eye. Its iris was deep blood red, surrounding a pitch-black split that seemed to absorb all luminance and hope. The eye was impossibly large, and as it turned slowly, it cast a sinister red hue across the 100th floor, giving the whole terrain an eerie glow. The red luminance illuminated the twisted shapes of dead trees and the mournful outlines of mountains, casting shadows that contorted into hideous forms. This terrifying sight caused everyone to remain frozen in fear, not daring to even move an inch from their positions. That's because movement was equal to instant death. I would have never expected to play a deadly version of the children's game. Red light, green light, after ascending to a Unijin. Felix chuckled in derision as he used his senses to gaze into the supermassive menacing eye. Remember, the all-seeing eye is sensitive to the fairest disturbances. Commander Bia warned with a cold tone. While I am sure none of you have any trouble with remaining in one posture, the same can't be said about being forced to move. This was the reason every squad had to build a stronghold with countless fortifications. The all-seeing eye was one of the echoing tower's unknown mysteries. Many attempts to breach past the 100th floor ended up in failure in the past. That's because there were 3 challenges against each squad: avoiding the all-seeing eye's gaze, the other team's sabotaging attempts, and lastly, locating the entrance to the next floor. In the previous floors, everyone was chummy with each other since there were no indirect methods to get rid of their competition. In other words, Any squad that made a direct assault against another without provocation would give the rest a valid motive to switch on them and get rid of them first. But here, in this desolate and gloomy landscape, with a weapon above their heads that never missed, everyone would have thoughts to eliminate their nearest opponents. That's exactly what the Chaosians had in mind before even stepping into the tower. In the unsettling red glow cast by the massive eye in the sky, Prince Malachar and his Chaosians were spread out across the eerie landscape. Unlike the other squads, they were hiding in the open, their eyes reflecting a sinister predatory glimmer. Prince Malachar reached out to his followers through a telepathic link unique to their kind. Make your move on your targets. We have to reduce the number of those leeches by at least 50% before we enter the next floor. He ordered coldly. Not an ounce of calmness from before was seen in his eyes. It was like he was a different person. Among the Chaosians, Samelin responded first with a faint murderous grin. My prince, the Vibronction squad is within my radar. They are unaware of my presence. Prince Malachar's response was swift and devoid of hesitation. Eliminate them. By your will, my prince. They will not see me coming. Knowing that the Vibronactions weren't an easy opponent to handle, Samelin didn't rush his ambush, thinking carefully about his strategy. Their fortifications are top-notch. I only have one chance to create a disturbance before getting spotted with their vibrational network. Samelin thought to himself as he gazed at the massive pitch-black dome of darkness around their stronghold. He was currently using his chaotic manipulation to turn into a perfect tree in the forest, which made it impossible to spot him since everything about him matched a normal tree. Chaos, in its essence, held within it the infinite potential for all forms and states of existence. By tapping into this vast reservoir of possibilities, Samelin could reshape the fabric of his being into a tree or any other life form as long as he could handle the transformation. The rest of the Chaosians also disguised themselves as trees, boulders, and whatnot. While Samelin was contemplating his hardest on his next move, one of his teammates was already kicking off the rise of the chaos. Hyrus focused his gaze on the Gleamkin squad's stronghold. The Gleamkin, known for their mastery over light and darkness, had trouble building a stronghold from scratch like the Vibronctions. Instead, they took advantage of their speed and searched for a cave carved into the side of a mountain. They fortified themselves in it with a massive boulder sealing the entrance. Meanwhile, the area around it was bathed in a blinding light so intense it deterred anyone with bad intentions. Hyrus had watched all of this happening right before his eyes since he had arrived here first and hid himself near the cave, knowing that any squad that found it wouldn't let it go. This should do the trick. With a single thought, Hyrus willed the solid matter to transform, to betray its nature, and become a relentless, advancing flood of a gooey, cement-like fluid. As the boulder and the ground liquefied, the once solid barrier began to seep into the cave, the fluid morphing into an unstoppable tide that sought to engulf everything in its path. Rumble, rumble. Oh no! We are being attacked. Inside the cave, panic took hold as the Gleamkin squad caught sight of the approaching disaster. Their expressions turned to horror at the realization that the disturbances were too powerful, and if they reached them, their lives would be over. As expected, the sensitive all-seeing eye turned its gaze upon the mountain. Its singular horrifying slit enlarged a little. The squad leader, recognizing the direness of their situation, made a desperate decision. He fired a beam of light from his eyes at the approaching cement-like fluid, wanting to solidify it as quickly as possible. Since he couldn't speak psychically with his people as this wasn't a skill set everyone possessed in the quantum realm, he had to make the first move, believing that his male teammates would follow suit. Damn it! Damn it! Beams of pure, radiant energy shot forth from their eyes, converging on the advancing fluid. Alas, the all-seeing eye, with its slit already positioned over the cave, ended up more attracted to the emerging new disturbance. The ominous cloud cover parted as the all-seeing eye unleashed a sudden concentrated beam of green light toward the cave. The beam was a force of absolute precision and destruction, cutting through the air, a line of fiery green against the gloomy red background of the 100th floor. It pierced the mountain with surgical accuracy, creating a perfectly sized hole that traversed the entire structure uninterrupted. The light, unstoppable and indifferent to the materials it encountered, found its target in the cave and everything within it. No! The Gleamkin, caught in the act of defense, had no time to react before the green light enveloped them and the advancing flood, erasing their being in an instant. There were no screams, no sounds of struggle, just the eerie silence that followed the light's retraction. The all-seeing eye blinked once and the beam was retracted, leaving behind a forever altered landscape. Where once stood a mountain with a cave sheltering the Gleamkin squad, there was now only a massive, long hole that ran from the top of the mountain to its base. Horrifying as ever. Although Hyrus was hiding a decent distance from the contact area, he still felt his heart engulfed in a wave of inherited fear, like that beam was the absolute enemy of his existence. This feeling was shared by everyone who managed to witness the all-seeing eye making its move. I wonder who ended up dead, Scylla asked psychically with a hint of dread in her voice. How can you assume that someone has died 100%? Felix frowned. He watched as the beam got fired, but it didn't raise a single ounce of alarm for his safety. It was like his gut feeling wasn't scared of the beam landing on him. This was surprising considering that everyone was scared shitless from the all-seeing eye. We are sure because the green beam is believed to be created out of anti-quantum energy. Commander Bia cleared his doubts with a solemn tone. Since all matter in our realm is made out of quantum energy, nothing, and no one can survive this beam. How sure are you about this? Felix doubled down with a hint of surprise in his voice. In his mind, if what she said was true, then he had nothing to fear from the beam. While he was somewhat certain that the beam might be created of that bizarre anti-quantum energy due to his gut feelings being insensitive to it, he still had to make sure. All we know is that the beam never failed in obliterating anything it touched. Commander Bia added, thus, we can only theorize that it's anti-quantum energy. Commander Bia also wanted to confirm the theory since it would ensure her safety on the 100th floor and give her more freedom to do as she pleased. But she didn't dare attempt to confirm it on her own skin while the others weren't considered helpful in this matter. However, it soon dawned on her that she was traveling with two potentially surface dwellers, who had no relation to the quantum realm like her. Should I experiment with one of them? Commander Bia thought about it briefly before shaking her head. The beam doesn't discriminate, and if I went for it, they have to be away from the squad. Additionally, she understood that if it didn't work against them, this would expose their identities, and she had no desire to make enemies with two Unigens, who were being chased by her most loathed being in the universe. It's best I remain chummy with them until that plague catches up. Commander Bia coldly narrowed her eyes. I will need any help I can get. The current state between Felix and Commander Bia was quite weird. Both of them sought each other's assistance against a mutual enemy. However, none of them dared to bring this matter up front as it meant exposing their identities to each other. Without a mutual link to establish a sense of trust, the status quo would remain as such. Meanwhile, Felix and Apollo were discussing telepathically how to move forward with this new piece of information. What do you think? Should we test out the theory? Felix asked. With what? In the next daylight cycle, I will use my bloodbending abilities to create a clone and send it away. When the night cycle comes, I will get it beamed out by the eye. Felix replied. Sounds good enough, but it will be difficult to pull it off with so many eyes on us. Apollo added. We are bound to get attacked or attack another team. We will make our move during the chaos. What's next if we succeed? Apollo questioned the real question. We won't have any use for the team. Felix smiled coldly. Besides Commander Bia, the rest will be too scared to make a move during the night cycle. This will give us complete ownership over the floor. In other words, they wouldn't need to remain low-key anymore and could use the all-seeing eye as a weapon to obtain the map and eliminate as many squads as possible before entering the next floors. He wouldn't be the paragon of sins if he gave a shit about the lives of some strangers in a foreign realm. It's a PL. Rumble. Rumble. Before Apollo could finish his sentence, the solid ground beneath the stronghold suddenly commenced to shudder and liquefy, the earth morphing into a dark, viscous substance. In moments, what was once firm ground transformed into a vast swamp with a facade deceptively calm but with a deadly intent. The transformation was so sudden, so unexpected, that the vibrations barely had time to react. It's the doing of a Chaosian. Motherfuckers! They must have hidden around the place before we arrived. We are making too much of a disturbance. The all-seeing eye is onto us. Panic ensued as the entire squad commenced to sink into the newly formed swamp, their movements becoming sluggish as the swamp fought to claim them. It was extremely easy for them to escape from the swamp, but this would force them to make an active movement. The all-seeing eye was more responsive to such movements than to the environmental ones. That's why the Gleamkin refused to budge even when the flood was approaching them, knowing that a single movement from them would cause the menacing eye to fire at them. No one knew why exactly, but that's how it was in the 100th floor, and they would be foolish not to respect it. Amid the chaos, Samelin watched from a safe distance with a wide grin. The sight of the struggling vibrations, ensnared by his trap, brought a sinister satisfaction. When he gazed above and noticed that the all-seeing eye had its horrifying slit concentrated on the sinking stronghold, his satisfaction only grew. With the all-seeing eye's ominous gaze fixed upon them, Commander Bia and her royal guard knew they needed a diversion to shift that merciless focus away from them and buy themselves precious time. Quickly, offset the focus as practiced. Commander Bia barked loudly as she connected her mind to the massive vibrational grid around them. Without a word, the royal guards sprang into action and channeled their focus on a small desolate hill, unremarkable in the landscape of the echoing tower's 100th floor, but strategically located tens of kilometers away from their current position. Get ready to ditch the place, Apollo warned Felix, having no interest in placing his faith in his squad even when he knew what they planned against ambushes. No need, it seems like their strategy is going to work, Felix replied as he merged his senses with the vibrational network. He saw how the royal guards had unleashed a concentrated wave of energy, directing it like a spear through the ground toward the unsuspecting hill. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Rumble! Rumble! The earth commenced to tremble, at first a mere vibration but quickly escalating into a powerful quake that radiated outward from the hill's base. The ground beneath the hill shuddered as if in agony, the vibrations finding faults and weaknesses in the rock. Boom! And then, with a roar that echoed across the desolate landscape, the hill cracked open. The ground split, tearing apart in a display of raw power, creating a chasm where once there had been solid earth. Dust and debris filled the air, a cloud of destruction visible even from kilometers away. The massive disturbance, exactly as Commander Bia had hoped, attracted the all-seeing eye's attention. Its dreadful gaze that was preparing its beam against the stronghold suddenly shifted to the hill, drawn by the earthquake's scale and the landscape's rupture. As the beam struck, the area around the hill was bathed in an otherworldly green light, illuminating the chasm and the shattered remnants of what had been. Reinforce the ground. I will seek out the culprit, Commander Bia ordered with great intensity. Dankin and the rest of the royal guards moved as one gear and started using their quantum energy manipulation to change the structure from a swamp into a solid again, giving them well-needed stability. Meanwhile, Commander Bia extended her senses through the vibrational network and swiftly found out the source of the ambush. It appeared as a disharmony in the frequencies within a forest of consistently, standing out akin to a sore thumb for those skilled enough. Found you, you rat, she uttered coldly as she prepared her retaliation, having no intentions of letting him go. Shit, I didn't expect them to react before the eye fired its beam. Meanwhile, Samelin's expression had gotten ugly at the sight of the stronghold returning its stability while the all-seeing eye had fired at an irrelevant target. I need to dip quickly. Knowing that his location must have been compromised, Samelin attempted to take advantage of the all-seeing eye's lack of focus and change his location. Alas, he was a bit too late. With a focused expression, Commander Bia gathered her vibrational energy, channeling it deep into the earth beneath Samelin's position. The earth trembled violently, the tremors focused directly under Samelin, who felt the ground begin to betray him. What had been solid a moment before now turned against him, opening up into a gaping sinkhole with an insatiable appetite. "Crap! Guys!" Samelin shouted for assistance from his squad, hoping that they would tap into their powers to create a much stronger disturbance. Another Chaosian immediately made his move against his exposed targets, hurling at them with a massive chaotic burst of energy that would turn anything into a peculiar material upon contact. Alas, his chosen targets were chronowalkers. "Freeze the time," Tempest Vey ordered calmly, his voice resounding in his teammates' ears without his lips moving. The chronowalkers gazed at the incoming chaotic burst of energy, and with a single flash of light, the burst of energy remained suspended in midair. The chaotic projectile escaped from the time constraints and started moving slower, faster, and sometimes even freezing. "Walk out!" Tempest Vey realized that it would be impossible to stop the chaotic sphere from landing on them since chaos affected all matter and concepts alike. Thus, when he noticed that the all-seeing eye's focus was somewhere else, he took a single step forward through time with his squad. However, they were already gone, appearing in another location, making it seem like they had committed an instant teleport. But, in reality, when they did this, the entire quantum realm got suspended in time in their eyes, but not for the others. In simpler terms, they walked to a future where their locations were in a different place. Hence the name Chronowalkers. "We have to lay low for the next cycle," Tempest Vey said with an irritated tone as he gazed at the dimmed inscriptions on his skin. "Fuck! She isn't letting go of me." Meanwhile, Samelin was still in a tough situation even when the eye wasn't targeting him. He tried his best to ditch the place without removing his disguise since it would be considered an active movement, but Commander Bia wasn't letting go of her bite. She had strengthened her attacks and even received assistance from Dankin and the rest to make his life an absolute hell. All he could do was focus his chaotic energy to offset the vibrations by sending an equal force of vibrations. Alas, he was against multiple true controllers of vibrations. Each time he adapted to a frequency and tried to match it, they changed it up instantly. The intense disturbance finally caught the attention of the all-seeing eye again. The eye, indifferent to allegiances, saw only the source of the disruption, and in a blink, its massive, frightening iris focused on the Chaosian now struggling within the sinkhole. "Help, Emmy!" Fear gripped Samelin as he bellowed for his squad to do something. Sadly, his teammates weren't against weaklings and most of their attempts ended up in failure due to the other squad's preparedness. "Wishful thinking," Dankin scoffed in ridicule, as Samelin's chaotic energy reached out, seeking to wreak havoc. It was met with an invisible barrier of vibrations, dissipating it harmlessly. "That's what you get for being bold enough to target us alone. I guess it was a fluke before that the prince controlled his emotions. They are still as aggressive and idiotic as ever. Kakik, we were polite enough to dig him a grave." The royal guards watched with mocking looks as the eye's green beam activated, targeting the frightened Samelin within the sinkhole. With a horrified expression, Samelin shielded himself with a disorderly barrier. Alas, the beam pierced through the barrier without an ounce of resistance. His echoing shriek was the last thing heard in the area before the green beam retracted back to the eye, leaving behind not a single particle of Samelin's existence. The moment he was erased, Prince Malachar felt a sudden shift in the chaotic energy around him, a disruption that resonated with the loss of one of his own. "How dare they? How dare they touch one of my people?" For a moment, Prince Malachar's composure fractured. His expression was a storm of fury and vengeance. The idea of retaliating against the Vibrantians, of unleashing the full might of his disorder upon them in retribution for Samelin's demise, surged to the forefront of his mind. This was a dangerous thought in his current situation since he was unable to move. If those disorderly thoughts were to ever gain control over him, he might do something foolish and target the Vibrantians right now. But then, as swiftly as it had come, the tempest within him subsided. The marathon is just starting and there are plenty of chances to make them pay, he uttered coldly. It was Eris offsetting those disorderly thoughts with the order. The possession is near completion. I just need to keep this idiot from not getting himself killed until then. She ideated to herself while residing within his pitch-black subconsciousness. The reason she was taking so long was because she had implemented a part of her consciousness in others too. Her search strategy was more effective than Uranus, as she had kept jumping from one territory to another and planting her wisp seeds inside high-ranked natives. With her ability to manipulate the portal destinations, she was able to hit almost all major nations. In other words, landing in the same place as Felix and Apollo wasn't a matter of luck, but of skill and intelligence. Bastards! I will kill them all. Meanwhile, some of the Chaosians were unable to contain their rage. Their thoughts became a maelstrom of retribution, driving them to act against the very nature of the 100th floor. Don't! Before Prince Malachar could set them straight, 2 Chaosians had already broken their disguise and charged with bold and unrestrained movements toward the Vibrantians. Their disorderly eyes were red with bloodthirst. In the blink of an eye, 2 beams were fired one after the other in a matter of a split second, extinguishing their existence and sending them to meet Samelin. Chaos without order is like an ocean without shores. Endless, consuming, and directionless. She commentated, feeling somewhat sympathetic for a race to be born with such affinity. She knew that it was more of a punishment than a reward. Hours flowed by akin to the desolate murky river within the 100th floor, and before long more than 10 squads had met their fate. This was a huge number considering that the teams were at the foothold of the floor and were still a distance away from the entrance. With a slow, almost reluctant motion, the eye closed. The ominous red hue that had bathed the entire floor began to fade, lifting the oppressive atmosphere at last. Across the landscape, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of squads, feeling like they had been given another chance at life. Let's get going. We need to cover as much distance as possible before the night cycle comes again. Commander Bia ordered with a stern tone. How about you show me the map and let me take you all to the entrance? Apollo suggested lazily. I guarantee we will arrive before the eye opens again. No. Commander Bia rejected his proposal without much of an explanation. She wasn't stupid not to understand that Felix and Apollo were still hanging around them because of the map. As you wish. Apollo shrugged his shoulders carelessly while creating a dark cloud and riding on it with Felix. Then, they ditched the stronghold and kicked off their new journey, following Commander Bia up close. The eye won't open up again until a minimum of 5 minutes. Felix discussed with Apollo telepathically. This will make the squads more daring in their assaults. I am certain that, if we meet another squad on the way, we will. It was already difficult enough to deal with the tower's challenges. She would be foolish to act nice and keep her competition alive. Captain, are you okay with this? Silas asked softly. It is what it is. Plix replied emotionlessly. We have already picked sides. As the only plankton in the squad, it was normal that he wouldn't feel right about murdering members of his race. Still, he didn't think too much of it since he believed that they would remain at the surface and search for treasures. If he knew this would turn into a race to the ground floor, he wouldn't have bothered to join in the first place. I will make my move during the chaos. Cover for me. Felix shared. I gotcha. After getting closer to the battle scene, Felix and the others found out that the squad of planktons was struggling to fend off the attacks of the nanite swarm. It seems like they have already gained control over half of the plankton squad. Fucking parasites. Dankin spat on the ground in disgust at the sight of half of the planktons turning silver in color while their eyes seemed dead. The nanite swarm was a unique race that was feared and avoided at all costs. Unlike other races, they had no attunement to a quantum law. Instead, they possessed a central hive-like form, allowing each one to split into millions of wasp-like entities, each a tiny machine with a singular purpose: invade and control. If a single nanite parasite managed to enter someone's brain, it gave them full dominance over their powers. Yet, their strongest traits were their toughness against the quantum laws and insane flexibility, allowing them to evade any attack by separating their forms. The only reason such a race hadn't already dominated the quantum realm was because they couldn't maintain the possession for a prolonged period. The host always ends up dead after some time. Erect a repelling vibrational shield and keep your senses heightened. Commander Bia warned, if anyone got possessed, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. But the nanite divided further, reducing their size to slip through the smallest cracks in the plankton's spatial defenses, exploiting every momentary lapse in concentration, every slight opening. Don't mess up, Commander Bia permitted. Without an ounce of hesitation, Dankin phased into the heart of the battlefield, causing both parties to momentarily cease their movements, as all eyes and senses turned towards him. The moment they recognized him and saw the sinister smile painting his lips, chills coursed down. Retreat! Pull away! The head of the nanite swarm Virona ordered through their hive network while using the plankton he possessed to teleport away some of his squadmates. Alas, because they were too spread out, he couldn't get everyone away before Dankin made his move. His fist struck the fabric of reality itself, a powerful space-time punch that sent ripples through the dimensions. The impact fractured space-time akin to a mirror shattering, creating cracks that spider-webbed across the battlefield. These were not mere visual effects but deep ruptures in the very heart of the tower's floor, through which nothing could survive. Erherg! My spatial barrier! The battlefield was transformed into a zone of devastation, the shockwave tearing through both planktons and nanites with indiscriminate fury. After all, if not even the space-time could survive the punch, how could anyone within it survive it? Thus, all who failed to exit the destruction zone in time were utterly erased while the rest were gone. As Dankin surveyed the destruction he had wrought, his grin remained, unbothered by the devastation surrounding him. See, we had nothing to worry about. Who can stand against the Vibranoxians? Dankin uttered with a faint cold grin after returning to his squad. He uttered the last part while gazing at Felix, seemingly telling him that if they had a rematch, his fate would be the same as those poor nanites and planktons. Felix ignored him completely as his mind was focused on guiding a blob of green blood left behind under a dead tree's bark. I have deployed the clone, Felix shared. It seems like no one noticed. As Felix's true feelings were made clear, a faint shudder occurred at the pitch-black crack, causing some of the highly sensitive beings on the floor to pick up on it. Eris was one of them. Something is about to happen in the next cycle and it doesn't bode well for me, she thought to herself with a stern expression. Meanwhile, the others ignored the sign and continued rushing towards the entrance, using the map's details to their advantage. If it wasn't for the map, they would be forced to search the entire floor randomly while the all-seeing eye was threatening them constantly. In the past attempts to breach the tower, some squads were stuck on the 100th floor for years before finding a portal. The worst part? The portal led to an unknown destination as it could be the entrance to the next floor or one way to their damnation. With the map at hand, everyone was able to speed run the floor as long as the others didn't pull the rug from underneath them. Shortly after, the squads began to prepare for the next round of the night cycle. Some of them greed for more distance while some were moving at a snail's pace, wanting to clear the floor without casualties. He didn't want to lose most of his squad while there were still 100 floors more to climb down. As for Commander Bia and her squad, after they were done, more than half an hour passed before the all-seeing eye slowly and deliberately resumed its watchful vigil, causing the crimson hue that had previously bathed the landscape in an ominous glow to return. It's time. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus as he leaned against the stronghold wall in a frozen posture. He released his senses and soon enough, they got linked to the blob of blood in nowhere. With sudden, exaggerated movements, the humanoid blob started to dance wildly under Felix's control. A split second later, a green beam was fired at it indiscriminately as the eye didn't care if it was a real creature or not. It's a hit, Felix shared with Apollo. Just as it appeared, it soon disappeared, leaving them doubting their eyes as they knew that no one would be stupid enough to even twitch under the eye of judgment. Meanwhile, Felix's eyes reflected the landscape around the blob being erased, reduced to nothingness. Yet the humanoid blob floated unscathed. It was like it got hit by a ray of soothing light instead of an all-destroying beam. It's confirmed. This place is our haven. Felix forwarded the news to Apollo with a faint smirk. Ha ha ha. So it's fine if I scratch my ass? It's been eating me for a while. Apollo chuckled. You! The last thing she expected from this peculiar situation standoff was for Felix to drop the facade on his own and even recognize her true identity. How? Why? Commander Bia finally responded, her voice steady, betraying no sign of the unrest that Felix's words might have stirred within her. The first question was understood by Felix, but the second one confused him. Asking for how he recognized her identity was one thing, but to ask about the why. It implied that she knew more than she was showing. What do you mean by why? Don't bother lying to me, I can't be lied to. Felix asked coldly, not having a good feeling about this. Commander Bia felt her heart grow colder as she realized that she made a mistake and exposed the fact that she understood about their identities. With the information provided to her about Felix, she knew that he wasn't bullshitting her, as no one could lie to the paragon of sins unless it was done by another paragon. Commander Bia took a deep breath through her nose and decided to be truthful, understanding that the situation had already gotten out of her control the moment Felix exposed her identity. The moment Felix heard this, he felt his heart sink to the bottom of his stomach in dread. The only reason he was being this bold in the tower was because he understood that the entrance was going to close soon, and this would mean none of his chase would be a threat to them anymore. Now, to find out that Uranus was on his way implied that someone had tipped him off. It didn't take a genius to recognize the culprit. What have you done? Felix uttered with a suppressed, murderous tone. He reached out to her at the start in hopes of obtaining the map and her assistance when possible, since he knew that she would be the only one unaffected by the beam as well. She was the first on his death list. I am sorry, but I had to, Commander Bia offered coldly. I have no idea why is he chasing you, but your conflict has brought him to me, leaving me no choice but to use you as bait to bring him to the tower and kill him. He could pick up the truth from her voice, which made him puzzled about the situation. No one seemed to know why Commander Bia had ditched the matter universe, but with that monster being involved, he started to see a part of the picture. Knowing that he was a Unijin made her understand that he could invade her memories quite easily. Felix had no interest in being a gentleman when confronted with a likely spy sent by his hunters. After a quick glance over her past, he retracted his invasive senses and was left with a puzzled expression. Even the others who witnessed Bia's past had their words stuck in their throats. I just came to realize that we had it quite nice, Thor murmured, feeling like his fate as a primogenitor was 1,000,000 times better than what Commander Bia had to go through. The memories had shown them that Bia had been kidnapped by Uranus on a whim for the sake of fulfilling an experiment. He brought her to the Eternal Kingdom and married her. But in reality, he put her through all known and unknown forms of abuse for the sake of one goal: birthing a child. A child born out of a Unijin and a primogenitor sharing the same traits. Yet, after millions of years of all kinds of unspeakable actions done to Bia, she had failed to get impregnated. With each failure, the abuse got worse for Bia due to Uranus irritation building up. In the end, she managed to escape to the quantum realm after Uranus had lost complete faith in the experiment. In reality, Uranus allowed her to run away after his interest died out. What he did to her is unforgivable, but we will be considered as hypocrites if we were to denounce his actions. Lady Sphinx remarked with an emotionless tone. I have done much worse to mortals for the sake of discovering the truths of the universe. Just like we perceive mortals as nothing but walking sheep, the Unijins possess the same perception over us. The strong eat the weak. It was just that the primogenitors didn't feel good to see with their own eyes a peer being treated as a subject in an experiment, which made them feel frail and abused. A feeling all mortals had gone through during the primogenitor's reign. But none of them bothered to give it two thoughts, since mortal life was as cheap as a piece of rock on the sideline in their eyes. After all, just think. How could the universe get this populated with millions of different species descending from primogenitors if there wasn't some kind of foul play? Even if the primogenitors didn't force themselves upon others, how could a mortal even reject their advances? We might not have the right to denounce his actions without sounding hypocritical, but it doesn't stop me from doing it, Thor said coldly. We were pieces of shit for those below us, and he is one too. The rest of the tenants nodded in agreement. They may not be squeaky clean and had their own fair share of evil deeds and misgivings, but still they refused to get lumped up in the same breath as that horrendous beast. He was on a different level entirely. Felix left them to argue among themselves about this moral dilemma and reached out to the silent Commander Bia. I didn't show you my past to harvest sympathy. It's long overdue, Commander Bia said with a deadpan expression, but a hint of hatred and weakness born out of her vulnerability couldn't escape reflecting from her pupils. Felix knew that she was referring to the notion she entered the quantum realm alone with trauma as massive as a mountain over her shoulders. The worst part, she had no one to talk to about it, since she had to keep her identity hidden. If only she knew that Felix said this to be polite, as his heart could no longer feel such emotions for anyone besides Asna and very loved ones. For it to happen to even a primogenitor meant that no one was safe unless they obtained absolute strength. May I ask why Uranus wanted a child? Felix inquired. He didn't want to be insensitive, but at the same time, he was in a situation where he needed all sorts of information about his hunters. To keep him company, he said. Commander Bia replied, her eyes affixed into the distance. Unigens have tried to give birth to children before and failed with each other. He believed it was because the universe performed not allow such a chaotic child to be born. So, he tried to make it happen with me, believing that my lower status and matching laws would make a difference. The universe wouldn't allow it as it went against all of its orders and settings. Though he was somewhat surprised it also failed with a unigin and a primogenitor. This means I can never have a child of my own, whether it was with Asna or another. Felix murmured in his mind. He always had his misgivings about having children with Asna since both of them were currently too high up in the food chain to have a child that wouldn't bring the universe to its knees. But to know that he could never have it was a different blow, as it had cut off his hopes entirely. Fortunately, he wasn't in the right situation to mule over fatherhood since his life was at stake, and his loved one was captured. Does he also possess the map? I told him right before I entered the tower. With the time difference being somewhat on our side, he should be still on the way to the tower. He doesn't have a map, which is one of the reasons I dared to bait him here. Commander Bia uttered coldly. As long as we keep going down, he will be forced to keep chasing us. I am counting on the tower's challenges to get rid of him or keep him imprisoned. Uranus had already entered the tower, reached the first floor, and succeeded in leaving it in one piece. Although it wasn't a smooth journey for him, he had done it before and had no problems with doing it again. The worst part? Felix knew that he would be bringing with him Eris and the rest. He still had no clue who was sent with him, but he was sure about Eris and Uranus being involved. If it was just Uranus, he might have a tingle of faith in her plan, but with Eris' involvement, he didn't bother to entertain the thought. In a tower where reality made absolutely no sense and chaos thrived, she could be uttered to be walking in her backyard. Right now, those two are coming for us? Do I seek out the earliest exit and get the fuck out while I still can? Felix was thrown off by this new development and recognized that he had to rethink his next steps. If only he knew that Eris was already inside and had him on his radar, the decision to take a dip would be the easiest one to make. You have been awfully quiet. Apollo suddenly interjected lazily. Did you succeed? It has gotten more complicated than it is. With a deep sigh, Felix updated him on everything discussed and even shared with him some backstory between Bia and Uranus. She is his ex-wife. Why am I hearing this for the first time? Apollo was left more surprised by this piece of news than the fact Uranus was on his way here. He made sure to hide her existence and the experiment from the Unigen's eyes, knowing that he would be judged. Felix said. He didn't come up with us on his own. He had witnessed how Uranus was keeping Bia imprisoned in his mansion while using his spiritual pressure to cover her existence. While there were monsters amidst Unigens, there were also softies. Artemis was one of them and would have not remained quiet if she had found out about it. What do you think? Felix sought his opinion. Do we stick with our plan and keep going to the bottom while using the map to our advantage, or ditch this place at the first opportunity? Our identities are already exposed, which means, if we leave the tower without fulfilling our goal, we will have to create new ones. That's quite difficult since we can't reside in the Viburnix Empire anymore. Apollo sighed in sadness, not welcoming to the idea of losing his identity and being turned homeless. He had invested quite a lot in his identity. He understood that it would be near impossible to escape Uranus and Eris radars if they remained in the Viburnix Empire. Even if Zephyr wanted to hook them up with new identities, Uranus would visit him again and extract the information from him. With their identities being exposed, it wasn't hard to track them back to the brothel. All in all, the Viburnix Empire was out of the picture, and without legit identities, they wouldn't be able to hide in plain sight within other nations. This is the least of our worries. Felix frowned. If we lost this opportunity to get rid of the chains, we might not find another. Uranus has made it clear that it's fairly possible to track us down unless we hide somewhere desolate. If push came to shove, Felix wouldn't mind sticking his head under the sand in a random place. However, this would mean that he would be forced to meet Apollo's dark side without his full strength. He truly wanted to avoid it. Get the map from her first and let's check the exit points and the floors with accelerated time difference. We can make a decision then, Apollo suggested. Felix took upon his suggestion and returned to his conversation with Commander Bia. It's clear that our goals align and it will be foolish of us not to combine forces. Felix shared with a serious tone. But to earn your trust, I think it's only fair I show you why we will never be on Uranus' side. Felix sent some pieces of his memories showing his alterations within the Eternal Kingdom and the final battle that led him to this sticky situation. He also showed her some bits about his origin to make her understand that he came from humble roots and had nothing to do with Unigens, knowing that it was near impossible for Bia to trust a Unijin ever again. Upon watching those memories, Commander Bia's expression transformed into one of shock and awe, her eyes widening with respect and familiarity. The revelation of his past, the struggles he had faced, and the battles he had won against seemingly insurmountable odds, cast him in a new light in her eyes. Although Felix had shown her not even 1% of his struggles, they were enough to make her relate to him on a personal level. Your journey, it's nothing short of unprecedented. To have faced the Unigens and the rulers, to have emerged not just unscathed but victorious in your own right. I had no idea how a mortal born out of a common species gets to slay Unigens and rival even the three rulers. She commentated with a tint of reverence in her eyes, seemingly seeing an actual hero in the flesh. It seems like you possess one her over, Thor said. It's normal for her to act this way as Felix did what she was dreaming of doing. Elder Kraken smiled bitterly. He has shown her that even gods can be slain. It was true. Commander Bia was holding onto her emotions for far too long, and it was about time she received a slimmer of hope for her cause. But wait, if you were this strong, why are you running away from Uranus? I think both of you can handle him, Commander Bia inquired. Going against the third ruler came with a steep cost, Felix shared. I am currently weakened immensely, and I have entered the tower to seek a place with a significant time difference to get back my strength. If you possess any useful information about this, it will be appreciated, Felix added. I see. Commander Bia narrowed her eyes in focus for a moment before disclosing. If you are seeking accelerated time, then the clockwork floor is the one to target. The clockwork floor? Felix raised an eyebrow. What floor is it and what does it do? It's a giant, intricate mechanism where the floor itself is made of moving gears and cogs. Everyone must navigate the constantly shifting mechanical maze, solving puzzles that require us to manipulate time within localized areas to progress toward the exit or unlock secrets and treasures. It is the 20th floor though, which means reaching it will be a challenge on its own. However, if you make it there safely, you can even manipulate your own bodily and spiritual perception of time, allowing your body to experience millions of years in matters of minutes without going through the actual years. Commander Bia added, for mortals this is a death sentence, but for immortals like us, it can be manipulated to our advantage. After she finished her explanation, Felix and the tenants were left with looks of surprise and exhilaration. This is it. Felix took a deep breath to calm his emotions. This is my only way to unshackle those cursed chains with minimum suffering. Hold on a second. How can it be possible to experience millions of years in matters of minutes without consciously living it? Lord Shiva frowned. It sounds too unrealistic. If it was in any other place, I would doubted its validity. Felix replied with an optimistic tone. But this is the echoing tower and it's on the 20th floor. I don't know if it truly will work. But if there is a place where the impossible turns into possible, this will be it. Even if it wasn't possible, just the notion of being able to manipulate the laws of time in your area without the universe's intervention will help you achieve your goal. Lady Sphinx added. You can always slumber through the millions of years until the punishment duration ends. That's true too. While it wouldn't be as good as the first option, Felix wasn't in a position to complain. But soon, he realized that the legitimacy of the information must be questioned since no single had ever reached the 20th floor before. Even the Unigens had only seen up to 10 floors and were clueless about the ones above which were built after their time. Is your source of information the map? He asked. Yes, the map has great details of every floor even down to the ground floor. Commander Bia offered. I will hand you a deciphered version in the daylight cycle. Although she didn't trust Felix 100%, even after he showed her some of his memories, she had to depict goodwill by making active supportive moves. Whether handing out the map would backfire on her later on or not, she had to hand it to them willingly to keep this new fragile alliance intact. Felix accepted her goodwill and thanked her in advance. If they were on a surface level, he wouldn't bother to deliver her into his team even if they wanted the same thing. However, in the quantum realm and especially the echoing tower, the lines between a native and a Unigen blurred significantly. If she was able to keep just single Unigen busy if a battle were to happen, he would be more than satisfied. What are you guys chatting about? Apollo invaded their discussion with an annoyed tone, feeling neglected. Felix updated him on the situation and told him about his final decision. We will head to the 20th floor, he said with a cold smile. If we made it there and got rid of my chains, we can turn things around. Felix might not be too confident in being able to slay both Eris and Uranus, but if he caught them off guard with his newfound strength, there was a great possibility of success in taking down one of them. If he managed to obtain their core and ascend, it would be a different story entirely. But first, they had to get rid of the variables. Bia, we have already tested the theory of the all-seeing eye firing an anti-quantum energy beam. Felix shared. The results were positive, which means we can get rid of the rest of the squads and have the tower to us alone. Is that true? Commander Bia was surprised. No wonder you decided to expose your identities. On this floor, we three can be considered invincible. Exactly. That's why I suggest we get rid of everyone and even the original map on the floor to make sure Uranus won't get his hands on it. Felix added. I agree. Commander Bia nodded in approval. Also, heads up, Uranus isn't the only Unigen after us. Felix shared with a faint cough. Huh? How many are there? I don't know. They can range from 2 to 6. You joking, right? Nope. Half an hour later. The night cycle was concluded with no casualties this time as most squads chilled out while the Chaosians decided to group up and prioritize minimizing their losses. After the day cycle arrived, Felix, Apollo, and Commander Bia traded a single knowing glance between them before making their move. They had already crafted a neat plan to ensure everyone's elimination. Commander Bia ordered her squad to stay in their positions while she headed in a different direction. Meanwhile, Felix and Apollo also split up from the team and went different ways. What is she thinking? Dankin knitted his eyebrows in displeasure as he gazed at the silhouette of Felix and Apollo fading into the fog. Commander Bia hadn't told them about the new development as it was too complex for them to understand. They didn't even know about the existence of the matter universe and that the quantum realm existed in a dimension smaller than a particle. They didn't even know what a particle was. So, how could she explain to them her situation without sounding mad? Fortunately, no one could go against her commands regardless of their comfort. You don't think we got ditched, right? Kronos gulped a mouthful as he asked his leader. Don't be foolish. Plix replied calmly. Just sit tight and wait. As long as we stay with the main squad, she can't leave us. Meanwhile, Felix could be seen sprinting to areas with the most number of squads while Apollo ignored all and targeted the exit. As for Commander Bia, she was heading towards a completely different location, aiming for the original map. Their movements had attracted the attention of the squads near them due to being alone, but they ignored them and continued on their way to the entrance. After some time, the squads began to slow their speed and prepare for the next night cycle, creating strongholds and whatever defensive formations to keep them safe. Since Apollo knew he wouldn't be harmed by the eye anymore, he didn't bother to stop. He kept on moving, surpassing other squads one by one until he was at the forefront of the race. In less than a minute, while the eye was still closed, he finally came to a halt before a giant mountain with a baby face smiling creepily on its surface. This is it. He recalled the details on the map given to him by Commander Bia, showing a picture of this very mountain and a small X mark on its creepy smile. He flew to the carved-in smile, and the closer he got, the bigger it appeared. When he arrived, the smile was turned into a massive dark cave with a hint of light coming from its depth. With a quick check on the light, he returned to the entrance of the cave and sat down on the edge with a cold smile, awaiting anyone lucky enough to escape from Felix's grasp. What a great place to spectate the fireworks! He chuckled as he brought out his lyre, planning to match the upcoming performance with a noteworthy melody. Under the ghostly glow of the night cycle, with the all-seeing eye open and ever watchful, Felix was seen standing on the tip of a tall branchless tree gazing at the spread-out fortifications around him. With an emotionless expression, he launched himself into the air, propelling towards the eye as it targeted him with a concentrated beam of green light. Unfazed, Felix soared higher until the beam struck him directly. Yet, instead of the catastrophic damage one would expect, Felix felt a mild sensation, akin to being touched by the ray of a flashlight. His smile grew even colder as continued on his ascent unhindered, bathing under the green glow. The eye loomed larger with each passing moment, its vastness becoming more apparent as Felix approached. The instant he reached the eye, he realized it was a giant orb suspended in the void, its surface shifting with colors and bizarre inscriptions. "I have never seen those writings before," Felix murmured as he went to the eye's blind spot, causing it to cancel its beam and fire another one at Commander Bia, who had yet to arrive at the map location. Felix ignored this and continued studying the eye with a hint of intrigue clouding his visage. "Lilith, don't ask me. I have no idea what it is or its origin." Lilith shrugged her shoulders lazily. "You don't even recognize those writings?" Felix stressed with a doubtful tone. He understood that the only languages used to manipulate the elements and laws were the three celestial languages. However, they had more control over elements than laws since laws were separated into existing and creating. The celestial languages could only manipulate existing laws, but could not create them from scratch as Unigens do. To find a new language was quite intriguing since it went against the universe's 5 pillars of its creation. "No need to overthink it," Lady Sphinx remarked. "It might be just scribbles that have no control over the eye." "It might, but there is only one way to truly find out." Felix stretched his arm at the side of the massive red iris and then started releasing crimson mist at it. Felix never planned to run around idiotically and eliminate squads in this manner when he could corrupt the all-seeing eye and make it his own demonic weapon. This thought came to him the instant he managed to corrupt quantum energy. It made him realize that, in theory, he could corrupt everyone and anything in the quantum realm since their origin was quantum energy. Entities and objects within the echoing tower were no different. "If I succeed in this, Uranus is going to experience the dreadful time in his life chasing me." Felix smirked coldly. As Felix bathed the all-seeing eye in his evil energy, its color began to shift. The normally clear and penetrating red hue turned into a deeper, more sinister shade. Veins of red and black snaked across its surface, giving it a vicious appearance that screamed of corruption and malice. Due to its massive size, the transformation took a short while, but after its completion, no one could remove Felix's pleased smirk from his face. He could feel the connection link between him and the corruption residing deep within the eye, allowing him to control it as he pleased. I had some doubts about this since quantum realm creatures have no souls for evil energy to possess. But it's great that it has worked, Candace remarked. While evil energy could corrupt almost anything as long as it wasn't resisted, having a soul played an important part. That's because if someone got demonized with a soul, it implied his permanent enslavement to Felix. Wendigo and Saurus knew it better than anyone, as even though Felix had left them behind after his ascension and rarely interacted with them anymore, he still had complete control over them regardless of distance. It feels like it's a lifeless object. It doesn't even have a brain or a single thought roaming its mind. Felix disclosed with a curious tone as he studied the eye fully now that it was corrupted. It's quite a unique entity, Lady Sphinx commentated. It is more or less similar to flora or fungus, operating based on a singular evolutionary command. In its case, open its eyes, destroy any disturbance, and then seize a rest. Elder Kraken nodded. That's all I wanted for it in the first place. Felix smiled coldly as he commanded it to halt firing the beam at Commander Bia. The moment it retracted its beam, Commander Bia stopped and gazed at the eye with a stunned expression. He really did it, she murmured. She was already told that Felix was going to gain control over the all-seeing eye. But she didn't believe him. In her eyes, no one could gain control over the tower's assets. Before she could think too much about this, a sudden green beam was fired at a distance from her. Then another, and another, and another. A series of precise beams kept lasering down the entire floor, deleting one squad after another. Felix had marked the majority of squads' positions on the floor earlier, and was now using his finger to point at them one by one without an ounce of mercy. What the hell is going on? Magkiar exclaimed, his eyes screaming with confusion and dread. Who could blame him? He had just witnessed two close strongholds get obliterated without the faintest disturbance in the vicinity. Huh? How come everyone is active at once in this cycle? Prince Malachar knitted his eyebrows in doubt as he watched the menacing "I keep firing" beams non-stop. Something doesn't feel right, Prince, Hyrus interjected. The rest of their teammates nodded in support. They knew that most of the squads were pretty cowardly and all they wanted was to escape from the floor in one piece. Without them to create a mess, this cycle should have been peaceful just like the past one. It seems he finally decided to make his move. Meanwhile, Eris gazed at the menacing eye. Her spiritual senses might not be at their peak yet, but she was able to sense the demonic aura around the eye. It was a clear giveaway of Felix's involvement. It seems I can't let the possession happen naturally anymore. With an unfazed expression at the rain of beams that caused everyone to freeze in fear, she manifested the tome in her hands. Then, she flipped a single page, and the moment the paper edges connected, divine light pierced through the pages and exited Prince Malachar's eyes. Hyrus and the rest were startled by the sudden emergence of light from their prince, causing them to check on him. Prince? Huh? Is something wrong? However, he didn't respond to their calls as his existence was already erased by Eris the moment she flipped that page. She refused to do this before since it was going to affect her final strength even more when the possession ended, but she had to commit it after witnessing the ongoing massacre. She understood that it wouldn't be long before their turn arrived, and whether they moved or remained in their place, they could not escape from Felix's judgment. This would in turn eliminate her vessel. Whoosh! With a sudden flash of light, Prince Malachar's form began to morph, softening and reshaping under Eris's hands. Prince! The Chaosians watched, stunned into silence, as their prince's transformation continued. His body elongated, becoming more slender, more graceful. His hair, previously a wild mane, lightened, taking on a silver hue that flowed like liquid sunshine. But it was his face that held them captivated. A visage that was no longer his own, but that of a goddess none of them recognized. Who are you? Hyrus stuttered as he watched the breathtaking Eris flip her silvery hair behind her back with an indifferent expression. At least, he managed to utter a question as the rest of the Chaosians were left stunned speechless, having no idea how to process this situation. Be quiet and I might consider letting you live, Eris replied calmly as she gazed at the all-seeing eye slowing down its firing rate. She counted over 30 squads eliminated in under a minute, leaving fewer than 10 out of an original 50. Since each squad had more than 20 members at least, the death toll was already in the hundreds. Meanwhile, the Corkling's leader Magnkiar, the head of the Nanite swarm Virona, and Tempest Vey, the Chronowalker's commander, had ditched their strongholds and escaped towards the exit point at their fastest speed. The eye has gone rogue. There are no more rules. Fly to the exit quickly. Virona screamed at what was left of his squad to continue moving non-stop. The rest of the survivors did the same after witnessing the destruction of their peers without them moving an inch. What the fuck is going on? How did this turn into mindless execution grounds? Magnkiar's frightened bellow could be heard echoing from a distance. The emotions packed within it were enough to explain everyone's current distressed state. How is this possible? Is it related to Commander Bia? Silas said telepathically while watching the ongoing massacre with widened eyes. If they hadn't been ordered to not move from their location by her, they would have already chased after the other squads in fear. How can this be related to her? Plix wanted to hold his heart that was about to pop out of his chest in dread, but he remained affixed in his position. While it was evident that staying frozen wouldn't provide any protection, they were ordered to not move at all costs. It was for a good reason. As they were holding on to this false sense of safety, Felix's eyes were seen zooming in and out akin to an eagle, searching for the Chaosians while putting the eye on automatic mode now that the majority were on the move. If his teammates ignored the orders and moved, he wouldn't care if the eye took them out too. The eye is showing signs of exhaustion. I have to get rid of the Chaosians before the next cycle. Felix frowned deeply while trying his best to scan out the Chaosians. Even though he owned the eye, he couldn't stop it from feeling exhausted. This implied another day cycle would occur, and he would rather avoid complications by dealing with them during the day cycle. Alas, their transformations within the environment were too perfect. It made them invisible even in his eyes. But Felix still had some tricks up his sleeve. Let's see if this will work. Electricity suddenly crackled within Felix's eyes as he used his electromagnetism laws to scan out for any electrical signals on the floor. Sure enough, many tiny flashes of strings emerged spread out in his overextended senses. Those were electrical signals propagated like a wave to thousands of neurons, which leads to thought formation within the brains of everyone in here. While quantum natives had no soul, the same couldn't be said about their thought formation as it was more or less the same as the surface dwellers. In other words, it didn't matter if the Chaosians turned into a tree or a rock. As long as their thought process was active, electrical signals would keep showing up. If he wanted, he could even use this method to read other people's minds by intercepting and deciphering those waves. It worked? Huh! Before Felix could feel pleased with his method's success. His eyes widened to the limit while his heart felt like a miasma of horror clouded it. His reaction was understandable as his senses picked up on a massive blinding pillar of light amidst the darkness. It was like a sun attempting to hide among a bunch of flashlights. What a terrifying brain power. It's like a supercomputer being compared to a calculator. Lady Sphinx remarked with a stunned expression. Even she couldn't believe what her eyes were feeding her. Felix even gazed at the light produced by his brain, and it wasn't even a third of the brilliant massive pillar. While it might be a sign of intelligence difference, it mostly showcased the activeness of the brain being in different realms. Oh boy, you are in a big trouble, Lilith suddenly interjected with a serious tone. There is only one person who can match the three rulers' thought processes, and it seems like she decided to pay you a visit. Felix felt chills course down his spine after realizing the horrifying truth behind her words. You can't be talking about air. Just as he was about to ask for confirmation, a familiar voice resounded crystal clear in his ears. What sent shivers down his spine was the realization that the voice he heard was not telepathic. His ears picked it up akin to a whisper right behind him. Little Paragon, our paths have crossed again, Eris uttered calmly as she floated a mere tens of meters behind Felix, her silvery hair flailing with the wind, while her piercing violet eyes were affixed on the back of his head. Felix and the rest of the tenants were all left stunned, speechless the moment Felix turned around and saw Eris standing behind him in flesh. Many thoughts and questions roamed their minds, but there were no answers for them. All Felix could muster to utter was, "How? I have my ways," Eris replied calmly while getting closer to Felix. Instinctively, Felix stepped away from her. He understood that his current strength might be enough to bully the natives, but against Unigens? He was no different than a mortal even with the force being standardized. Why are you taking the three rulers' side? I don't get it, I genuinely don't," Felix remarked with a puzzled expression mixed in with a bit of dread. He knew that it wasn't the time to wonder about Eris' ways of finding him. He didn't even bother to run away, understanding that it would be near impossible in his current condition. Thus, all he could do was buy some time until reinforcement arrived. "Apollo already showed me your past with Asna. You were as close as a mother and daughter. You even named her." Felix pressed on. "So, why aren't you taking her side and helping me rescue her? I can understand your hopelessness before to save her, but I am here now. I can deal with the three rulers. I just need some support. I just need you to believe in me." While he was trying to buy time, Felix was genuinely troubled by the notion of Eris being his enemy. He had a great conversation with her before, and from the memories shown to him by Apollo, he recognized that she had more reasons to be on his side than against him. Unlike Uranus, who was as desperate for freedom as the three rulers, Eris didn't seem to care that much. Thus, she had no reason to be loyal to the three rulers. Eris remained silent for a moment as she gazed at his hopeful visage, his eyes reflecting a sense of expectation. It made her understand that Felix truly desired for her to join his side and had no intentions of making an enemy out of her. And he wasn't thinking as such out of fear but sorrow. Eris shook her head with a faint bitter smile and said, "Little Paragon, you won't understand, but I am already helping you." Felix and the tenants were left confused and a bit hopeful that she might have changed her mind. Alas, before Felix could respond, Eris unleashed her reality cage with a casual flick of her wrist. The atmosphere glistened for a split second, and then Felix found himself transported to a realm that defied understanding. In this realm, the ground beneath Felix's feet alternated between solid and liquid without warning. The sky changed colors with the blink of an eye, and structures materialized and dissolved in the span of a breath. Felix felt chills course down his spine as he recognized this space immediately. His clone had been caught in it before and made him feel absolutely hopeless without an ounce of resistance against Eris' authority. "How is this helping me? Are you insulting my intelligence?" Felix said with a deep frown while his mind was working hard to come up with a solution for his escape. "Just wait here patiently until Uranus and Demeter arrive," Eris uttered calmly as she sat down cross-legged. She brought out a book and started reading it in silence, not bothering to give Felix a single glance. Felix opened his mouth, but soon closed it again, understanding that words had no more use against her. "How the hell do I get out of here?" Felix's mind raced to find a way out, even though he understood that the surreal landscape obeyed no rules but those whimsically imposed by the goddess of chaos. Still, he attempted every strategy that came to mind, drawing upon the depth of his powers to break spacetime, to alter his surroundings, to create a breach in the fabric of this reality. Anything that could serve as his escape. Alas, he soon realized that his laws had been removed from this realm, leaving him with only water and lightning-based laws. Even his vibration control was gotten rid of. "She must have yet to figure out that you have already ascended with Zeus and Poseidon's cores," Thor remarked. "It's understandable," Lady Sphinx clarified. "Felix was still chained up by the universe, and this makes everyone assume that he has no control over all the laws whatsoever." The rest of the Unigens were not aware of the loophole Felix had taken advantage of due to the unique nature of his situation. Since Felix hadn't exposed those laws in public after entering the echoing tower, Eris had no way of finding out unless she interacted with the Vibrantians and the mercenaries in the trials. At least, this was what everyone had assumed. "What can you even do with those two laws to leave this place?" Candace asked with a worried tone. "I don't know." Felix went silent after his response. He understood that this place was an inescapable prison and Eris was its warden. The only method for him to escape was if she permitted him. As for breaching the prison from the outside, he may not be able to reach out to Apollo telepathically, but he understood that Eris wasn't dumb enough to not account for his intervention. Shit. 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 Where did she come from? As expected, Apollo was seen floating around the visible cubic dimensional prison with a look of distress. He had arrived the moment he received Felix's SOS. Alas, he was still a tad too late. He had already used many light/darkness-based attacks to destroy the dimensional prison, but none seemed to work. The dimensional prison was absorbing those attacks akin to an ever-hungry black hole, which made Apollo realize that Eris had made her prison immune to his laws. The only good news from all of this was Eris' inability to separate the dimensional prison from the tower's dimension. The tower's spacetime was under the control of the Stone of Reality, and not even Eris could alter it to her advantage. If it seemed possible, they wouldn't have failed to obtain the Stone of Reality during the old times. It was like the Stone of Reality's authority on the universe's laws was even higher than the Unigens themselves. As Apollo lowered his hands, the light and darkness fading from his grasp, he turned to his alter ego for assistance. "What do we do now?" Apollo asked with a solemn tone. "Uranus is fast approaching, and since Eris has decided to use this approach, it means she isn't at full capacity to fight us both." While Apollo hadn't figured out how Eris entered the tower with them, he predicted that she might have possessed someone. Prince Malachar was the first to come to his mind due to his bizarre ability to control his emotions when he got antagonized by Dankin. If your assumption is correct, then Eris must be 70% weakened. His alter ego responded coldly. Her current form is more or less the same as a clone with 30% of her original strength. However, if she were to form her core and soul, it would be a different story. Indeed, Eris was still functioning with a mere wisp of consciousness and no core. However, they understood that the true terror of chaos and order laws was the fact she could turn the impossible into possible. In other words, she seemed able to reform her core and soul even if she was locked inside the echoing tower's spacetime. "The game is over when that happens," Apollo's alter ego advised. "So, you have to either get him out or get rid of her before then." "What do you think I am trying to do?" Apollo's eyelids twitched. "I asked you for assistance, not to paraphrase my shitty situation. Ask for that girl's help. She might be able to break the prison apart with her vibration manipulation." "That's actually helpful." Apollo raised an eyebrow in surprise after recalling that Commander Bia could control vibration to shape up reality to her desire. "Bia, leave the map alone and swiftly fly to the all-seeing eye," he stressed. "Huh? Why? I am so close to reaching the original map." Commander Bia seemed made confused. "There is no need for that anymore." Apollo paused. "They are already in possession of both the map and the Paragon." "Come again." Commander Bia felt her heart drop to the bottom of her stomach in dread and shock at the sound of such a horrifying sentence. When she heard, "they," the only thing that came to her mind seemed the image of Uranus being in the same place as her. "Move it. Uranus is on the way and we have to free him before his arrival." Apollo pressured after noticing Commander Bia's silence. On my way." Commander Bia's emotions were somewhat settled when she realized that Uranus hadn't arrived. She switched her direction and flew towards the all-seeing eye, whose eyelid was on the verge of collapsing in exhaustion. "The moment the day cycle arrives, leave the floor immediately," Commander Bia ordered her squad, knowing that it was time to bounce. Without questions asked, Plix, Dankin, and the rest of the squadmates took off towards the exit the second the day cycle had taken over the floor. Everyone who survived the massacre had joined them in their path. They were given the scare of a lifetime, and no one was stupid enough to remain behind and experience another night cycle. Apollo and Commander Bia left them be. "What am I looking at?" Commander Bia asked as she gazed at the dimensional prison. "It's a dimensional confinement created out of chaos," Apollo explained with a solemn tone. "I believe that it is capable of blocking any type of law." "Huh? How are we supposed to break it?" Commander Bia was left stunned. I want you to change its chaotic structure using quantum energy. Apollo shared. That I can try. Without wasting time, Commander Bia commenced her attempt by pointing a palm at the dimensional chaotic prison and then releasing an invisible vibrational wave. The vibrational wave turned into quantum energy on its path, and when it arrived at the chaotic surface, it started to engulf the entire prison. When the invisible sphere of quantum energy surrounded the prison, she clenched her fist and uttered, "Decompose!" As it made contact, a spectacular display of light and shadow occurred. Initially, it seemed as if the quantum sphere began to decompose the chaotic fabric of the prison, its orderly energy untwisting the chaotic bonds that held the structure together. Alas, before they could feel joyful, the meeting of these energies did not destroy Eris's creation, but rather, their merger forged a new, more formidable barrier, stronger and more resilient than before. The hell! It's like the chaos found a way to absorb quantum energy and strengthen itself through it. Apollo smiled wryly. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. This is Eris we are dealing with. When it came to chaos manipulation, the Chaosians could be said to barely scratch the surface compared to the mastery Eris had reached. Even in the quantum realm, in a foreign place, she was able to understand the structure of quantum energy and find a way to wield it on her side. This small display was enough to let Commander Bia and Apollo understand that no matter how hard they tried to change reality, the dimensional prison would remain stable since it could counter quantum energy in its origin form. Felix, any thoughts? Apollo inquired with a deep, hopeless sigh as he awakened Felix's dormant wisp of consciousness inside his consciousness space. Both of them had placed their consciousness wisps inside and left them dormant for emergencies. After all, they were entering the echoing tower, and it was extremely easy to get separated and lost in it. You failed in using quantum energy? Felix's wisp frowned deeply after noticing Commander Bia near him. Yes. She turned the prison into an unbreakable fortress. Apollo suggested, can you use the all-seeing eye to fire a beam at it? I can't open the eye while it's exhausted. Felix intoned, we have to wait until the night cycle arrives. Plus, I doubt it will work. In his eyes, if quantum energy was useless, then the anti-quantum energy beam would be even worse. That's because Eris must have created the dimensional prison from the elemental energy within her instead of relying on the quantum energy. For the goddess of strife and order, she could easily gain control over quantum energy. What else can we do? Apollo started to get a bit agitated. If Uranus arrived or Eris reformed her core, you are doomed. Your loyalty is always commendable. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation as he understood that Apollo had no interest in getting caught with him. In other words, the moment Uranus arrived, he would ditch him in a heartbeat. Seeing that Apollo acted deaf to his sarcastic comment, Felix's expression turned serious again. I still have control over water and lightning laws. It seems Eris has no idea about it. Felix shared, I have a plan in mind through using those laws, but I am not certain if it will work. What is it? It goes like this. Felix narrated the whole strategy from A to Z, involving both Apollo and Commander Bia in it. When he was done, Apollo raised an eyebrow in surprise. You sure it will work? I know that Zeus can use such ability, but it's not easy to pull off, especially against Unigens. Apollo countered, we are always wary against it when dealing with him. That's why it is almost impossible for it to succeed. Felix added with narrowed eyes. But Eris has no idea about my ability to utilize lightning/electromagnetism laws. We have a chance to pull a quick one on her. I am in. It's not like we have any other option. Apollo went on and fed the plan to Commander Bia, who was even more taken aback by how insane it sounded. However, she kept her comments to herself and left the place, heading towards the floor's exit to wait for her part of the plan. Meanwhile, Felix and Eris could be seen both sitting cross-legged inside the dimensional prison. Eris was as unbothered as always, reading her book in peace. She knew that Felix had no escape unless he surprised her. At her current stage, it was hard to surprise her. We should have a couple of months or less at most before Uranus enters the tower due to the time difference. Felix discussed with his tenants. This gives me some time to train on you guys. I only have one chance and it has to be perfect. I volunteer as a tribute. Thor offered himself. An idiot like you can't be much of a help. Jormungandr offered. I suggest Lady Sphinx, Elder Kraken, or Lord Marduk. They possess the highest intelligence among us and it should reflect some of the difficulty when doing it on Eris. I don't mind it, Lord Marduk agreed. Likewise, Lord Marduk and the rest agreed to be Felix's guinea pigs for his training. Let's start then. Felix's eyes flickered with an electrical charge as he gazed at his targets, having no interest in wasting time. He understood that Eris might seem to chill about the whole imprisonment and had given him the freedom to do as he pleased. In reality, she was also focusing her energy on reforming her core and soul, a process that wasn't to be taken lightly at all. 3 months later, Uranus and Demeter had finally set foot on the topmost floor of the echoing tower. Their presence alone marked a significant change in the tower's atmosphere. It was like the tower had recognized their arrival to be tied to an upcoming catastrophe. Let's move it. We have already wasted enough time because of you, Uranus uttered as he walked towards a predetermined destination. My laws are close to useless here. Give me a break. Demeter replied with an irked tone while chasing after him. Eris has already caught the main cockroach. The other one is still near him, Uranus uttered coldly. We can't let him escape after all the shit he put us through. Also, I have to catch that ungrateful bitch for daring to have thought about killing me. He kept this thought to himself. The moment they stepped inside the tower, communication with Eris was reestablished and she told them about her success in capturing Felix. Before, she couldn't share with them many details since her wisps outside of the tower weren't linked with the one inside. Thus, while she could tell them that she had a mole inside the tower, she wasn't able to give them details since she likewise had no clue about them. Right now, she was guiding them towards the discovered entrances of the topmost 5 floors, turning a journey that should have lasted weeks to months of search into a journey of less than a couple minutes. Meanwhile, deep within the confines of Eris's meticulously crafted prison, Felix, unaware of the approaching deities, was engaged in his own critical confrontation. The moment had come for him to commit to the plan he had been formulating during the long, oppressive weeks of captivity. It's been 3 months, they should be close to the tower or even inside of it. I have to make a move now or never. With a sharp intake of breath, Felix snapped his eyes open, their depths alight with decisiveness. Focusing on Eris, who stood before him in the guise of an unassailable jailer, Felix reached out with his mind. You pushed into a corner, Felix stated coldly. Don't blame me for this. Before his voice could reach Eris' ears, his eyes flashed once as he gazed at the depth of Eris' eyes. Following the flash of light, the intricate web of electrical charges coursed through her brain, the network that facilitated thought, action, and, crucially, control over the prison that held them, was invaded by Felix. Then he ordered without an ounce of mercy. Overload. The massive and powerful electrical network had every single electrical signal overcharged to the limit, causing Eris to feel like her brain was being fried alive. The overloading wasn't just causing it to overheat, but forcing it to engage with every single thought, memory, action, and the list goes on. Since the mind has a limited capacity for attending to information at any given time, even Eris couldn't help but fall victim to a mental paralysis, making it almost impossible for her to focus on a single thought. Yet, Felix wasn't done. Cellular implosion. He took advantage of Eris' inability to think or react and used his water laws to launch the same ability Poseidon used against him. Boom! This ability caused the water within the cells to explode, causing an internal unavoidable implosion. The only reason Felix was able to defend against it ahead was due to his preparation. But in Eris' case, she had no clue about Felix's 2 ascensions and the loophole that enabled him to use laws even while chained by the universe, a phenomenon never seen before. Thus, Felix and the tenants watched as Eris' beautiful goddess-like body inflated akin to a water balloon and exploded into pieces, hurling blood, flesh, and body parts everywhere. The tenants were left with widened eyes as they watched those bodily fragments still mid-explosion, causing a chain of revolting fireworks to fill the void around them. He has done it. He really killed her. What a fierce combination. It's near impossible to counter it if one got ambushed. The tenants each had their own reaction to these shocking results, as none of them expected Felix to truly succeed in killing Eris. While it seemed too easy, many conditions had to be fulfilled for such an attack to succeed. Lack of information, owning two laws that had no relation to each other and could both assault the target internally and, most importantly, a weakened target. If Eris was at her peak, the moment he invaded her mind and overloaded her brain, she would have been able to stop it right there and then. How come the prison isn't going away? However, their initial delight quickly changed to confusion and concern. As the last of the fireworks faded, they noticed that the dimensional prison remained firmly in place, unchanged by Eris' death. Whoosh! Before any of them could ponder further or formulate a plan of action, Eris reemerged in the same position she had occupied before. She was still seated with the same book in her hands, like her death was nothing but a mere mirage. Eris opened her eyes and affixed them on Felix with a hint of surprise and interest. I must admit, little paragon, I hadn't expected you to succeed in the ascension while under the universal punishment. I had some doubts, but I am glad they were cleared now. The tenants, witnessing this exchange, were silenced by Eris's words. The implications of her statement made them feel chills course down their spine. She must have left lightning and water laws activated in her reality to clear her doubts. They came to the realization that Eris was seeking to gain new knowledge and had no problems with risking her life over it. After what happened, they doubted if there was even a hint of risk involved. You must have set up an automatic revival measure in case you died, Felix replied with a bitter, hopeless smile. This was her reality space and she could do whatever she wanted in it. I did more than that, but you are close enough. Eris responded calmly, her tone resembling a scolding mother. Now that you had your fun and I gained some new information, I suggest you sit quietly. Uranus and Demeter are almost here to bring you back. She didn't even bother to move from her place or punish Felix over his attack. It was like she refused to engage in needless aggression. I am afraid I can't do that. Suddenly, Felix's entire demeanor changed from hopeless to indifferent as he snapped his fingers right before her. The moment he did so, a deeply buried complex array of invasive electrical signals within Eris's brain were activated, causing them to make their move and formulate a single order, freeing the Shadow's law inside the dimensional prison. The moment the order was given, a figure leaped into existence from the depth of Felix's shadow. With a flourish that only Apollo could muster, he directed his gaze towards Eris, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. It's lovely to see you again. His voice was laced with a charm and confidence that seemed out of place in the dire circumstances. And with that, he blew a kiss towards Eris and grabbed Felix by the arm, dragging him into his shadow with a single swift tug. The entire sequence took less than a nanosecond from the neurons formulating the order to their vanishment, leaving Eris staring at Felix's empty place with a stunned gaze. A nanosecond later, Eris was brought out of her daze with a faint impressed chuckle, realizing that she was maneuvered from the start to the end. Just when I pondered I had made the wrong decision, he goes and does this. Eris smiled as she gazed through the fabric of her prison into the distance, spotting Felix, Apollo, and Commander Bia standing right in front of the floor's exit. She figured out that they reemerged from Commander Bia's shadow, who was stationed strategically in front of the floor's exit from the very beginning. The entire time Felix wasn't really seeking to escape from the prison by killing her, which would cause the prison to either disappear or at least weaken significantly. He aimed to implant a single command in her mind by sending invasive electrical signals that would create an irresistible order. If he didn't overload her mind at the start and fry her brain, it would be near impossible for him to plant the formulated order without her spotting it. To make sure she bought his initial attempt even harder, he had to blow her body through a cellular explosion to make it seem like he sought her death. But in reality, that single order was the only thing on his mind, and Eris genuinely hadn't pondered he would go this far. Now, my decision seems more worthwhile. Eris pondered to herself as she stood up slowly. But now, I will be coming at you with everything I got. Don't disappoint me, little paragon. Meanwhile, Commander Bia, Apollo, and Felix were seen still standing in front of the floor's exit. Commander Bia had a look of concern on her face as she knew that Uranus should be closer to the tower than ever. We need to leave now. We can't escape from Uranus if he chases after us floor by floor. Commander Bia rushed them. Her entire calculations were thrown down the drain after Felix got caught, and they had to wait for 3 months until he made his move. She was relying on those 3 months to put as much distance as possible from Uranus. So, by the time he entered the tower, she should be already on the bottom 40 floors. Go ahead and meet up with your squad. We will join you up in the jungle. Felix permitted with a composed tone as he gazed at the all-seeing eye. He had kept the menacing eye closed shut ever since its initial exhaustion for this very moment. But, go! Without questions asked, Apollo sent Commander Bia towards the entrance on a cloud of darkness. Then, he turned to Felix and asked, You really going for it? Eris won't sit by and watch. I have to give it a try. Based on the map's details, the eye will make it 10 times easier to cross past the tower's challenges. Felix nodded solemnly as he extended his palm towards the all-seeing eye. You better be quick then. He added, I have a feeling that Uranus is just around the corner. Don't worry. I have something prepared for it. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix commanded the all-seeing eye to shine the entrance of the 100th floor with its brilliant green beam. Whoosh! The beam cut through the dim light of the tower's interior like a lance, striking the entrance with a force that shook the very foundations of the 100th floor. The entrance began to disintegrate, particles of its existence evaporating under the relentless assault of the green light. Since even the spatial portals were made out of quantum energy, they were just as receptive to the destructiveness of the beam. In less than a second, the entrance was no longer to be seen, cutting off the 100th floor connection to the floor before it. Let's hope this works. With a composed expression, Felix switched his focus back to all-seeing eye and started its shrinking process. Before he got caught by Eris, he had plans to leave the eye in its place and make Uranus's life hell by destroying the exit to the next floor. While he knew that the tower would recreate a new exit and entrance after some time, it would help him put a decent distance between them. But now, he desired to bring it with him on his journey, knowing that its anti-quantum beam would be more than helpful in many future scenarios. Since it was corrupted fully, he was more than able to shrink and enlarge its size based on his desires. At this moment, the eye was noticeably growing smaller and smaller. It didn't escape Eris' eyes. Yet, she didn't make a move against it. Should I stop him or help restore the entrance before it's too late? She realized that Felix had destroyed the entrance first to keep her busy, knowing that it was within her powers to recover the entrance before the tower could do it naturally. If it was left for the tower, it might take days or even months before it gets restored. She knew that by then, Felix would have already put a decent distance between them. If she turned her focus on Felix and attempted to stop him, she would succeed, but he would be able to easily leave the tower with Apollo as his bodyguard. Without the absoluteness of being in her personalized reality, other Unigens had a decent chance of surviving against her. However, she wasn't foolish to miss on one important note. If he took the eye with him and it proved to be useful on other floors, he could destroy the rest of the entrances and leave us always behind him. Eris narrowed her eyes in focus at the shrinking eye. He must not bring it with him. Eris, what the hell is going on? Did you lead us to the wrong place? We can't find the entrance anywhere. Suddenly, she received an angered telepathic message from Uranus. He ought to feel this way as he had turned the entire area upside down and found nothing. The Paragon has escaped my grasp and destroyed the entrance. Wait until it gets restored. I have something to deal with. Eris replied calmly, making up her mind to prioritize the destruction of the all-seeing eye. How did you know she would prioritize the eye? Candace remarked with an odd tone, feeling quite astonished that Felix was matching Eris in a battle of wits. In her mind, whether Eris focused on the entrance or the eye, Felix was the winner. To put the goddess of order and chaos in such a loss-loss situation wasn't easy. While her control over chaos is overpowered, it has some limitations. Felix clarified. I assumed that she would try to rewind time around the entrance area, which will help with its restoration. But, with each millisecond going by, it would get harder and harder for her to achieve it since the tower would kick off its natural restoration of the entrance. If she made her move then, it would be the same as going against the tower's authority, or more specifically, the Stone of Reality's authority. He added calmly, we all know that its authority rivals that of the universe. However, since I can do the same to the rest of the entrances with the all-seeing eye, the smartest decision is to target the eye even if Uranus and Demeter would be held back for a couple of weeks to months. He paused for a moment before sighing. I wish she chose the entrance and left me with the eye, but I can't be too greedy. I see. Candace's eyes glistered in amazement as she watched Eris summon two massive swords, each a manifestation of the two laws she commanded. The first was forged from the essence of order and was glowing with a brilliant pure white light. The second was drawn from the depths of chaotic energy, pulsing with an ever-shifting, mesmerizing pattern. With the massive swords above her head, Eris flipped a mere page of her book and the swords arced towards the all-seeing eye with a momentum that assured destruction. Yet, just as the swords were about to make contact with the eye, Felix intervened with a saddened look. He issued a command, his voice carrying the weight of his authority over the eye. Implode. In response to his command, the all-seeing eye began to tremble, its surface rippling as if caught in an internal struggle. Then, in a spectacle that no inhabitant of the tower had ever witnessed, the eye started to collapse in on itself. Eris halted the swords on their track and manifested a simple barrier the moment the all-seeing eye self-destructed in a brilliant explosion of green energy. Boom! The sky lit up with the remnants of the eye's power while the dazzling light spread across the entire floor, flooding the mountains, the desolate trees, the hills, the fog, and the dried-out land. This light carried the same concentration and destructiveness as the green beam, causing the entire floor to start falling apart into the all-devouring void. Let's get going. We have bought ourselves some precious time. With everything that happened, I take this as a small victory. Think of it as you want. With one last glance at the 100th floor, Felix stated coldly, they are now closer than ever. With Apollo by his side, Felix turned away from the spectacle and stepped through the entrance just before the green gleam enveloped them. Whoosh! The explosion wiped out the mountain, the creepy smile on it, and the entrance within it without an ounce of mercy, leaving behind utter nothingness. As the green gleam died out, at last, the 100th floor became a vacuumed pitch-black space with a sole entity floating in it. Eris gazed at where the exit used to be, and instead of feeling irritated and angered, she merely cracked a faint smile. Not bad, truly not bad. Then, she sat cross-legged in nothingness and continued reading her book from where she left, completely ignoring Uranus' furious curses and insults flooding her mind. How could possibly you let him fucking escape? I knew it. I knew you were working against us all along. Let us fucking in. I will catch the vermin on my own. Eris, I understand you can hear me. Let us in. Let us in. As Eris ignored Uranus' insults and waited patiently for both the entrance and the exits to be restored naturally by the tower, Felix and Apollo had already taken their first step on the next floor. The moment they went in, they were greeted by a sight that momentarily took their breath away. A bioluminescent floor unfurled before them, a massive jungle aglow with vivacious colors that painted a surreal scene for everyone's enjoyment. The floor itself was alive with bioluminescent flora and fauna, creating a luminous world that seemed almost dreamlike. The atmosphere was heavy with the scent of exotic plants, while towering trees pulsed with a rhythmic blue that illuminated their path forward. It's like walking through a constellation, Candace murmured in wonder. A deadly constellation, Felix replied as he focused his eyes around him. While the bioluminescent jungle resembled a dreamland, he knew that it was packed with the deadliest and most bizarre creatures in the quantum realm. Creatures that would make the null voiders seem normal, Let's move quickly. I don't feel comfortable with the notion of having a couple of days as a buffer, Apollo uttered while gazing behind him, feeling like he was being separated from his hunters by a paper wall. While the entrances and exits could be restored in up to months, it could also happen in a few days. It was better to assume that their luck would screw them up. Let's group up with Bia. Felix agreed. Felix sought out Commander Bia telepathically and found out that she had already joined her squad and was awaiting them underground. While the squads had to fear for their lives of beams coming from the heavens on this floor, everyone avoided moving on the surface level as much as possible. At the moment, all the squads who had made it inside the floor were moving underground towards the exit through digging a tunnel. Sometime later, Felix and Apollo joined Commander Bia and the rest of the squad. The first thing they noticed was that more than 7 members of the mercenaries and 3 other royal guards were missing. Even Silo was gone. I can't believe you two survived. Dankin sneered. Felix ignored him and asked Commander Bia with an indifferent expression, "What happened here?" "The jungle predator happened," Commander Bia shared with a deep frown. "After I arrived, I found out that it had taken the lives of almost 50% of the survivors. Our squad was no different." "How come?" Felix asked. "The map states that it rarely leaves its territory and the entrance is far off from it." "Map? How do you know the details of the map?" Dankin narrowed his eyes coldly. "Dankin, shut it." Commander Bia gave him a cold stare, having no interest in entertaining his ego at the moment. Dankin wasn't pleased to be told off, but he refrained from speaking again, not wanting to challenge her authority. "I don't know if the floor's environment has changed and caused the monster's territory to become closer to the entrance or if it started acting out on a whim," Commander Bia stated with a solemn tone. "Whatever it is, the monster is on the loose and everyone is hiding underground to avoid meeting it. We can't be wasting time moving underground. It will take forever to reach the exit." Felix switched to a private telepathic conversation and updated Commander Bia on what occurred on the 100th floor. When she realized they had only a couple of days at minimum before their hunters stepped on the same floor, she also got a bit anxious. "What do we do then? The jungle predator is an invincible entity on this floor. It is completely immune to any type of attack and has powerful detection and hunting skills. It's nearly unattainable to escape it without having someone else getting caught before you." The fear in Commander Bia's eyes was unmistakable, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Her reaction was still mild since she was describing the monster from the details of the map and had never seen it in action like the rest of the squad. "I have seen it with my own eyes slicing Scylla into 2 halves and feasting on her corpse in less than a second," Kronos uttered, his eyes showing the reflection of the horrific scene he mentioned. In the reflection, a slender creature with silver skin, standing 5 meters tall, held Scylla's corpse above its head. Holding was the wrong description as it had long gleaming blades as arms and both were piercing Scylla's severed corpse, allowing it to munch on her body akin to eating a kebab stick. Yet the weirder part was its legs. They were made out of bioluminescent roots which were deeply inserted into the ground. Its head was thick from the back and thin from the front, causing its mouth to be nearly invisible. The jungle predator can use its roots to connect to the jungle's network and locate foreigners by sensing their existence near any kind of flora or fauna. It also has extreme sense to quantum law-based disturbances. Felix touched his chin thoughtfully. "So, it's near impossible to travel through the forest without alerting it. This, without mentioning the rest of the dangerous creatures roaming about. Traveling underground is the smartest option as long as we avoid touching the tree roots or using our abilities." "You think so, genius?" Dankin couldn't help but throw another mocking remark. With one glare from Commander Bia, he lowered his head in silence and allowed Felix to continue speaking his mind. "That's what you guys will be doing," Felix said calmly. "I will call you up once the coast is clear." "What do you mean?" Plix and the rest were left bewildered as he made it seem like he planned on going to the surface and deal with the jungle predator. "Bia, I leave it to you," Felix added telepathically. "Make sure not to lose more members. We can't afford to enter the 70th floor without them." "I understand." Commander Bia nodded with a tint of guilt, realizing that after Felix had read the details of each floor, he discovered about the true purpose of the mercenaries. One thing was for sure, it wasn't for providing assistance at all. "Let's go, we have a beast to catch." Felix made a gesture with his head for Apollo to follow him as he took off towards the surface. The moment he returned to the jungle, he spread out his senses far and wide. Apollo did the same, and both of them discovered that their current area was relatively safe with a minimum number of creatures. "The jungle predator hasn't made a move against us while we were on the move before," Felix disclosed. "It might have taken a rest in its territory to digest all the victims it has eaten." "Probably," Apollo queried with a serious tone. "Are you sure about attempting to demonize it, though? Its invincibility might stretch to even evil energy." "Nothing is unattainable in the tower." Felix didn't need to tell Apollo about his plans, as it was pretty obvious what his next step would be. Demonizing the strongest being in this tower would assist them facilitate their journey to the next floor and also slow down their enemies. It's too soon for a tower's creature to have such reality-bending abilities. Felix swayed his head. It should have immunity to only laws. Let's see how it goes." Apollo shrugged his shoulders and chased after Felix, who was heading directly toward the jungle predator's territory. As Felix and Apollo ventured deeper into the bioluminescent jungle, the air grew noticeably stiller while the vibrant night rays of the flora dimmed down. Ahead lay a large, peaceful blue lake, its surface smooth and unbroken, reflecting the glowing life around it. In the center of the lake stood a solitary tree, its branches sprawling towards the sky, bathed in a gentle blue light. As Felix and Apollo approached the edge of the lake, they noticed the jungle predator hanging from the tree, suspended upside down much like a bat. Its long, blade-like arms were folded against its torso, while its roots were holding into the tree. Just as Felix wanted to express his readiness to Apollo with a head nod, the predator's eyes snapped open and instantly disappeared from its perch in the blink of an eye. Felix and Apollo barely had time to register its movement before it reappeared directly in front of them. With a horrifying grace, it swung its sharp blade-like arms at them. Reacting instinctively, Felix and Apollo bent low, ducking under the sweeping arc of the predator's arms. Whoosh! The air whistled with the force of the strike, causing them to execute a synchronized backflip, putting some distance between themselves and the creature. The moment they landed on their feet, Apollo muttered, "That was a bit too close." His eyes never left the jungle predator, which now stood motionless in front of them, its red eyes glowing ominously as it sized up its intruders. "Its speed isn't standardized with the realm." Felix nodded with a solemn tone. While Apollo had no problem matching the predator's speed, the same couldn't be said about him. The worst part? The predator was immune to all laws, which made him realize that he needed to bring his A game in terms of physicality. After all, there was no way it would stand still and allow him to demonize it. As expected, without nonsense, the jungle predator crouched slightly, its body language indicating another imminent attack. Then, it launched itself at them again, its sharp blades gleaming under the bioluminescent lights. This time, they were prepared for its attack even when its movements were a mere blur. Apollo reacted first and used his dark tendrils attempting to catch the predator and slow down its movement. Alas, the predator sliced through the tendrils without an ounce of resistance. Even the ones that made it past their blades ended up disintegrating into nothingness like they were touched by the hand of a god. It seems like he is immune not just quantum laws, but also the real ones, Apollo remarked with a solemn tone as he pulled the predator away from Felix. His speed alone gave the predator a run for its money. Even better. Felix smirked coldly as he released his corruption crimson mist around him. This means Eris and Uranus won't be able to get rid of it quickly. Law's immunity plus great physicality meant that the predator would be held back purely by its intelligence and battle experience. At the moment, Apollo was toying with it quite easily due to his speed surpassing it immensely. The predator seemed to be moving based on its instincts, and even when it could see that catching Apollo was impossible, it never stopped its assault. Slice! Slice! Bam! Bam! Its sharp blades kept cutting off one tree after the other, creating a loud disturbance across the peaceful jungle. This disturbance caught the attention of many other jungle natives, causing them to head toward the source. However, the moment they obtained closer to the predator's territory, none of them dared to step inside. As the apex predator on this floor, his aura alone was enough to stop anyone from having bad intentions. "Bring him inside the corruption mist," Felix uttered after covering the entire lake with his evil energy, causing the central tree and even the water to get corrupted. Ait! With a flash of light, Apollo returned to the lake and the predator soon followed, stepping inside the crimson mist without an ounce of fear. While Apollo had a spiritual barrier to keep the crimson mist away, the predator's skin was exposed to it completely. "It's working!" Candace exclaimed in excitement after noticing that the predator's silver skin was absorbing the crimson mist particles instead of disintegrating them. "It will be weirder if it didn't." Felix wasn't surprised. His evil energy was a unique aspect to him, and not even the quantum realm could replicate it since it never belonged to the natural order of the universe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the predator had no idea that its body was slowly being corrupted and continued attacking the nearest target to it based on instincts. Even Felix caught some strays once in a while, but he easily managed to avoid the attacks by relying on the corrupted environment around him. He didn't bother to phase out, knowing that those blades were still capable of cutting him. If it wasn't for phasing out being useless against those merciless blades, Scylla and the rest of the dead royal guards would still be alive. For the next minute or less, the battle raged back and forth, with no conclusive winner yet. But that soon changed as the corruption mist finally cracked the predator's defenses. It had soaked in it for far too long to maintain its identity. Just like the all-seeing eye, its body was demonized after the final burst needed was absorbed. Its silvery skin turned bloodish red while its gleaming sharp blades had shark teeth covering it from edge to edge. Its roots turned flesh-like, but they remained connected to the jungle's network. The moment the transformation was done, Felix felt a connection between them. With a simple raise of a hand, the frenzied predator halted a mere inch away from Felix. Its blade was touching his forehead. Then it recalled its shark-like arms and kneeled before Felix. Unfazed, Felix ordered it, "Demonize anything you see." The jungle predator slowly stood up. Then, it turned its head towards the native creatures hiding outside of its territory. Wash! With no word spoken, it started its hunt, leaving behind pained squeals, fearful roars, and barbaric destruction, uncaring about the well-being of its home. "Let's get the hell out of here." Felix dusted his hands and departed towards the floor's exit on Apollo's darkness cloud, having no desire to prolong his stay. He shared the news with Commander Bia and without question asked. She ordered her squad to chase after them in a tight formation. Dankin and the rest could only get hauled along. Sometime later, Felix and Apollo exited the floor at a record speed before getting followed by Commander Bia and her squad. Meanwhile, the predator was still slicing, dicing, and demonizing anything its demonic eyes landed on. With this much disturbance, it was nearly impossible for the other squads not to notice it. The predator. It has gone mad and started attacking the jungle's natives, Magkiar exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Is the map losing its touch? How come both floor masters aren't following the rules anymore? This is to our advantage. Let's head to the exit swiftly while it is occupied. Magkiar and his squad didn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation and leave the floor from the surface level. Virona, Tempest Vey, and even the Chaosians did the same. After their prince transformed into a different person right before their eyes, all of them sought to exit the tower as quickly as possible. Alas, the closest tower's exit was still many floors away. Unbeknownst to them, the only reason Felix hadn't ordered the predator to hunt them down was to keep them as obstacles for his enemies. While he understood that they wouldn't be able to deal with Eris and Uranus, he believed that if they just bought them a couple of seconds, it would be all worth it. In the echoing tower, where time could either slow down or accelerate from floor to floor, those seconds could be the deciding factor. 7 days later, Uranus and Demeter were seen sitting in front of a spatial portal on the verge of becoming whole again. When Uranus sensed the released energy after its completion, He snapped his eyes open, showing an untamed amount of suppressed rage. "Don't do anything stupid." Demeter frowned. She could feel that Uranus had no plans to let things rest with Eris. The fact she had ignored their calls for the past week made him even more pissed. Uranus ignored her and went to the other side, forcing her to give chase. The moment she opened her eyes, she sighed in exasperation at the sight of Uranus rushing towards Eris. "Eris! How dare you change sides?" Ahead, Eris awaited him. Her demeanor was calm, unlike the storm of emotions that Uranus brought with him. She gently closed her book and placed it on her lap. Seeing that he was still being ignored, Uranus could no longer control his emotions anymore. He raised his fist, energy gathering around it, vibrating at a frequency so intense that the very fabric of space-time around them began to show signs of strain. "Look at me when I am talking to you." With a roar that echoed through the recovered floor, he unleashed his attack, a vibrational punch aimed directly at Eris, intended to shatter, not just her form, but the reality around her. It was an assault that could obliterate mountains, rend seas, and topple the very pillars of reality. Yet, as it neared its target, Eris extended a single finger, her movement delicate, almost dismissive. Immediately after Eris's finger met Uranus's vibrating fist, at that singular point of contact, all the chaotic vibrations that Uranus had harnessed were effortlessly negated. The vibrations ceased, absorbed, and nullified by the laws of order that Eris wielded so masterfully. The expected destruction did not come. Instead, a mere puff of air landed on Eris' face, moving some stalks of hair away from her face. "Didn't know you were such a gentleman, thank you," Eris teased, her voice light, mocking the fury and power he had just displayed. Uranus was still burning with the fire of his intent, but he didn't throw another attack, understanding that he wouldn't be able to afford a full-blown battle against her. "Eris, mind explaining the situation?" Demeter stepped in to make amends before Uranus did something foolish again. "There isn't much to be explained. I got outsmarted." Eris waved her hand and displayed them what happened. When Uranus saw the scenes, he realized that Eris had no blame on her. Well, she could have gone a bit harder on Felix by crippling him or such, but he understood that Eris almost never restored to such a barbaric way of handling things. "Lighting and water laws." Demeter narrowed her eyes. It seems he was able to ascend even while sealed by the universe. "Fortunately, those laws are useless in here if one knows about them," Uranus said coldly, having no interest in apologizing. Indeed, if Eris knew about them, he wouldn't have been able to use either ability, even if she hadn't removed them from her reality. Demeter nodded. Any ability related to internal attacks was easily defendable by Unigens since they had much better control over their bodies, though they needed to be prepared for the attacks. "Let's go. They shouldn't have made it to the 90th floor. We have to catch them before they arrive at the 70th. We can't leave it without sacrifices," Eris disclosed. "Share with us the map. We need it in case we get lost," Uranus demanded with an indifferent expression. "Of course." Eris waved her hands and gave them both 2 scroll copies. After a single glance, they threw the maps away and took off towards the entrance. As Eris, Uranus, and Demeter entered the bioluminescent floor of the echoing tower, their minds were focused solely on catching up. So, none of them cared about the vibrant glow of the flora that illuminated their path or the dangers that lay within. However, their rapid advance was abruptly halted after arriving at the center of the jungle. It was here that they found themselves suddenly encircled by an army of demonized creatures. Each one radiated the all too noticeable dark energy of corruption. There were hundreds of them. "It seems we've walked into a little ambush. I knew he would have done something like this." Eris chuckled. "TSK. He thinks this is enough to hold us back?" Uranus sneered. "We should still be careful," Demeter warned as she got into battle position. "Those creatures can do all sorts of bizarre attacks. You can go ahead. I will deal with them," Uranus uttered coldly. "All right." Neither Eris nor Demeter fought him back on his decision. Eris flipped a page in her book, attempting to switch their positions with 2 pebbles at a distance. However, her ability had failed. Oh, there must be a creature here with an ability to lock down spatial movement, she commented with a curious look. Then you can stay and watch. Uranus had already run out of patience and decided to obliterate their foes in one fell swoop. He extended his arm to the ground and began to pull vibrational energy, causing the air to quiver, visibly distorting as waves of energy converged into a single, pulsating point between hand and the ground. However, as the energy reached its peak, Uranus detected an unexpected anomaly. The vibration started to diminish in intensity as if being suppressed. Confused, he opened his eyes and scanned the battlefield, his gaze finally settling on Eris. "Don't look at me." With a nonchalant shrug, she gestured at their surroundings, telling him that it must be the doing of another native creature. There were hundreds of them, and if there was one capable of blocking spatial movement, it wouldn't be surprising for another to have a way with vibrations. As expected, when Uranus searched for the source of the interference, he quickly noticed a small peculiar bird phasing in and out of existence while radiating a different kind of aura. An aura that seemed to absorb and neutralize vibrational energy in the area. What a joke! Uranus snickered in derision as he extended his arm towards the bird. Then, just like he caught its neck, he tightened his grip and the bird ended up imploding instantly, releasing powerful vibrational waves across the jungle. The moment the bird died, all the native beasts and creatures turned their focus on Uranus. Then, with a murderous demonic glare, they charged at them together. Rumble, rumble. Each one used their powerful, unique capabilities to deal as much damage as possible to their enemies. Spatial abilities, temporal attacks, light/darkness-based projectiles, and even some peculiar never-seen-before energies. "Eris, I kindly need your help," Demeter uttered with a solemn tone. "Of course, darling." Eris flipped to another page and suddenly, a rock symbol mark appeared on Demeter's forehead. Using her chaos laws, she made it possible for Demeter to have temporary control over quantum laws that correspond to the Earth, just like the ground beneath them right now. The moment it manifested, Demeter slammed her hand on the ground, and the entire bed collapsed, creating a massive sinkhole, where all the rushing creatures fell underneath it. She fell with them while Eris and Uranus remained hovering in the sky, anticipating the barrage of projectiles. Unfazed, Uranus waved his hand and created an invisible wall of vibration, separating them and the projectiles. The moment the projectiles went through it, their form broke down and turned into colorful quantum energy. Then, he turned the same quantum energy into vibrational arrows and fired them back at each creature as they were falling down the sinkhole. Boom! 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 Unlike the jungle predator, none of them had an immunity to laws, causing them to burst into energy the moment they got pierced by the arrows. The ones who managed to escape were finished off by Demeter, using her new control over quantum Earth to bring out spikes from the sides of the sinkhole and impale those creatures in an instant. Just like that, more than hundreds of jungle creatures that put nightmares into the hearts of other adventurers were taken care of. "Let's go," Uranus sneered. He bought himself a second. Must have been worth. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden hazy figure burst forth with lethal speed out of nowhere. In a flash, it unsheathed its blades and aimed at Uranus' neck. Phew! The air whistled as the blade cut through, aimed to decapitate the god of cosmos. However, Uranus had never let down his guard. With a swift and somewhat relaxed evasion, he moved his head to the side and the deadly blade passed mere inches above his head, slicing through the air where he had stood a moment earlier. The jungle predator, its initial strike having missed, twisted in the air with feline agility and landed gracefully on a nearby tree. There, it perched upside down, its roots gripping the bark as it had so many times before, blending almost perfectly with the dark surroundings. Yet, its eyes, cold and calculating, fixed on the trio with a murderous glare. He even demonized the jungle predator. Not bad. Uranus cracked his neck with an unbothered look. Just as Demeter was about to speak, the jungle predator made its move again, and this time, it targeted none other than Eris. Eris kept dodging its dreadful attacks with the elegance of a swan. Her book never left her arms. Every time an attack seemed too close, she would switch her location with another object in her field of view. Let's just avoid it and leave to the next floor, Demeter suggested after receiving the jungle predator's focus for being closer to him than the others. With her current temporary control, she was easily able to keep it at bay by manipulating the surface around her. It will keep chasing us down, Uranus replied coldly. We have to get rid of it now. How? Demeter's eyelids twitched. With its immunity to all laws, not even Eris could stop it with her chaos/order laws. As for killing it with their physical strength, it was out of the picture too, since it would take them a significant amount of time. They refused to waste more and widen the gap. I have a plan, follow me. Without saying much, Eris flipped a page off her tome and the three of them got teleported nearer to the entrance by switching their location. Then, she did it a couple more times until they were right before the exit. The predator, sensing their attempt to flee, let out a ferocious roar and pursued them through the massive network of routes underground. It took almost no time to catch up to them. The moment it saw them going through the portal, it leaped into it too, having no plans of letting them out of its sight. Alas, after opening its eyes, the sight greeting it was of the same bioluminescent jungle. Confused, it looked around it for a few moments before it realized that it had returned to the same floor. It made its way through the network of routes without any hesitation and arrived at the same exit. The creature then passed through it. However, to its dismay, it found itself back at the entrance of the jungle once again. Scree! The jungle predator could only scream in anger and confusion. However, since it was given orders to stay on them at all costs, it could do nothing but repeat the same process over and over again. Meanwhile, Eris, Uranus, and Demeter were seen traveling across an infinite golden desert with a massive hourglass above their heads. It should be stuck in an infinite loop between the exit and entrance of the jungle floor, Eris remarked casually without bothering to glance behind her, certain that she had taken care of the predator. If only it was possible for you to link us up with the lower floor's portals. Demeter sighed. She understood that Eris' dimensional configuration of those portals was possible only if she had the coordinates of a portal on another side. In this instance, she could have sent the predator to the 100th floor or outside of the tower. Well, I could send us straight to the first floor or the first 10 floors, Eris remarked calmly. But nothing guarantees us that the little paragon will stick around to reach the bottom floors. True, they could be searching for the first exit point to leave the tower. Demeter nodded in agreement. In her eyes, if she were in their shoes, she would be gone the moment she got caught once. Enough chit-chat and more walking, Uranus said indifferently. If we are lucky, we might be on the same floor as them. He stated this only because this floor was known for casting a temporal passive on everyone, forcing them to walk across the desert for eternity. It was called the Eternal Hourglass Floor. On this floor, they were not allowed to sprint, teleport, or even use other temporal-based abilities to offset the negative effect. All they could do was walk and walk. That's all due to the massive golden hourglass above their head. Currently, it was spilling sand particles and filling almost half of it. They knew that the moment the last sand particle descended to the other side, everything on this floor would be reset, including all the progress they had made, putting them back in the starting zone. If they didn't possess the map, I might have agreed with you. Demeter shook her head. Too bad. They should have already found the exit and left the desert. That damned map. Where did it come from, and who created it? Uranus cursed. Although he was also exploring the map's details, he wished no one else possessed seen it. In this manner, Felix, Apollo, and Commander Bia would be lost in the topmost floors, making it much easier to find them. Any theories? Demeter sought out Eris, as she was also curious about the map's origin. We are in the echoing tower, Eris replied calmly. Anything and everything is possible. For all we know, it could be the stone of reality itself creating it to lure in new victims. The moment Uranus heard the term victim, he shuddered in dread. He remembered some nasty memories during their mission to reclaim the stone of reality. As one of the party members who almost lost his life to the stone of reality, He possessed absolutely no aims of ever getting close to it again. Few things could scare Uranus in this universe. He could boldly proclaim that the stone of reality was at the very top of that list. Think of something to get us out of this floor quickly. We can't possibly reach the exit before the rest occurs, Uranus stated as he gazed at the half-finished hourglass. While they were discussing ways to travel the desert in the shortest possible time, Felix, Apollo, Commander Bia, and the rest of the squad were seen sitting on a dark cloud ascending an ethereal, infinite staircase that spiraled upwards into a void. Each step was illuminated, shining brightly in the darkness. The vast emptiness around them was disorienting. The only sense of direction was provided by the stairs. This was the 96th floor, the staircase of solitude. It was a staircase that went on forever and ever within a dimensional void, making it impossible to find a different path than going up or down the staircase. Fortunately, with the map at hand, everyone knew the hidden exit's location. As they climbed, Felix suddenly broke the silence, his voice echoing slightly in the vast expanse. The predator has failed to slow them down. They've already reached the desert floor. Apollo, his expression darkening, cursed under his breath. Damn it, that's just 2 floors above us. At this rate, they will catch up in no time. With Eris' overpowered laws in the tower, they can move through these levels like they're nothing. Their conversation left Dankin and the rest of the squadmates utterly confused. They gazed at Commander Bia and noticed the color in her face drain a bit. We have wasted too much time on the desert floor, Commander Bia remarked with a hopeful tone. They might take as long as us. Doubtful, Felix replied sternly. The floor makes it impossible to use anything that affects the speed of the travelers. However, with Eris' intelligence and unique set of abilities, I am certain she will succeed in what we failed to achieve. You mean pulling the exit to them? Yes, I am watching them do it as we speak. He shared while spying on Eris, Uranus, and Demeter in the desert from high above. He was smart enough to bring a few demonized creatures with him and leave them along the way to keep him updated on their movements. The best part, he could spy on each floor through his evil energy connection without any risks. If he left his wisp of consciousness behind and it got caught, Eris might use her laws to turn it against him. Let me show you. Felix created a spiritual reflection that showed their enemies' movements. As expected, they were working together to bring the exit to them instead of walking to it. Commander Bia and the rest of the squadmates were shocked to see Demeter use her quantum sand laws to split the desert in front of them into 2 halves, creating the same iconic scene of Moses splitting the sea. The wilderness parted ways in a straight line for thousands of kilometers until it reached the buried exit. It was a chaotic portal suspended between 2 pillars. Eris, you up? Demeter said calmly. Eris brought out her tome and opened it from the middle while pointing her finger at the portal. Immediately after, the portal's location was switched with a small yellow rock in front of them. Just like that, the 3 of them stepped onto the next floor in less than half a minute. They are right behind us now. Commander Bia felt chills course down her spine at the notion of being caught by Uranus. She knew that her fate would be much worse than what she had gone through before. What do we do? What do we do? Commander Bia appeared anxious, biting her nails and glancing nervously behind her, feeling like Uranus was ascending the staircase with them. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on? Dankin uttered distressedly after noticing the fear in his commander's eyes. If even Commander Bia was losing her cool, there was no way it wouldn't rub off on the others. Felix ignored Dankin and the others' search for answers and kept looking out into the void, collecting his thoughts. We need a new strategy, he admitted, the wheels turning in his mind. Simply climbing down isn't going to cut it anymore. We need a way to either delay them further or hide our trail. I agree. Apollo nodded, stepping beside Felix and peering into the seemingly endless void below. Maybe there's a way to hide on any of the next floors, he suggested. In his eyes, if they couldn't outpace them, then their best option was to hide on a floor and wait for them to surpass them. After they were gone, they could carry on their journey. This strategy had a chance of success only because there were shortcuts spread out on those floors. Shortcuts that could lead a traveler straight 20 floors down or even more. In other words, There was a chance of taking one of those shortcuts and arriving nearer to the 20th floor while their enemies were still searching floor by floor. Felix thought this to be a viable strategy, making him think about the characteristics of the floors they were about to pass through and think of a way to help them hide. Soon, he found out what he was looking for. "I got something," he shared. "There isn't any guarantee it will succeed, but it has the highest chance of keeping us hidden as they pass through our floor." "What do you have in mind?" Apollo inquired. "The silent Librably floor." Felix narrowed his eyes in focus. "Oh, I see what you are trying to pull." Apollo rubbed his chin. "It is quite risky, but we will be caught sooner or later either way. Might as well risk it." If most upcoming challenges required speed, Apollo would be confident to put a great distance between him and their chasers. But, based on the map's details, the next 10 floors were going to pose great difficulty for them. "It's decided then." Sometime later, Felix and his squad found the floor's exit hidden in a random stairstep using the map's tips. After they stepped through it, their footsteps were muffled almost instantly by the dense, sound-absorbing carpet beneath them. They stood before a vast library, its far walls and ceilings disappearing into the shadows. The atmosphere was thick with the comforting scent of old paper and leather-bound volumes. This was the silent library floor. The library was a maze-like network of corridors, each one lined with towering shelves crammed with books. The shelves were crafted from dark, richly varnished wood that gleamed under the soft, ambient lighting. Each shelf was stuffed with an uncountable number of books. The books ranged from ancient, leather-bound tomes with faded gold lettering to more modern publications. "Do not make a single sound. It's too soon to draw the librarian," Commander Bia ordered her squadmates. She had somewhat explained to them the situation they were in and made them understand their lives would be over the moment they got caught by these three. Although the news was unsettling, they knew they had to accept it. They had no other choice but to follow Commander Bia's leadership, as it was the only reason they were still alive. As they ventured deeper, the silence deepened. The rules of this floor were immediately apparent. No sound could be made, as even the slightest murmur seemed to be swallowed by the surrounding tomes. "Take the others and go find the exit. We will carry on with the rest," Felix ordered Bia after separating from the squad with Apollo. "I can't believe each book is a complete story of a living being," Candace murmured as she gazed at the endless sea of books. "This is my dream place," Lady Sphinx remarked with a tint of desire in her voice, wanting nothing more but to enter this place and read every book. Alas, she understood that her fate would end up in one of those books if she were to prolong her welcome here. This floor might seem like a library from the outside, but in reality, it was a graveyard. "Let's get started," Felix said with a stern tone after spotting their enemies rushing up the staircase. He knew that they had barely a minute or less before they arrived at the silent library. "I am ready whenever you are," Apollo replied as he picked up a small, dusty tome from a nearby table, the weight of it surprisingly heavy in his hand. With a final nod from Felix, Apollo let go of the book and it slammed on the ground akin to a gunshot in the overwhelming silence. "Noise? Who is stupid enough to make this kind of noise?" Tempest Vey exclaimed in shock as he gazed at the origin of the thunderous echo. Click, click. Before his teammates could react, a chilling movement disturbed the nearest shelf next to them. They slowly raised their heads without daring to make any drastic movement. With eyes engulfed in pure dread, they gazed at a hideous spider-like creature with 8 long, wooden legs that clicked and clacked against the bookshelves as it crawled. Its body was a combination of wood and paper, resembling a giant, bound tome, blending almost perfectly with its environment. "The librarian is right above us. Don't you dare make a single sound if you don't want to be placed on a shelf for eternity," Tempest Vey stammered telepathically, feeling like his life was no longer in his hands. His reaction was more than understandable. Based on the map's details, anyone caught by the librarian monster would have his entire being eaten and coughed out as a book. Based on the provided memories, the book would have an entire story narration from the start to the end of the victim. The worst part? The victims were trapped inside their own stories without any possibility of escaping the book. Bomb! Suddenly, the library was engulfed in another booming noise, causing the librarian monster to halt its movement towards the Chronowalker's squad. It lifted its head and gazed with its crimson-red eyes at the direction of the noise. Click, click. Then, it crawled from one shelf to another at a breakneck speed, heading towards the noise source. That was a close call. Tempest Vey sighed in relief while holding his agitated heart. As Chronowalker, he rarely got scared of anything due to his ability to manipulate time. But those monsters in the echoing tower were immune to laws. The jungle predator was just the start, and all the floor guardians up next would get stronger and creepier. This meant that the only way to leave those floors was to respect each floor's conditions and rules. Captain, do we take advantage of the opportunity to search for some treasures here? One of the Chronowalkers suggested after the librarian was no longer to be seen. I think this floor has some promising rewards. Most of those books have stories of ancient beings so as their belongings. Another one endorsed it. Make it quick and be careful with noise. Tempest Vey permitted, his eyes reflecting a hint of greed as he gazed at the thousands of books surrounding him. He understood that some of those books were relics of the tower, and while it would be extremely difficult to find them through the graveyard of captured souls, if they got lucky and landed on one, they could cut their journey short. At this point, many squads desired to leave the tower after what occurred in the past floors. They knew that many things in the echoing tower made no sense, but to go against the floor's rules? That was a different story. While the few surviving squads were either rushing to the exit or searching for treasures, the librarian monster had arrived above Felix and Apollo in almost no time. Click, click, click. Its clicking noise was absolutely terrifying in this frightening silence. But it was nowhere as scary as the next scene. With terrifying slowness, it opened its torso, the spine of the book-like body unfolding to unveil a gruesome mouth. Rows of razor-thin teeth shone in the dimness while emanating a foul, musty odor of decay and forgotten tales. The sight was absolutely nightmarish, but Felix and Apollo held their ground. As the librarian monster overlooked above Felix and Apollo, its monstrous maw gaping wide like a black hole, a terrifying sucking force began to emanate from its depths. Whoosh! Whoosh! Loose papers, smaller books, and even a couple of unanchored chairs began to hurtle toward the mouth, threatening to swallow everything in its vicinity. In response, Felix released his sinister crimson mist, allowing it to stream towards the creature, seemingly consumed by the sucking force. Apollo, anchor us down, Felix requested after noticing that the sucking force was growing stronger each second they kept resisting it. Whoosh! Whoosh! On it! Apollo quickly conjured tendrils of darkness, solidifying them into strong, vine-like ropes that anchored them to the ground. This was enough to keep them motionless as they waited for it to get demonized. The librarian monster couldn't care less about the massive amount of crimson mist it was absorbing. All it wanted to do was consume those two invaders and turn them into books. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sucking force reaching tenfold, even the anchored shelves began to fly into its massive, frightening mouth. In less than 10 seconds, the entire area was cleared out of any piece of furniture, leaving behind only Felix and Apollo affixed on the ground akin to nails. But, soon enough, the monster's movements began to slow, its sucking force faltering as the corruptive energy started its work. Its wooden body creaked and groaned, the pages and bindings that composed its form starting to darken. Hold on just a bit longer, Felix shouted over the noise, his voice steady despite the chaos. With a final concerted effort, Felix pushed more of the crimson energy into the monster until the demonization process finished and the connection between them was created. The moment he succeeded, he ordered it to close its mouth shut. The monster listened to his commands obediently and brought peace back to the library. Your evil energy is truly a cheat code in the tower, Apollo remarked with a pleased tone as he stared at the new demonized version of the librarian, kneeling before Felix. Those were supposed to be invincible tower guardians that not even Unigens could do anything against them. After all, having immunity to all laws was something only Celestials had, which put those creatures at the same rank as the three rulers inside the tower. It would be a game over for anyone daring to step into the tower if it wasn't for their lack of intelligence. Let's see if our strategy will work. Felix wasn't in the mood for empty chatter and straightaway ordered the librarian monster to devour him. The librarian monster opened its mouth widely and sucked Felix's in. This time, he didn't resist it. The moment he went inside, Felix realized that he had been transported into a different dimensional space. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of billions of book covers in the shape of gates. Each cover was live, displaying the current ongoing scenes inside the book story. Felix and the tenants had no words to describe their emotions as they spectated some of those stories. How does this make any sense? Without the map, it is nearly impossible to reach this floor in one piece. Even if we consider that some of those people had entered the tower while the silent library floor was the topmost floor, it shouldn't have been able to have this many stories. Thor remarked with a confused look. The question had been on Felix's mind as well as the tenants'. In their eyes, there were just too many stories to add up with the time frame. But this was not the time to think too deeply about this. What do you think? Do we hide in our world or enter someone else's? Felix said. Create your own, it will give you more freedom. Thought so too. Felix had the same idea. He understood that they might stay hidden in a book for a long time and that being in a familiar environment was better. Without further ado, he fed the librarian monster his desired memories to create his world and waited patiently for it to finish. A moment later, Felix was introduced to a book cover door with the chosen story of his life on the other side. A bit skeptical, Felix opened up the door and walked inside. When his eyes adjusted to the light, his expression couldn't help but soften a little. The Sky Pearl Island. It's been a while. While walking on the sandy beach, he murmured as he gazed at the beautiful clear sky. He had chosen Sky Pearl Island as their hiding space since it was one of the few places still dear in his heart after traveling the entire universe. He used memories of when it was still deserted with a rundown hotel at its center, which was the reason it brought out those nostalgic emotions. Is this place real? Is it created out of laws? Or is it just an illusion? Lord Marduk questioned with a solemn tone, uncaring about Felix going down memory lane. It can't be an illusion, but it sounds too unrealistic to be made out of law. Before Felix could finish his sentence, he remembered the place he was in. He swiftly turned to the ocean in front of him, and with a single finger raised, the entire ocean rose to the sky, abiding by his commands akin to a god's decree. It can't be. With a dazed expression, he lowered his finger and returned the ocean to its place. This is too freaky, Candace remarked. He can replicate everything in reality based on real laws. Doesn't this make it quite invincible inside its own dimensional pocket? A creature with control over all laws and immunity to them was the true definition of invincibility. It can't be that simple. Felix shook his head. Firstly, those laws are quantum-based laws, which means anyone with control over quantum energy can affect them. Secondly, it seems the librarian monster can't access its own dimensional pocket or any of the created stories. Still, it is quite extraordinary to have such an ability. Jormungandr noted. You can use this to your advantage. You mean to create an environment that supports my laws and denies our enemies' laws? Felix raised an eyebrow. Why not? You were planning to hide here. It's much better to establish a favorable home ground in case shit went down. Thor supported. The rest of the tenants agreed to the plan, making Felix understand that it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for the worst. But first, he had to bring everyone inside before Uranus and the others entered the library. He alerted Apollo that their plan was a success and he should go bring the others in quickly. No longer caring about making noise, Apollo took off at unprecedented speed towards the exit's location. In less than a few seconds, he spotted Commander Bia and the rest of the squad going to the next floor. He followed them in, and after some time, they returned to the library on his dark cloud, which was veiled from the senses of the onlookers. Soon, they arrived at the librarian's resting place, and without an ounce of hesitation, Apollo sent the cloud toward its wide-open jaw. What the fuck are you doing? Oh! You suicidal manichal. Stop! Dankin and the rest of the squad were left scared shitless as they protected themselves while going inside the librarian's mouth. They weren't given even a chance to escape. Unbothered, Apollo continued on his path toward Felix's book and pulled everyone inside. The moment everyone felt the gentle and warm sunlight on Sky Pearl Island, their agitation and fear slowly dissipated. With a confused expression, they opened their eyes and gazed at the breathtaking scenery before them. "Where are we?" Dankin murmured in bewilderment. "The birthplace of a superstar, a legend, and my dearest partner," Apollo introduced with an odd tone as he gazed around him, feeling like he was visiting a place of legends. "It's not the time for your crap." Felix's eyelids twitched. Before anyone could add further to this discussion, he turned to Commander Bia and asked, "Were you seen heading to the exit or leaving the floor by others?" "Yes, we were spotted by Chaosians and Nanite swarms." Commander Bia nodded. "Good. This should aid us a little." Felix approved. He knew that Eris wasn't easily fooled, and if they didn't leave some giveaways of them leaving the floor, she might figure out their strategy. He even sent the last batch of his demonized creatures to the next floor and ordered them to hide in it. Meanwhile, Apollo switched to his sea clothes immediately and lay on the beach, gazing at the beautiful oceanic view with a wide, relaxed smile. When he saw Felix offering him a cold glare, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Relax. There is no path they will find us. Even if they figured us out, they will have to find a method to enter the librarian's dimension like us." Felix and the others survived the entry only because the librarian was demonized and respected Felix's orders. In reality, he imprisoned anyone inside its dimension the instant they got in. "This is Eris we are dealing with," Felix replied with a stern tone. "It will be too difficult to fool her twice, so we should prepare for a battle just in case." "Prepare for a battle? What do you have in mind?" Apollo raised his sunglasses in intrigue. Sometime later, Eris, Uranus, and Demeter were greeted by a labyrinthine library stretched out endlessly. "I can formerly smell them," Uranus said with a sinister smile as he released his senses across the floor and picked up on their fresh prey scent. "Don't talk out loud. It's best not to attract the librarian to us." Demeter frowned. "He must have formerly demonized it," Uranus uttered nonchalantly. "But still, let me check." Before Demeter could respond, Uranus raised his hands and clapped them together in a single, powerful motion. Kaboom! The sound exploded through the library like a thunderclap, echoing off the walls and sending ripples through the shelves. The noise shattered the library's sanctity. The squads remaining behind to seek for treasures couldn't aid but freeze in shock. "Someone is seeking death," Magkiar murmured to himself and restarted his search for ancient tomes, going through a book by book with his team. Meanwhile, the silence was broken further by the creaking and groaning of the wooden shelves as the librarian emerged from the shadows and stood above the three Unigens. When they noticed that it was demonized, their expression turned slightly pleased. "They must be on the next 2 floors, Eris remarked confidently. She had done her own share of calculations, which helped her figure out the standardized speed of Felix's party. It wasn't hard to calculate it with all the kind of information in her possession, making her separate floors that would take them significant amounts of time to shorter times. For example, she was certain that they had struggled in the desert since it was impossible to create portals in the tower while no one could pull off the same switcheroo ability as her. "Let's get going then," Uranus said coldly, unbothered by the librarian opening its wide jaw before them. Just as it was about to start sucking them inside, the three Unigens had their location swapped with 3 books. Click, click, click. The librarian monster chased them down, but they were way too fast for it to catch. In almost no time, they arrived at the exit and went to the next floor. Just as the librarian monster attempted to chase them through the portal, it found itself returning to the entrance of the library. The same strategy was used letter to letter, which wasn't surprising. After all, why change something that worked? The only difference this time was that their approach had screwed Felix's up. It worked. Candace was the first to celebrate with a delighted grin after she watched them leave the floor through the librarian's eyes. Some of the tenants celebrated while the majority had a stoic solemn expression. What's wrong? Isn't this what we wanted? Candace knitted her eyebrows in confusion. They are too fast, way too fast. Lady Sphinx sighed. This isn't going to end well. What do you mean? Candace was still puzzled. After they travel a couple more floors and realize that there is no trace of us, Eris will be the first to figure out that we have hidden in one of the previous floors. Felix explained with a serious voice. They will search floor by floor until they arrive at the library and find out our plan. To make matters worse, they have been trapped on the library floor after she modified the portal's destination. Lord Loki said with a deep sigh. In other words, they are like sheep awaiting for slaughter. Lord Shiva added coldly. Oh no! Then why the hell have you chosen this plan? Candace covered her mouth in dread, realizing that their strategy might have hastened their damnation. Meanwhile, Felix and the others realized that the plan had slowed it after witnessing the full extent of the three Unigens' traveling speed. While Apollo could travel at the speed of light, not everyone could handle it, especially the quantum natives with no relation to light. If it wasn't for the 70th floor needing them to bring with them a few more members to pass it, they would have ditched everyone and traveled just them alone at their fastest possible speed. Alas, they knew that the moment they reached the 70th floor, it would be the end of the journey for them unless they made a drastic decision. Thus, they were forced to travel at a subpar speed to bring the others with them. Now, it seemed like they were about to pay the price. Apollo, prepare for battle. Felix warned with a solemn tone. It's about to get rough. What do you mean? Apollo stopped sunbathing instantly and asked, Did our plan fail? It didn't, but it's about to. 2 floors below, Uranus, Eris, and Demeter could be seen floating in the middle of a reversed environment. A peaceful volcanic chain lay below them, while a raging red ocean loomed above. Something isn't right, Eris remarked as she narrowed her eyes in focus. Based on my calculation, we should have caught them on this floor's entrance. Maybe there was an error and they are on a lower floor? Demeter said this even though she didn't believe it. As expected, Eris would never make such a rookie mistake. I have already left room for error, Eris shared. This is it. In other words, if her calculations were perfect, which was almost always the case, they should have caught them on the upper floor. Also, there is no longer any presence of demonic creatures, Uranus added coldly. I can understand them hiding their presence, but it is near impossible to hide evil energy from our senses. It turned out, the 3 Unigens were already familiar with Felix spying on them through his demonic creatures. They probably didn't do anything about it since it would do nothing but waste their precious time. They must be hiding in the previous floors, Eris said calmly. Search this place first and let's go back. I have locked down all the previous floors, making it impossible for them to go past us. Now we are talking. Uranus' grin turned sinister at the realization that Felix and Apollo had nowhere to go anymore. Even if they tried to escape to the topmost floors, they would be stuck there until their arrival. After an in-depth search of the past 3 floors, the 3 Unigens found themselves back in the silent library. As they gazed at the infinite rows of towering bookshelves, a daunting sense of annoyance washed over them. They could be hiding anywhere in this labyrinth. How the hell are we supposed to find them? Uranus cursed as he picked up a book and flipped through its pages, watching the millions of scenes of the caught victim's life. Even as a Unijin, he understood that it would take them forever to go through each book, searching for them. If they wasted millions of years doing this, it would do more good to Felix than them. After all, the whole reason he was here was to reduce the punishment sentence or get rid of it entirely. Fortunately, they can't leave the tower by enlarging their bodies and returning to the matter universe. Demeter mentioned the bright side. While Unigens could leave the quantum realm anytime they wanted by enlarging their bodies, the same couldn't be said inside the echoing tower. It was a completely sealed dimension with an overbearing authority on the same level as the universe. This meant, if the tower made it an impossibility to leave its premise through any means other than the provided ones, no one could go against it. Not even size manipulation would work, and if they dared to try it, They would look stupid with their massive sizes inside the limited space of the tower's floors. There is no reason to search every book. You just need to catch the librarian and leave the rest for me. Eris remarked calmly as she gazed at the fast-approaching librarian monster. Uranus and Demeter raised their eyebrows in surprise, but they didn't question her methods. If she said she would do something, they knew she would deliver. So, what do you mean by catching it? Demeter asked. Keep it affixed in one spot, Eris said as she sat down on the floor with her tome wide open on her lap. Then, she closed her eyes and started reading a page of the tome out loud, while having her index finger pass through the sentences. As she was doing this, peculiar letters started to emerge from the tome and hover above her head. I don't know what she is up to, but let's catch the thing first, Demeter said sternly while slamming her palm on the ground, causing pillars to emerge around the librarian, which turned into a closed-shut prison. Before they could wonder if this was enough, the librarian monster smashed through the prison like it was made out of brittle rocks and continued its charge. Click, click, click. With its immunity to laws, it might be a bit tough. Demeter narrowed her eyes. Meanwhile, Felix, Apollo, and the rest of the tenants were watching Uranus and Demeter's desperate attempts to keep the librarian in one place. Does she really have a way to figure out your location? Lady Yggdrasil inquired softly. On paper, it shouldn't be possible. Felix narrowed his eyes at the sight of Eris being surrounded by millions of illuminating letters. But she is commanding the laws of chaos. This is enough to make us question everything. If only it was possible to manipulate the librarian's laws as we assumed, you would be inviting them inside instead of hiding like this. Thor sighed in disappointment. Indeed, having complete control over laws implied that Felix could easily create an environment with an accelerated time difference, which would help him get rid of the chains without entering the 20th floor. However, it turned out the librarian monster could only replicate environments based on the target's memories. In Felix's case, he had no other place with a faster time difference than his current location. If he went and replicated his memories from Formother Siamese's galaxy or within the ancestral dimensional pocket, he would be making things much worse. This limitation also affected him in creating a perfect home ground for them since Felix had never visited a place where it had no chaos/order, vibration, earth, and other laws under their control. He couldn't order the librarian to remove them from the created environment when it could only replicate those memories. Thus, he opted to keep Sky Pearl Island as his desired location, knowing that even if he used an only ocean environment, Demeter would still be able to affect the ocean bed. However, he did add Apollo's domain, a 100% replica of his territory in the Eternal Kingdom, hoping to give him the possibility of using territorial pressure against their enemies. Leave it to me. Uranus grew impatient with their failed attempts and took matters into his own hands. He increased his size until he was much bigger than the librarian. Then, he phased behind the monster and crossed his massive arms around its gaping maw, to maintain his firm hold while at the same time not getting sucked inside its mouth. He used his vibration laws to change the reality around them, causing the shelves to turn into gigantic wooden arms, which held into him. Demeter provided additional support by affixing his legs to the ground. Since all of those abilities were cast on Uranus, the librarian was left to deal with Uranus' unbreakable chokehold. Eris, get it over it quickly. Uranus pressed with an irritated expression as he kept the librarian held down in one place as she requested. Eris ignored him and extended her senses, seeking to locate the nearest living being to them. In no time, her senses locked on a member of Magkiar's squad, who was searching one book after another without a care in the world. Switch. In a single blink, the location of the squad member and a chosen book in front of her were switched. The hell? The Corkling was left stunned by the sudden change of environment. When he saw the librarian and how Uranus, Eris, and Demeter were handling it, his stun swiftly turned into pure dread. Leader! Save me! Some peculiar strangers have caught me! He bellowed in fear while using his phasing ability to escape from Eris' clutch. Alas, Eris had no plans to let another one escape her grip. With her newfound control over his being, She pushed the floating tome's letters inside the Corkling's mind. The letters rushed forward and began to circle the Corkling's head in a dizzying torrent before funneling directly into his ears and eyes, penetrating his mind with relentless force. The Corkling gasped, his body seizing the information as flooded his senses, overwhelming him with a barrage of memories and commands. After she was done, Eris pushed the overwhelmed Corkling toward the librarian with a simple and elegant gesture inside its wide-open jaw. The librarian was no shy fella and didn't hesitate to eat the Corkling, causing it to disappear into abyssal depths. Eris closed her eyes and linked her consciousness with the devoured Corkling, allowing her to witness everything happening to it. Interesting. It swallows his memories and uses them to create a story before finally imprisoning him inside of it. Eris commentated with an intrigued tone after witnessing the process happen before her own eyes. Knowing that she didn't have much time, she altered her focus to what truly matters. She tapped into the stored letters within the Corkling and brought them out in the dimensional lobby, with countless doors to other books and stories. Then, she waved her arm once, and those letters flew akin to bullets across the dimensional space and went through those doors uninterrupted. As expected, only its exterior is immune to laws, she said indifferently. She suspected that it wouldn't be possible for the librarian to have its internal dimensional space immune to laws too. It was due to the notion that the librarian was required to devour its targets whole. If its interior was also immune to laws, the eaten people would break apart into quantum energy the moment they traveled inside of it. Eris, how is it going? Uranus frowned. Can I let go now? I am searching for them. Eris replied calmly. Keep hold of it for a while. Eris was indeed searching for Felix and his party through using those letters. Each letter gone through a book was linked to her tome, which in turn was connected to her. With their infinite number, it provided her the ability to scan through millions of books in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Felix and his tenants had seen the whole thing and were left with distressed expressions. Can't you do anything to kick her off? Thor remarked with a stern tone. It's already too late. Felix shook his head. These chaotic letters have been spread out and I can't do anything to stop them. Felix's control over the librarian was as limited as its control over itself. He could not order it to do things beyond its creation. Dealing with those chaotic flimsy letters was one of them. How about you switch your location to another book? Candace included with a concerned tone. If you conceal using your spiritual pressure and delete your world, she might not find you. In her eyes, Felix was doing Eris a favor by displaying her a familiar environment in the Eternal Kingdom. A single glance was enough to figure out their hiding spot. On paper, it sounds like the right call, Felix replied with his eyes narrowed. But it would never work against Eris. The moment she stepped inside the dimensional lobby, she had all the tools at her disposal to dig us from underneath the ground regardless of what ability used. He is right, Lilith included lazily. Those letters didn't just give her the ability to scan millions of books at once. They are her weapon, her limbs, her everything. With one word, she can turn those letters into homing missiles locked on both of them. That simple? Why isn't she doing it already? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise.